Cek, San.
Jam 10. 2 jam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue our program, the third conference on Islamic and Socio-Cultural Studies, Contestation and Religious Authority in Global Media Space, organized by the Faculty of Usuluddin, Sunan Gunung Jati State Islamic University Bandung, West Java, Indonesia, in collaboration with journals at Usuluddin Faculty and HTS Theological Studies Journal Scopus Indexed. Welcome to the second plenary session of the conference. We will have Profesor Dr. Rahmah Ida, PhD, from Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya, and Mr. Taufikur Rahman, PhD, from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. The theme, the power of media in changing religious authority from traditional to a new form of authority in the new media era. This session will be facilitated by Dr. Rifki Rosyad, MA. Before start to plenary session program, I would like to read curriculum vitae Dr. Rifki Rosyad, MA. Dr. Rifki Rosyad, MA. Tempat tanggal lahir Bandung 16 Oktober. Alamat Jalan Derwati nomor 8 RT 1 RW 3 Rancabolan Gedebagi Bandung. Pekerjaan sebagai dosen UIN Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung. Pendidikan S3 Ilmu Pendidikan Islam UIN Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung. S2 Antropologi di Australia National University Canberra, Australia. S1 Perbandingan Agama Fakultas Usuluddin dan Tadris Bahasa Inggris Fakultas Tarbiyah UIN Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung. Karya A Quest for True Islam, a study of the Islamic Resurgence movement among the youth in Bandung, Indonesia, Department of Archaeology and Anthropology, Faculty of Art. Dr. Rifki Rosyad, MA. The time is yours.
Okay. Baik. Thank you. Baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The presentation is about to begin. Honorable Mr. Yudi Dharma Laksana, Dean of Student Faculty, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahilladzi anzala as-sakinata fi qulubil mu'minin liyazdadu imanan ma'a imanihim. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh alladzi la nabiyya ba'dah. I am Rifki Roshad. I'm honored to be a moderator in this conference. First of all, I want to welcome you all to the second day of the conference. In this occasion, we would like to have two presentations. First from Prof. Rahma Ida, PhD, and the second from Taufik Rahman, PhD. The two speakers will talk about the role of media in shifting paradigm of religious authority. Before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce briefly the two presenters. First, from Rahma Ida, PhD. She teaches at the School of Political and Social Sciences, Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya. She also has been teaching media studies as a guest lecturer at some universities abroad, such as University of Melbourne, Australia, Edith Cowan University, Australia, Springfield College, Boston, USA, Islamic University, Malaysia. She is also external examiner for the PhD dissertation for students from Australian universities. Her educational background, she graduated from Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya on Communication Studies. She received her master's degree on Media Studies from Edith Cowan University, Western Australia, and PhD degree on Media Studies from Curtin University Technology, Western Australia. She has done a lot of research on publication related to media studies and communication. The second presentation will be delivered by Mr. Taufik Rahman, PhD, from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. He is lecturer at the University Muhammadiyah Malang. He is also a vice rector academic and cooperation of Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta, and he was dean of the Faculty of Economic, Social Sciences and Humanities at the Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta. He graduated from Faculty of Social Political Sciences, Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta, in Mass Communication. And then he earned his MA degree in Communication Management at the University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. And he received his PhD degree in Media and Communication Studies, School of Social Sciences at the University of Western Australia. His research and publication also mostly on communication and media studies. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the first presenter, from Rahma Ida, PhD, to deliver the presentation for about 30 minutes. All right, Ms. Rahma, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to say my gratitude to Ibu Irma Riani and all the organizing committee of this conference for inviting me to join this such great academic events in Bandung. But since we still suffering with COVID. So we meet into our virtual reality like these times. And then secondly, I would like to congratulate to all the organizing committee of this conference for organizing these very challenging events. And then I saw the papers, and then yesterday I also participate in the several talks, and then I saw that it was very interesting to listen to all the scholars and academics who presented the papers yesterday. So thank you very much. And then, yes, well, today I would like to talk more on the internet, social media, and the religions. So please allow me to share my screen to the audience. Yeah. Okay, so yes, today I would like to talk about the digital Islam. So the religious authorities, the texts, and the audiences in digital platforms. I would like to look at on the global situations, and then I will focusing in the situations on Indonesia as today. So we know that religions and the media, we move further into the 21st century religions, and media seems to be more connected. And then so we cannot separate it between religions and media in today our society, because media has been mediated such religious belief, and then the teachings, and also the da'wah, and then so forth on our media. So it is increasingly clear that understands religions in the 21st century, we must also understand the media. So the ways the religions now are being remade to the interactions of the modern media. The boundaries between reality and representations, thus, as the consequence of the use of media, has been expressed by Baudrillard, as we know, that mass media has had a profoundly defined the words into what he called as hyperreality, a form of discourse of the media forms in a key element of postmodern world perceived. And then so we will see later on how these Baudrillard assumptions on the use of the social media and the redefined words of our own in Indonesia is very clearly represented. So the use of digital platforms is actually not a new forms today. So nowadays people are turning to the internet for advice, and answer about the important religious questions. So when we have questions about religious things, about our faith, about the belief, about the truth even of our religions, so we just get into our internet, we Googling it, we try to browse which content suit to our interests, and then we like ignore, or we like to negate other content that is not sweet to us. And that's very important for us, that the use of internet is actually very significant, sometimes in order to see how the traditional models of religious authority so far has been changed or has been transformed into the technology itself. So we do not ask directly to our imams, or directly to our kiais, or directly to our ustads, but we turn our hands into the gadgets. That is very easy for us to ask. So let's say when we ask about the Sharia, or we ask about the let's say the Shirah of Rasulullah, and then we just directly go to the Googles, and we find which one is sweet to our values about religions. So if we see that the content is a good for us and is, just like legitimate what we have done so far, or to legitimate our values, and then we choose that, we follow them. Even we have become the loyal audience of that website or of that persons, but then we forget that the degree of literacy of the religions of the peoples in our society is completely different. Yeah. So the social media platforms like Facebook, Instagrams, blogs, and then WhatsApp text, streaming media like YouTube's are beginning to transform, the religious leaders and groups interacts and enhance their sense of community, the sense of the adherents of the Islams, of the followers of the Islams. And we also see that the emergence of the digital platforms has redefined the way the religious information, especially Islamic texts, is communicated and translated. And the religions is practiced among adherents to the various social media platforms. We see how people doing posts, how people try to share the links, and how people try to interpret and try to push up their interests, while they also try to make the social media post as the ideological ideological content of their interest. So digital platforms are no doubt redefining how religious informations, in this case is Islamic text, is disseminated, as well as how members have interpreted and then influence the practice of their religions. So in this digital world, religious leaders, religious groups, organizations, they embrace the digital platforms in order to reach, engage, and connect with its audience in new ways. So bringing religion outside the convents, outside the masjid or the church or the temple and so forth, and into the hands and pockets of the audience or the followers. So we see that the transformations is actually not new. So I recognize the works of Gary Ban. Gary Ban is, I think, is the pioneer of the e-Muslims, i-Muslims or electronic Muslims. He tried to build like a blogs on virtually Islamics in 2000s, when when the Muslims peoples not thinking how the modern technology can affect the way they disseminate the religious things. And Gary Barnes tried to introduce this to the academic scholars, how actually Muslims has engaged in the modern technology. As we know that if in Catholics Roma, in Italy, we see that so many websites contains religions, teachings, and so forth, has flourished in that country since 1995. And when the Pope II was saying that actually the Vatican is welcome to the coming of the internet in the end of 1990s years, at that time, we see that Islam was coming at the late times before the Vaticans. But according to Gary Ban, he said that it's actually is not because of we are late in accepting the coming of modern technology, but because some Muslims leaders try to protecting the Muslims for getting engaged with the modern technologies like internets. So that's why in 2000s, Gary Ban initiating the blogs, and then he also wrote the books on virtually Islamics. He introduced the computer-mediated communications and cyber Islamic environments to Islam. And also then in 2003, he also published another books on Islam in the digital age. And then he looked at how the electronic jihad or internet jihad, online fatwas. I think Pak Taufikur Rahman is the expert on that, yeah. And the cyber Islamic environments was increased during the early 2000s. And then in 2009, Gary Ban again tried to write about the Muslims, the internet Muslims. And then he saw that how the internet as rewiring the house of Islam is very important and influence, especially when the Islamic State organizations has used this internet in order to influence Muslims all around the world. And then the recent publications in 2018, Gary Barnes wrote on the hashtag Islams, when he saw that Instagrams and then he saw that Twitters and Facebooks have become the new media platforms for Muslims organizations and for individuals in order to convey their message to the umat, yeah, in around the world. So the books on hashtag Islams talking about how cyber Islamic environments has transforming the religious authority from the modern to the new technology. So in the Muslims digital world, we see that the digital content has become a key part of expressions of contemporary Islam in many contexts. So in terms of the way in which faiths and then comments and then controls are manifest across complex system of Muslim belief, we see nowadays that many organizations they turns into the social media. So like let's say, for example, I put here, this is also one of the interests of Caribans on the Twitters of Holy Kaaba, when the Arabic organizations try to send the message to the people outside, not only to the Muslims, about the Holy Kaaba, about the Islams, and then how the concept of Islam as Rahmatan lil Alamin was introduced into these Twitter's activisms. So they regularly tweets the message about Islams, and then it makes like so people will get a better understanding about Islams. And also we see nowadays people's just like use the Android applications, just like the Holy Qurans. And then, we then treat our mobile phones, we then treat our gadget, our iPad, our computers, it's just like our Holy Quran as well. Yeah, even if we got our mobile phone and we want to enter into our toilet, and then we just put our mobile phone outside because we thought that the Quran is inside our mobile phones. So this is the way then we try to make the reality of our life into the virtual life, when we see that God is everywhere, including God is on our hand, our pockets nowadays. So the diminished digital divide and the increased web literacy. So these two issues are very important for us to think. Yeah. So that the digital divide is still persisted in Indonesia. So some area receive very good connections in in our cellular mobile phones, but in some other part area of Indonesia, they are still struggling to receive the signal. So let's say my students, they have to get the signals when they have to, climb to the tree, or they have to climb to the higher places in order to get the signal to follow, the lectures using the virtual accounts. And also the degree of literacy. We see that not many people also in Indonesia are good or already been literate in using the webs. So when they received the text on their WhatsApp groups, let's say for instance, so without thinking further of the effects of the message, so they try to distribute the message. They don't know that the message is actually wrong, or is actually correct, or is actually true. But this is the way they try to interpret the Islamic text into what the publics try to interpret. So that the practice of religions is not nowadays is not a matter of individuals. So what is the individual? How the individual try to connect with Allah, for instance. But nowadays religion is practiced through the connections of the people to the networks. So how the network thinkings about Islam's influence or affected how the individuals thinking about Islam. So this is very dangerous. The forms of Islamic cyberspace that have a growing influence across diverse Muslim contexts, especially in relation to religious authority issues nowadays, is very crucial. So, however, there are still major gaps in information literacy and training in number of contexts, especially where education is at a premium and online services are restricted or unavailable to all. Yeah, nowadays we have a huge controls. So let's say just recently, someone just like to try to scam our presentations, our conference, and someone's tried to disrupt the conference. So this is the control outside is very very worried for us. If we say something bad about religions or about our leaders nowadays in Indonesia, is you will get ruins. Otherwise your Facebook will be hacked, your Instagram will be, banned by the particular peoples. So we have then to be carefully in such a public sphere when we are talking about our religions, especially Islam, and when we are talking about our leaders, political leaders. And then so the issue, who has the power to interpret the religions, and how that power manifests itself in guiding or forcing individuals to follow certain parts and patterns of behavior is now important, especially when we see that so many Instagrams, so many Facebook pages dedicated by the Islams in Islamic groups with various interests in our place. And then we are not looking at the creating Islam online, and the public spheres. So there are three persons, there are three academicians, three scholars that I would like to refer today. First of all is Roland Barthes, as we see that he has analyzing the structuring of image and science. As we know that we are living surrounded by images, surrounded by science, to convey a specific meaning within societies and cultures, and is very influential in these digital worlds. So we try to look at more visual, so because visual giving more meaning to us than the saying of the people. The explicit and implicit meaning of symbols within religious context has relevance online. So specific codes of etiquettes and symbolic applications are embedded within the digital contents. I will show later the examples, yeah, on our social media, how the social media has defined the truth of Islam, how the social media define the values of Islam. So with so many religions texts, visuals, and streaming, then people or Muslims have been exposed and accepted various knowledge and interpretations of the Islamic texts. As such, various Muslim clerics, let's say like the Kiai, the Ustads, the Ustaza, the even the celebrities, even the celebrities, what we call also the hijrah celebrities and so forth, interpretations that try to the Muslims clerics interpretations, or we call using Barthes a word as knowers, are be used to establish practice of implementation of the text by their followers, knowledge and truths. For structuralism perspective, like Saussure, Levi-Strauss, and so forth, the language is actually very important. Yeah, the language. So the symbols, the signs, and the language is very important. How we interpret and how we see the words outside. So that's how the structuralist people call the context dependence. So the meaning is patience in relation to distinctions and oppositions grounded in social practices. So if we see a different kind of let's say live streaming from YouTube, for instance, and then we listen to how of the clerics or the kiais or the ustads saying about the Islamic teachings, and then we do not agree with that, how we can do? Then we ban that, then we block all the accounts. But if we see that the meaning is actually suitable to us, suitable to our values, and then we become the followers, we try to distribute it, we try to repost, and so forth. Yeah. The second one is, of course, the influence works of Foucault, into books of the order of things and the archaeology of knowledge. Foucault set about the analyzing the production of modern reasons and knowledge by digging into the past. At one level, this meant attacking certain taken for granted concepts, but especially this is in the Western context, how Foucault tried to criticize the Western's dogmas, how Foucault also tried to criticize the Western doctrines, the Western discourses on the ideas, on the knowledge, on the truths, and that have served to legitimize the Western knowledge and the philosophy through the books, through the books. That's why Foucault, so far Foucault, he did not want to, to translate all the books into English. He just want the books written in French language. So such the widespread belief in scientific advancement and faith in humanly engineered progress is actually structures and constructed by the Western-oriented values. So when Foucault said the productions of knowledge has been shaped and organized over the centuries by body of text on the books, our books, on the advertisings, on the entertainment and so forth, and the doctrines and discourses. Thus, in terms of Islamic teachings, I would like to take the clue from Foucault. And in terms of Islamic teaching and dakwah on social media, in Indonesian context especially, we can see how the bodies of text, the doctrines, and the discourses about religion have been created and reproduced by the different speakers, or we call knowers, to the communities or to the adherents, to the followers, with different levels of understanding and beliefs or with different understanding of knowing about the truth, of knowing about the Islams, about their religions, which in turn influence the religious practices on the field of community. And then we see how the breakdown of disintegrations in our country becomes from that. And so the third one, I would like to take the Jürgen Habermas, the concept of public spheres. So for many people of faith, religion is not only about a set of dogmas or propositions, but about practices done in community. Excuse me. Beliefs give reason to the practice, and the practice reminds of and support the beliefs. Yes, we know this. Yeah, we know this. We know these assumptions, and we do these assumptions. So with the advance of social media, people of all traditions have a new means of both practicing and speaking their faiths. So we hope that the public sphere and the social media as the new formats of public sphere give the people more freedom, give the people more spaces to talk about their faith, to express about their religions, and to find the answer of all the requirements that they need about their religions. Nevertheless, as Jürgen Habermas describes how in the 19th centuries, the media interfaces that had been utilized to encourage debate were compromised and corrupted through the machination of industry and state power. Through the machination of industry, it means by the capitalism, industrials, and the state power is by the politics, or what Habermas mentioned about the Lebensfeld has been disrupted by the economic capitalisms and by the political interests. So meaning that any democratic development was to an extent negated. So when we see here, so in we look at in Indonesia, for instance, so one of the products of the advancements in technology, which is now massively used to spread various religions across the globe, is the social media. In a bid to reach out, win a new converts, or what we call mu'alaf, and maintaining loyal members or followers, various Muslim leaders in our countries and the Islamic groups in Indonesia have been in contest, to get the attentions of the various peoples in different communities. Those who would like to get more new converts or more mu'alafs, and those who try to build the fundamentalisms about Islams, or who try to influence the new ways of Islams, and some organizations who also try to adopting the values from particular groups in Middle East, and then they try to make the purifications of Islams in our countries. We see that, and then so how predominantly the social media activisms done in Java, in urbans, in the city, and by the middle classes, and have been harnessing the enormous potential of the social media to spread their religious messages. So in the recent decade, Islamic cleric of priests and the celebrities of all kinds have been migrating to new media platforms and the virtual communities. And so we see that the Majelis Taklim has now moved into YouTubes, into Zooms, into Instagrams, and so forth, into the live streamings. So certainly, this marks the birth of something that looks like the second coming of religion in digitally integrated formats. So again, this is the second coming of religion. So the first coming, we see that the first coming in the past, that's the first coming of religions was is actually did by the people, the da'wah, the interpersonal communication, the face-to-face communications, and the local cultural approaches and so forth. But nowadays we see that there is the second, it seems like there is the second wave of the coming of religions into our daily life through the digitally integrated format. So the truth is that the faith-related pages and posts are now incontestably an important piece of the majority of social media sites. Yeah. So for instance, if we try to learn about tahsin, we can search in YouTube's how many pages, how many channels YouTube's that serve the community with tahsin models. So the other ones is try to use the models in the traditional like NU models, yeah, or the Muhammadiyah models, and also the Middle East in the Tahrim's models, the Iran's model, and so forth. So many. If you want to learn about Taksim, yeah, only Taksim, but we find like tens, more than tens, YouTube channels provide the people about that. We see that in one side is very good. Yeah, we now have the virtual teacher, but at the other side, we see that it's become crucial when we look at the followers become see themselves as distinctive to other, and then they see other people is bad than them. Yeah. So this is all the examples of we see the podcast, we see the Instagrams, we see the online, the virtual posts, and so forth. So just only a few. This is only 5. We see in our social media not just like thousands of peoples, which directly become the celebrities. And this is also the examples how the new Islamic attacks the religious teachings as something that is new. Before, we never talk about the hukum memakai BH dalam Islam. Nowadays we know there is the law in how to wear the bra in Islam. Yeah. So for our generations, so are they questioning about this, or how they interpret about this new law according to them? Really, is it Islam is also regulate our private life, let's say the use of the wearing of bra in our everyday life for the women's as well. So it's very difference nowadays. And so I come into the conclusions that the influence of the internet has a significant shift in forms and styles of Muslims' religious discourse within global and local contexts. So this affects the issue of faith and the issue of authority. As such, digital advances have been embraced to fulfill spiritual, mystical, and legalistic agendas. So I would like to underline yesterday, Amina Wadud talks about knowledge production is critical in Islamic thought nowadays, and I agree to that. So that internet and social media have taken over the control of Islamic knowledge and truth to the adherents and the followers or the audience at these times. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rahmaida, for the clear, informative, and interesting talk. Amazing. I think I don't to resume or what the Prof. Rahma said in this presentation. For dear all participants, please keep and save your question, or if you can write your question on chat room. And for now, let's continue to the next presenter, Mr. Taufik Rahman, PhD, for about 30 minutes. Pak Taufik will talk the same topic. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Pak Taufik Rahman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very great honor for me to be able to attend this wonderful conference. And okay, so first of all, I would like to thank to the committee, especially Mbak Irma, who invited me to this conference, and this is a very good opportunity to meet, I think, many distinguished intellectuals in Islamic studies and also in media, because here I can also meet my colleagues, Mbak Rahmahida, Prof. Rahmahida, my senior colleagues in Perth, and all of the participants of this conference. Okay, so Prof. Rahmahida has started with a very wonderful presentation about the role of media in the development of religious authority in Indonesian media landscape. And so my turn is just highlighting some of the important things which has discussed by Prof. Mahida, and I will focus on several issues. So allow me to start with sharing my PowerPoint. Okay, so yeah, this presentation is actually also based on my research on Islamic identity online, the expression of Islamic identity in Indonesian digital media landscape. And yeah, again, okay, oh, sorry, so this is from the committee. Yeah, okay, so next, please. Okay, so yeah. Why media is important in the understanding of Islamic religious authority, whether in the global context and also in the local context. This is mainly because in our contemporary Muslim society, religious authority is achieved more by popular recognition. I think, yeah, we already know about this. That in Islam, religious authority is achieved more by popular recognition. So that's why media plays very important role in the development or in the achievement of the religious authority. It's a bit different with other religions, which rely on more hierarchical system of authority. So as the consequence of this issue, so we can see that the old traditional authority of local imam in our Islamic cleric is now being challenged, yeah, by more new media literate, yeah, and also transnational interpreters of Islam, because of the availability of the direct connection with Islamic clerics and also religious learning resources from many parts of the world. Okay, and this happens mainly facilitated by the technology, by information technology, especially the internet, which allow us now to reach information from many different parts of the world, yeah, in our fingertips. Okay, and the next. Okay, I will continue to the description, yeah, about media and religious authority in Islam. How we can interpret, yeah, the idea of religious authority. Okay, there are several concepts that we can see that, for instance, from Gaburiu, that religious authority is the right to impose rules, yeah, which are deemed to be in consonance with the will of the God. So, yeah, the question is how and who have the right to impose these rules, yeah. And another concept from Kramer and Smith, yeah, which mentioned that religious authority is basically the ability or the ability to define correct belief and practice, or orthodoxy and orthopraxy, to shape and influence the views and conducts of others, yeah, to shape and influence the views and conducts of others, to identify, yeah, marginalize, yeah, even, yeah, religious authority sometimes used to marginalize or to punish, yeah, other groups, yeah, to punish other, yeah, to marginalize other, or to exclude. So the issue of inclusion and exclusion is also involved, yeah, in the idea of a religious authority. Okay, the next. And yeah, this is just a brief history about the role of media in Islamic propagation. From the history of Islam, I think here we have many experts on da'wah, yeah, many experts on Islamic da'wah. So yeah, we already learned about this, that during the early years of Islamic propagation, the sources of Islamic teaching mainly come from the Prophet Muhammad and his companions. And this Islamic teaching came in the form of oral authority. Yeah. So, yeah, as Prof. Rahmahida mentioned about the first wave, yeah, she mentioned about the first wave of Islamic propagation. Yeah. Those are mainly came from the oral authority, and yeah, I think this is also a unique character, yeah, of Islamic teaching, yeah, the use of oral authority, yeah, by reciting, yeah, the Quran, and also memorizing the Quran and Hadith, yeah. So those are mainly oral authority. But after the presence of printing technology and also digital technology, it reduced, yeah, the dominant role of oral authority, because then we can reach, yeah, many religious teaching from many Islamic books, other references which are accessible to ordinary Muslims. But then, after the arrival of the internet, especially by the characteristic of the user friendliness and the power of multimodality of the internet, it facilitated the existence of new interpreters of Islam and the new ways of imagining the concept of ummah. So yeah, the internet play a very important role in the existence, yeah, in the arrival of these new interpreters, whether it is whether they are local interpreters from Indonesia, but also many interpreters of Islam from overseas, yeah, which also have a big influence in Islamic propagation in Indonesia. Okay, and the next. Yes, I will continue with the quote from Brian Turner. So Brian Turner wrote about the idea of media and religious authority long time ago, but I think this is still relevant, yeah, to our discussion today. Yeah. So I will highlight the last sentence, yeah, that he mentioned in this paper, yeah, that according to Brian Turner, the internet holds the diasporic community together across space and then challenge traditional authority, which is characteristically an oral and print authority. Okay, so I would say this is when Prof. Rahmaida mentioned this is a second wave. Yeah, it can be the third wave. Yeah, the first wave is the strong oral authority, the strong oral culture, yeah, in Islamic tradition, and then the second wave is the arrival of print culture, yeah, after the publication of many Islamic books, yeah, many Islamic resources, yeah, in print, yeah. But then arrive the third wave of this Islamic propagation by the arrival of the internet. Okay, the next. Okay, and for this presentation, yeah, I would like to focus on two issues actually, because of course we cannot in this very limited time. I cannot covers, yeah, many issues related to media and religious authority. So I will focus on two important issues. The first one is the proliferation of the centers of authority. So I use the concept from Brynesen, Martin from Brynesen, in his paper. This is also a long time publication, but again, this is, I think, still very relevant. Yeah. Until the beginning of the 20th century, the center of Islam is still in the holy city of Mecca and also Medina. These two holy cities are still regarded as the center of the development of Islam by Indonesians. So many Indonesians went to Hajj, went to Mecca to perform Hajj, but then they're not only performing Hajj, but they also learn Islam in Mecca or in Medina. Yeah. And the connection of these holy cities, mainly introduced by not only Indonesians who are going to Hajj, but also the Arab traders who came to Indonesia. And also, yeah, the students, yeah, who came back from the cities and Mecca, yeah, to yeah, the so-called Islamic periphery of Indonesia. So in this case, Indonesia is the periphery, and the Arab, yeah, the Mecca and Medina is the center of Islam. But since the end of the 19th century, the central position of Mecca has been challenged by the rise of several other centers, such as Egypt, Pakistan, and then Iran. Yeah. So the centers is proliferated not only in Mecca and Medina, but then there are many other centers. Okay, and the next one. Yeah, but in the current discussion about religious authority, the center periphery model was no longer adequate to describe the development of Islam in Indonesia, especially beginning at the end of the 20th century. So Islamic religious authority in Indonesia has transformed from, according to Martin from Renaissance, yeah, Islamic religious authority in Indonesia has transformed from the traditional center periphery model to more complex network model. Okay. So this is an interesting idea, yeah, the idea of network. Yeah. So network become more important rather than the center. It depends on who are our network. Yeah. So especially in the digital society, this is also very relevant because now we are living in the era of network society, according to Manuel Castells, yeah, or in the term of public, yeah, in term of public, the public in the digital society can be defined or can be conceptualized as a network public, which has some kind of networking by using social media. When we interact in social media, it's actually we are doing networking. We are we perform, yeah, networking with our friends, yeah, with among the followers of certain Islamic preachers, for instance. Yeah. So yeah, the idea of a network model is also relevant, yeah, when we discuss the concept of religious authority in digital media or in digital society. So yeah, the use of the internet in the presentation of Islamic teaching propagation in Indonesia has clearly made the flow of influences even more complex. The rise of network society has made this idea of network society become very important. Okay, and the next one, yeah, I will show some pictures which we can use to at least to imagine how the way Islam came to Indonesia. Yeah, firstly from the Arabia, yeah, by the Arab traders. They firstly they use this Silk Road, yeah, this land Silk Road, and then they travel by the sea, yeah, and they also reach Indonesia from this is the idea of the first wave, yeah, when the center of Islam is in the two holy cities, Mecca and Medina. Okay, and the next one, yeah, again, this is an example of the idea of the center and periphery model. Yeah, I found this example. These are the example of first magazines. Yeah? First magazines published in Southeast Asia and also in Indonesia. Al-Imam magazine was published in Singapore. Yeah. This is the first Islamic magazine published in Southeast Asia. And then Al Munir magazine was published in Sumatra, in West Sumatra. And both are part of the first Islamic publication in Southeast Asia. And the interesting thing about these two publications that the style of this publication resembles the style of Al-Manar. The next picture, the next picture is next one. Okay, we continue to the next one. Yes, the next one. This is the picture of Al-Manar magazine, initiated by or published by Rashid Ridho in Egypt. Yeah. So this is the importance of the center in terms of media publication. Egypt played very important role at the time, in the publication of print media. Okay, next one. Okay, these are some examples of the next form of the print magazine in Islamic print magazine in Indonesia. Okay, in the left is Suara Muhammadiyah. Suara Muhammadiyah, published in 1915. This is one of the oldest Islamic magazine which still exists today. Yeah, published by Taman Pustaka Muhammadiyah. And also another one is Dewan Islam. Yeah, and the style of this magazine has changed. Yeah, they do not resemble the models of magazine, of the older magazines such as Al Imam, or Al Munir, but they use it. I think this is more because of the influence of the Dutch. Yeah, so they change and this is also the starting point of the idea of nationalism. Yeah, the influence of nationalism in media and also in Islamic publication. Okay, next. Okay, yeah, in my research, I did research on Islamic websites, and we can see from some of this picture the reference of this media, which part of the word that they consider as the center or the network. Like this is the publication of Ar-Rahmah, but it was maybe more than 5 years ago. The face of arrahmah.com now has already changed. They tend to be more moderate right now, and they adhere because of the regulation from Dewan Pers. Okay, this is when they still publish many information about jihad from Afghanistan. And also this is an example, another content. They publish a story about Sheikh Osama bin Laden. Here we can see how they glorify the glorification of Osama bin Laden. So at that time, they still regard Osama as the reference. Okay, the next one. There is another media, Voice of Al Islam, VOA Islam, which also has quite similar style with Ar-Rahmah at the time, which refers to Islamic State outside Indonesia. They have strong reference to the development of Islamic State. Okay, the next one, the next example. Okay, Yeah, this is example of the statement, yeah, of Indonesian Mujahideen about their affiliation, yeah, to ISIS at that time. Yeah. So again, this is just an example of the operation of center and periphery model. For some of Muslim group in Indonesia, they believe that Islamic State is the center of the Islamic teaching. So this is just one of the example. Okay, the next one. Yeah. Okay, this is another examples of the reference from overseas. Yeah, the reference of Islamic authority from Islamic clerics, yeah, from outside Indonesia. Zakir Naik was very popular, yeah, several years ago. Okay, and then next one. Okay, this is another example, yeah, the network of Salafi media. Yeah. They have a very broad network as well, yeah, with their own audience. Okay, yes, and next one, yeah, this is the current phase of Ar-Rahmah. Yeah, it's tend to be more moderate right now. Yeah, so it has changed. Yeah, if you try to find Ar-Rahmah right now, yeah, it's no use the webpage Ar-Rahmah ID, but they tend to be more moderate right now. So there's also a change. Yeah. Okay, next. The next one is, yes, this is the current phase of Fakeaway Islam, the current phase of Fakeaway Islam. Yeah, again, this media is also changed. Yeah, it's became more moderate because they avoid the what is the predel? Yeah, they avoid the sanction from Ministry of Information. Yeah. Okay, and next, okay, so the next issue is the issue of the holders, yeah, the holders of authority. Okay, I use the concept of the holders of authority from Max Weber. Yeah, the next, please. Okay, so Max Weber introduced three different types of authority, namely traditional authority, charismatic authority, and legal rational authority. And I think this is also relevant, yeah, to the discussion about the development of the holders of religious authority in Islam. When today, the significant role of charismatic authority of religious leader was threatened by the impersonal authority of print media, but then potentially re-emerge in the competition of Islamic religious authority in various audiovisual media outlets, especially the internet. Because the internet provides the possibility of the use of multimodal media, of the multimodal communication, because they are combining written, audio, and also visual messages. So, the issue of popularity, so again, is very important in the recognition of authority in digital media. Okay, next, these are some examples of the holders of religious authority who have very different backgrounds. they have a very big popularity, yeah, because of, to me, according to BIB, this is, I think, because of their creativity, their creativity in managing their audience, yeah, or I would say their creative engagement, yeah. So because of their creative engagement, so they receive very high popularity, yeah. Mostly they have more than I think yeah, millions, yeah, they have millions followers. But they interestingly they came from very different backgrounds. Some of them have a formal Islamic education, but some of them do not have formal Islamic education. So okay, the next one. Okay, yeah. These are some newest phenomena, yeah, that we can see in Instagram. Yeah. There are other holders of religious authority, yeah, who are very popular, yeah, who are very popular in the new media, in social media, and I think again this is because of the way they manage or the way they package their message to their audience. Yeah, so they got a very high followers. Yeah. For instance, Hanan Ataki, yeah, Hanan Ataki, the founder of Hijrah movement, yeah, the founder of Hijrah movement, is very influential, yeah, in many young generation right now. Because of his engagement, his creative engagement to the audience. But the interesting thing is that Hanan Ataki is actually hold, a quite what is it? A quite good Islamic background, yeah, because he graduated from Al-Azhar, Cairo, yeah, and so I think he got a very good basic study of Islam, yeah. And also the other one, yeah, Ustad Abdus Somad, yeah, is also very famous, yeah, in his YouTube, yeah, and also even in Instagram, yeah, he also got very high follower, more than 5,000 followers. Yeah. Okay, next one. Yeah, next example is, yeah, like Sheikh Ali Jabir. Yeah, he also got a very high follower, but he has a bit different style. Yeah, he still use more kind of traditional, this Arabic style, yeah, in his preaching, yeah, but he still got many followers. Yeah. And another one is Adi Hidayat. Yeah, he is also quite famous. Yeah, and he also holds an education from Libya. Okay. The next one. This is another interesting example of Kristiana Dewi. Yeah, Kristiana Dewi. She was firstly famous as an actress, yeah, but then moved, yeah, as Islamic da'i, yeah, Islamic preacher. But we can see in this Instagram account, yeah, she has made several Instagram accounts, yeah, and it has two different faces, yeah. In her Instagram account, yeah, in her Instagram account as an actress, yeah, he got more than 16 million followers, yeah. Because in his account, in this account, yeah, he he saw more about her personal life. Yeah. So yeah, in more common. Yeah. Okay. And then with this the official dakwah account, yeah. But for her official dakwah account, he received less follower in her official dakwah account. So I think this is because he popularly known as more as actress, yeah, rather than as an Islamic preacher. Okay, and then I'll move on to the conclusion, I think, yeah, because our time is run out, yeah. So from this presentation, I would say that the transmission of Islamic teaching, which initially relied on the oral and personal authority of Muslim scholars who have direct contact with the Prophet Muhammad and his companions, has been challenged by the impersonal authority of print media and has also been increasingly disjointed from the traditional and rational legal authorities by the global use of the internet by Muslim communities all over the world. And the use of the internet in the representation of Islam and Islamic teaching propagation in Indonesia has strengthened the shift from the center periphery model of authority to the more complex network model. And many independent interpreters of Islam have started to emerge. And especially because of their creative encounters, creative engagement, yeah, of these new interpreters. They have contributed to the change of the way Islamic religious authority operates in Indonesia. Okay, I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the interesting and inspiring talk, Taufik. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. Now, if anyone has any question, please raise your hand and mention your name and institution. Some of your question can we read from the chatting room? Maybe I can. There are two or three. Okay, let's give the operative first. There is Pak Dodi Estruna, I'm Rashid Ridho, and Azim. Okay, for the first, please, Pak Dodi.
Yes, thank you, Pak Rifki. I'm still joining the session. My question will be directed to I think to both presenters because this is only a kind of reflection. We are now facing a kind of disruptive changes. Can you hear clearly, Pak Rifki? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, clear.
Okay, good. Now we are facing a kind of disruptive changes with all the impact to almost every aspect of our life. Religious life is one example, education is another example, and religious education is also another example again. However, we have to welcome whatever happened. We have to welcome the changes. We cannot go back to the past time. By the way, I am now still attending ASEAN Education Symposium today to present my research on education and the impact of the COVID and the technology. Yesterday also I heard from Professor Nadir Shah Hussain, who gave a valuable note that according to him, and I think to some degree we also agree, face-to-face meeting in Islamic teaching, in Islamic teaching learning process could not be could not be changed or be alternated by online process of learning. This is according to him. Otherwise, there will be no kind of barokah gitu ya, mutabarat. Kita tidak dapat itu. We don't get that. There is no, say, for example, there is no hand kissing, something like that. Yeah. While we know that education is not merely a transformation of knowledge, you can process more than that. Now, what do you think to both the presenters? This again, this is only a kind of my perspective. What do you think about this idea? Can religious teaching learning process or Islamic teaching learning process, which is not more not merely a kind of transformation of knowledge? Actually, I'm not that pessimistic, but we need to make sure that everything will be all right. Is there any kind of alternative to such a situation where religious education, especially Islamic education, is not merely a transformation of idea of knowledge, but also it's a kind of educating, educating process which sometimes we need a kind of a physical touch, something like that, face-to-face meeting, something like that. Okay, that's what I would like to share, Pak Rifki. Thank you for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Dodi. The next question, please, Pak Rashid Ridho. Bisa di-unmute?
Okay, thank you. Dr. Rifki, my smiling, handsome moderator. Nice to see you. Can see each other in the class later. I have the perception that I agree with Dr. Dodi, my senior in McGill. Seems that perhaps we should change as the challenge has changed. But then what can we change? This question perhaps to both speakers, but I have a special question to Professor Rahma Ida. I always regard digital technology as either curse or blessing. Choose one. While its convenience is its blessing, in regard to its curse, I have seen the death of printing press and book binding, which leads to the problem of illiteracy. Our Z generation has not enough literacy needed to cope with the world and the knowledge to produce. What can we deal with this generation loss? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rashid. The next one, Pak Hazim, please.
All right, thank you for this opportunity. I think this presentation was very interesting, and I have one question that I think it's relevant to Mas Taufik, Dr. Taufik Rahman. Is talking about the mediatization of religion. And I would like to hear from your opinion about the impact of the emergence of mediatization of religions, because as we see from a different perspective, like Hartford that mentioned about religious mediatization in European tradition, particularly in Nordic countries, he mentioned that the mediatization of religions impact to the secularizations. So what I want to know from your perspective is what the impact of the degree of religiosity in Indonesian perspective in Islamic realms. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. I think this is the first session of the question and answer session. Please, for the speakers, from Rahma and Mr. Taufik Rahman, please.
Okay, thank you. I will take first turn, and then later on Pak Taufik. Yes, thank you very much to Pak Dodi Truna and Pak Rashid Ridho for such burning questions. Yeah, I do agree as well when yesterday Kusnadir said that yes, face-to-face Islamic teachings cannot be removed and then cannot be changed by the use of technology. Yes, we know that technology is actually secular, yeah. So the technology, we do not have any connection actually to the technology, because the technology is just like the hardware and the software. And then if we learn about cyber cultures and about cyber technology, we know that it's actually we are not in the space of humans, but we are is a non-human when we are coming into the technology engagements. So taking this sign, I see that education, especially religious educations, should be done by the face-to-face communications. I means that the interpersonal connections, the interpersonal connection is very important. As we learn, as let's say my experience when I was like a child, guru ngaji is until now is become my guru. Yeah, and when I still met him, met them, met hers, I still do salim, what we call in Java. So the human connections between the murshid, I mean, between the teachers and then the students and then the followers at this instance is actually very close, very close. But when we are coming into the technology, just like the social media, so as Pak Taufik also mentions, we are getting in public, so we do not have any individuals' private connections anymore, except we rely on what the public has said about that religious values, about the religious teachings. And then, so I think if Pak Dodi asking about, is there any alternative about that? So I will try to connect these queries to the to Pak Rashid Ridho questions about, so how's about our generation? So this is said to say that the generations, our generations, spend their time too much on the social media, so that they try to use the times, their everyday life, using the social media, and they like to get connected with the world outside, even they do not have connected to the other person. So as experience to my child, I asked whether how many friends do you have in your, let's say, Facebook or Instagrams, and she said that I only have like a close friend. I do not want to make friends to another people outside that I do not know. So this is actually the tendency behaviors among the Generation Z, that they don't want to have many friends as us, using the technology, even using the technology, but they want to keep updated with the informations, or what we call FOMO, fear of missing out. They are afraid of missing the newest informations about the words, about the things, what has happened nowadays. So when they wake up, they reach the mobile phone because they want to see what is the breaking news of today, and what is the the hashtag that people use for the morning. So that's what they want with the technology. So in terms of religious educations, then people would like to, I mean, like the Generation Z would like to use social media teachers or social media hashtag that they think is become the trends among the generations of them. Yeah. So actually, what is the issue of that? When the issue of the wearing of bra in Islam's, and then my daughters also asks, is that really Islam is also regulate the use of the wear of bra among the women's? And I said, this is actually, I don't know, because when I was a child, I did not, I never received this kind of, teaching about that. But this is the questions of them. So it's very important for us in educations right now, like Pak Dodi and others people here as the lecturers. So we try to give more literacy to our students and then to the public outside, how they select the meanings, or how they select the text that is relevant to them, and try to to ignore others, especially in the disruptions era. We see that various texts, yeah, and then different kinds of meanings and interpretations about Quran, about Hadith, about all the teachings. Nowadays, it's just like our flies, yeah, it's just like mosquitoes on our mobile phones. So based on that, I try to stress here that literacy is very important in order to to achieve the goals that we want in education. Yes, of course, I agree with Pak Dodi that education is not only conveying the message about the things, or just to teaching students with the course, with the materials. But more than that, education is a matter of ethics, is a matter of how we face the life, how we face the changes of the life births. So yeah, I do not have a more ideas about the alternative. So I hope that I could answer these two questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rahma. Now, please, Pak Taufik Rahman.
Okay, thank you, Rifki, and thanks for the questions. Especially two questions directed to me. From the first one from Pak Dodi, but Prof. Rahma already answered this question, but I will add some point here. I think yeah, there is a fear, yeah, with even during the phenomenon of COVID-19, yeah, when we moved to online learning, yeah, there was a fear that it's hard to teach emotion, yeah, affective teaching to the student, yeah, because we can do more, in a more cognitive aspect of teaching. But I think, again, because media is a tool, yeah, it's only a weapon. So it's depend on the way we use, the way we manage the media, and if we can use, yeah, if we can optimize, yeah, use the tools, yeah, of the online or digital media, we can actually we can also add the humanistic touch, yeah, in the online learning, because as we know that in many cases, yeah, even the issue of radicalism, it can also be done in online in online ecosystem, yeah. there was like an issue in the UK, for instance, the issue of bedside radicalism. Yeah? Some people who got radicalized, yeah, without direct contact with others, yeah, only because of they search on internet, yeah, and then suddenly they want to go to Syria, for instance, yeah, and that happened in our online ecosystem. And for education, I think we can also use this for more positive side of education by developing more humanistic touch, yeah, in our online learning. Yeah, but yeah, this is not easy, yeah? Especially for us, for those who are come from colonial generation, yeah, not millennial generation. We teach students in millennial generations. Yeah, we need to learn many platforms of internet that we can use to engage more with students. I think this is also related to the idea of society 5.0, introduced in Japan, and will focus on how we can use technology in more humanistic way. So again, yeah, I think that there are still many opportunities, many ways that we can use as an alternative, yeah, to use the online media, yeah, to give more comprehensive education and not only knowledge transfer or more cognitive aspect of education. That's my answer to Pak Dodi. And then the second one is Pak Hazim. Okay, thank you for your question. I'm not quite sure about the question, but correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. You mentioned about the role of internet as mediatization of religion. Is that what you mean? Okay. So yeah. In Indonesian context, yeah, I think we have a very good opportunity as well, yeah, to use the digital media, yeah, for to bring the moderating effect, yeah, especially using the mainstream media. Yeah. The role of in my research, yeah, about Indonesian media, yeah, many mainstream organization in Indonesia play an important role, yeah, in the mediatization, yeah, especially in the idea of moderation. Yeah. The organization like Muhammadiyah, NU, yeah, the publication like moderate Islam publication like Republika, for instance, yeah, and many moderate Islamic clerics, yeah, para dai Muslim, yeah, in the from the moderate Islam, yeah, they plays very important role in the moderating effect, yeah. So I think this is a very good phenomenon, yeah. But of course, there is also a challenge, yeah. There is also a challenge, yeah, because although in the digital media, yeah, there is an opportunity to open our mind, yeah, to learn from many different perspectives. But there is an issue of filter bubble or algorithmic enclave, yeah, when people tend to interact only with limited circle of friendship, yeah, and the limited circle of interaction. Yeah. So this is a challenge, yeah, for moderation and also democratization of learning process in the internet. Yeah. Because if we go to internet, but we only interact with a very limited circle of people, yeah, from our group, yeah, so that will limit our opportunity to learn from other perspectives. This is a challenge which is called as the idea of filter bubble from Eli Pariser, or Merlin Alim may mention this as the idea of algorithmic enclave. Yeah, in the internet there is a possibility that although we go online, but we are residing in a very specific, a very small enclave, because of our limited friendship or interaction or connection. I think that's my answer. I hope this answered your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Taufik. I see some question also, but I should read some of the question in chatting room. First, from Tahan MC, how about MOE fatwa to this social media? Did MOE still work in this area? That's the first question. The second question from Abdul Shukur, to what extent the change or shift religious authority impact on the relation between mystic disciple and his master? Is there any research on this? Because the relation between murid and the mursyid is very specific. Maybe Prof. Rahma or Pak Taufik can explain this, please.
Yes, I will ask the first questions on the chat from Pak Tahan. So yes, about UI ulama fatwa about the social media. Did MUI fatwa still works? I think people do not care anymore without fatwa. Yeah, I remember in the olden days, when not the olden days, actually in the olden years when I was interviewed by several mass media in Indonesia about this fatwa on the prohibitions using the Facebook at that times. And then I was like, gave my comments. I was afraid that people in MUI, they do not have experience using the Facebook, because Facebook was engaged with Indonesian publics in 2000s, in 2005 or 2006. I can't remember about that. And then I talk about that, and then again we see that MUI also reach the social media to inform the public in Indonesia about many things, especially during the COVID-19 as well. So I think the fatwa is not work anymore. We do not take any issue about the fatwa anymore on the social media. That's so far that I know. I'm sorry about that. And then, so the second one's from Pa Abdul Shukur, the questions about, what extent to changes, shiftings in religious authority impacts, as Pa moderators already mentioned that. I don't know, because I'm not working on the relationship between, very specific teachings method between the religious guru and then the students and then the murid. But I can give my comments on that. The shifting is not much. I means like students in pesantrens, in traditional pesantrens, they are still exist, and then is continuing to study in the pesantrens. Even we have like pesantrens online, or we have like streaming pesantren, yeah. As you know, for adult people, they follow that. Let's say kajian every morning, yeah, kajian every morning on YouTube. That some women and mothers have still, you know, following that. But for the children, for our children, pesantren is still important. Even nowadays, I saw that in Jakarta, especially, and in Surabaya, I observed like several new, they call modern pesantrens, but the pesantren is not like NU or like Muhammadiyah pesantren's in several areas, just like in Jombang and so forth. But this is very modern. So they use English, they use even Arab. So Arab language now has been spread it out, yeah, in Jakarta and in Surabaya. So for examples, our colleagues in Erlangga, some of them very delight when they see that the children's can speak Arab, yeah, very good Arab, you know. They say because yeah, in the futures, Arab language is very important rather than the English. So we will see how then when they graduated from that kind of modern pesantrens. So then we will hear people speak Arab everywhere on the public sphere. Yeah. So maybe this is a kind of the new trend that I see about the pesantrens in today Indonesia. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Rahma. And please, Pak Taufik, to add some answer for that questions.
Okay, yeah, thank you. First, I would like to add for the first question, yeah, about MUI fatwa. I think Pak Tahan mentioned what Pak Tahan mentioned is about the fatwa about the law and the guidance, yeah, to interact in social media. Fatwa hukum dan pedoman muamalah melalui media sosial. Yeah. If that's what you mean, I think that is a very good guidance. Yeah, that is very good guidance for media literacy. Yeah. Because I also doing research about media literacy from Islamic perspective. Yeah, so this fatwa gives very good guidance on how to interact in social media. Yeah, based on Islamic guidance. Yeah, there are many ayat Al-Quran, yeah, many Quranic verses, and also hadith, yeah, mentions about how the way we use social media. Yeah. So if that what you mean, I think that's a very good guidance for us. Yeah, we can also teach them to students, yeah, on how to interact in social media based on Islamic teaching, based on Islamic values. Okay, and for the second questions, to Syukur, yeah, I agree with Prof. Rahma Ida, yeah, that of course in Islamic teaching, the physical contact is still very, very important. I think I would say that this is still very important. So the more limited circle, yeah, of the teaching between Ustad and his student and their students, yeah. So physical education in the traditional way of learning is still very important. And what is then the role of social media? Yeah? And we can still use the social media as an additional tools. Maybe we can use the social media as additional tools to to enrich knowledge, and also to develop more interaction. But to me, this is only an additional tools. Yeah. So the physical context, physical interaction is still very important in this matter. Okay, yeah, I think that's my additional answer to this question.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Taufik. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have attended such interesting and inspiring discussion. Unfortunately, it's hard for me to conclude in systematical way, because a lot of things that all of them are interesting, but may I conclude how two points at least here. First, Bu Rahma tells about the need for literacy, to face the situation. Yeah? One side is a blessing because there are a lot of things, yeah, that make easier for us as a Muslim, but at the same time, there's also dangers. Yeah, Rashid mentioned about curse. Yeah, so there is a need for literacy in terms of social media and internet media, so people can rationally select, yeah, the interpretation of the teaching, the interpretation of religious text, for example. And the second one, from Pak Taufik, I highlight the media law, yeah, about this. There should be a kind of media law that can filter or minimize the negative potential effect, yeah, for the community. In such a way, topic mentioned about the need for moderate Islam in such a situation. Yeah? From the what Pak Taufik conveyed in the his presentation, we find a lot of media that really available. So many schools, yeah, of Islam, yeah, from very traditional to very in terms of fundamentalist or radical, or are available in the media. Okay, for this such interesting discussion, I thank you very much for yes. Thank you very much for Prof. Rahma Ida, PhD, and for Pak Taufik Rahman, PhD, for their time and their valuable contribution to this conference. We also thanks to the ladies and gentlemen. May I thank you very much for active participation in this conference. I hope you enjoy the program. And also, I should thank Vice Rector Academic, Prof. Rosyan Anwar, Pak Yudi Dharma Laksana, Dean of Faculty Usuluddin. And I hope you enjoy our program. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless us in this session of the conference. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can we applause our session?
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Rizky, for moderating us. It's very pleasure to meet you. Thank you all.
Thank you,
Prof. Ida.
Ya, thank you Bu Irma.
Thank you, Mbak Rizky. Thank you, Mbak Ida.
Ya, Pak Taufik.
Ketemu lagi.
Ya.
Terima kasih, Mbak
Ya.
Irma.
Oke, terima kasih,
Okay.
Pak.
Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please, Bu Irma.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rifki, for facilitating this plenary sessions by keynote speakers from Professor Rahmah Ida from Airlangga University and Pak Taufikur Rahman PhD from Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the presenters, I would like to have an announcement. We are moved now to the parallel sessions. In today parallel session, we have we talk about women and religious authority. This parallel sessions will be facilitated by Dr. Neng Hannah. Please be prepare for all the presenters at these parallel sessions. I now will hand it over to Dr. Hannah to facilitate this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mistress Irma. Is my voice heard?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Excellency, Dean of Faculty of Usuluddin, State Islamic University, Mr. Wahyudin Dharmalaksana. Honorable all the presenter in this parallel session and all the participants in this international seminar. Let's give thanks to Allah who has given health so that we can attend this activity. Salawat and salam we convey to the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Well, my name Dr. Neng Hannah MAG. In this parallel session, I will be a moderator. We have 6 presenters in this parallel session. I will check first. Are all the speakers in this panel present? Okay. First, Mr. Hasim and Mistress Zuhina Fihayati from University Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo. Are you present?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. The second presenter, Mr. Dharma Setiawan from IAIN Metro Lampung, and Mr. Dwi Nugroho from University Gajah Mada. Are you present? Okay, Dwi ya. Yeah, still unmute, still mute. Okay, the third presenter is Mistress Erni Isnayania from Islamic State University Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung. Are you present, Mistress Erni? Okay, I will check again the next presenter, Mistress Yeni Huriani. Okay, are you present? Okay, yeah. And Tahan ya, Mr. Tahan Mentia Kambah. Are present? Okay, okay.
Present.
Present. And the last presenter is Siska Lestari from STIS Asaadah Sukasari Sumedang. Are you present, Mistress Siska? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform that the presentation slide will be shown by the committee to save time. And each speaker will be given 5 until 7 minutes. Okay, right? Ladies and gentlemen, we will listen for the first presenter in this parallel session, Mr. Hazim from University Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, and their article title is Aisyah Engagement in Fighting Against the COVID-19 Outbreak in Sidoarjo. Okay, please, time is yours.
All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, before we starting our presentation, could you please share my PPT? If not possible, I can share mine.
Yes, you can. You already become a co-host.
Could you see my share screen?
Yeah.
All right. First of all, let me introduce our team here. My name is Hazim, and also my friend Suyina Fiayati from Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo. Our topic here is Asia engagement in fighting against the COVID-19 pandemic in Sidoarjo. And what I want to present here is the result of my investigation to get to know the extent to which Asia engagement in dealing with the pandemic and its impacts. This is the point that I would like to present what the result will be. In order to analyze my finding, I would like to mention here my theoretical frameworks. This is about the way of participations, public participations, and here I use Brunton et al. Form of participation. That's according to them, there are two kinds of participation. The first is utilitarianism, and the second one is social justice. What is utilitarianism? This is a kind of community involvement, approach oriented toward community engagement effort in order to increase the effectiveness of public service interventions. So the main point here is how to invite as many as possible people to be treated. And the second point, what it calls social justice, it departs from the idea that policies affect social problem. So the way to deal with the problem should be done in influencing policymakers to produce a regulation that's more socially justice. So these are two theoretical framework that I would like to use to analyze my focus of study. And here, my method of study, the investigation carried out a qualitative approach taking place in Sidoarjo, and the data collection consists of 3 points. The first one is participant observation, focused on Asia program implemented in order to fight against the COVID. And the observation started from September 2020 up to February 2021. And this is basically the first semester of the pandemic. The second way of data collection is the interview, involve 17 informants chosen through purposive sampling, representing Asia leader at the district, sub-district, and village level, where the interview also involved 2 patients recovered from the COVID infections. And lastly, we also involve analysis of document, report media, or social media such as Facebook, Twitter, YouTube channel, either owned by the organization or individual informant. So to analyze this data, we use Mills and Haberman's way of analysis. So we start to that condensation, data display, drawing, and verifications. We use this way in order to get as comprehensive as possible related to our funding. What we get from these investigations, we get 2 main findings basically. The first one is Asia strategies to fight against the pandemic, and the second one is Asia social solidarity to reduce the pandemic effect. So let me tell you a little bit more detail about this. What it called Asia strategies to fight against the pandemics. Asia in Sidoarjo conduct collaborative participation in building public wellness because, as I think everybody knows, in the beginning of the pandemic, most of Indonesians tended to ignore and even less responsive to the preventive measure from the spread of coronavirus. This situation had encouraged Asia to take its role in building public wellness directed to control the spread of coronavirus through various activities, such as appealing to the public to pay attention to the health protocol of the coronavirus, distributing mask, disinfectant, immediate aid for vulnerable people, etc. And as you can see here, this is the action in traditional market in Sidoarjo, and this is also the way of Asia campaign in public place. Another finding also is the way of Asia contribution for the COVID patient and their families. And what we get from this investigation, that Asia provide its hospital as an effort to build equal access to health for the public, especially in the Sidoarjo case. This hospital provide for those come from southern and western part of Sidoarjo, where most of the Sidoarjo people who come from there is not easy to get access to Sidoarjo city. So this hospital is really strategic place for accommodating them. And the second point related to this is that Asia also provides some kind of social support for the COVID patient and also their families, such as providing food, counseling, and other social supports that, according to the patient, they mentioned that it's really helpful because it's not happen like it when they got COVID and they are living in hospital or in other place without any social support, even counseling from other people. And Asia coming from this kind of contributions. And yeah, I would like to mention also that Asia Rumah Sakit Siti Fatimah. This is Asia Hospital that's got surat keputusan, what it calls surat keputusan from Governor of East Java that Rumah Sakit Asia is part of hospital to cover the COVID patients. Another finding also mentioned here that Asia social solidarity to reduce the pandemic effects. And I would say that some terrible effect of the coronavirus had encouraged Asia in Sidoarjo to actively involve in reducing the social economic impacts. What this organization provide immediate aid directed to vulnerable people, such as online driver of motorbike and pedicab, as well as kindergarten teachers and other vulnerable people. Another program also developing a family food security program, namely Sedekah Cantolan, or urban farming, what it called gerakan ketahanan pangan berbasis keluarga. And what they do there in this program are like planting vegetable in some public areas. So they collect together the result of this planting and they distribute for the people around them. This is what it calls Sedekah Cantolan. So they also give some food there, and some people who need them they can take for their needs. Now we comes to discuss our findings here. Considering the Asia approach in dealing with the pandemic, as aforementioned above, it can be seen clearly that Asia in Sidoarjo has played utilitarian participations. This means that most of the program are oriented to increase the effectiveness of public service interventions. Meanwhile, social justice orientation of participation is less attention for these organizations. Now we jump to the conclusion because our time is so limited. There is an engagement to overcome the COVID outbreak and its impact at the local context. In Sidoarjo has shown pivotal roles. However, where some scholars divide to paradigm of community engagement, which are utilitarianism and social justice, ICA in Sidoarjo has played a significant contribution oriented to utilitarianism. This approach has been done by establishing some participation strategies, such as building public wellness, providing healthcare service for the COVID patients, giving social support for the patient and their families, as well as distributing immediate aid for vulnerable people in order to reduce the social and economic impacts of the pandemic. Meanwhile, social justice orientation of participation is less attention. And finally, I think this finding has contributed to fill the scientific literature gap on religious-based women community responses against the pandemic, where there has been lack of explorations. However, the pandemic has been going on and no one even can predict when it will end, even right now. So it is important to explore the extent to which Asia commitment in contributing the humanitarian issue for a long-term period. We don't know next time, we don't know next year, even we don't know the last year. Another pivotal issue that need further investigation, I think, is Asia ways to collaborate with other stakeholders such as legislative, executive, and other social organization in order to achieve its goal. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Hazim. You have delivered a good and interesting presentation. Okay,
Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, we will go to the second presenter, Mr. Dharma Setiawan from IAIN Metro Lampung. The title is Religion and Women's Socio-Economic Welfare, an empirical study of women's economic empowerment based on entrepreneurial pesantren in Metro. Okay, time is yours, Mr. Dharma Setiawan. Are you there? Mr. Dharma Setiawan? Okay. If there isn't not present in this parallel session, okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm
Mr. Nugroho. Mr. Nugroho. Yes. We will present.
I'm sorry, we can't problem about my phone.
Okay.
So you can show my slide of presentation, or
maybe you can share by yourself.
Okay, I will share by myself, but I will use my mobile phone, so the video will be off probably.
Please.
Wait for a minute.
We'll try to share your.
Yes, you can see this slide of presentation.
Yeah, we can see.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the community giving the time to me to deliver my speech or to deliver my research of this today. I will say thank you for the community, and this will be focused on the religion and the woman, and the title or the specific title of this research is Religion and Women's Socio-Economic Welfare, an empirical study of women's economic empowerment based on the entrepreneurial pesantren in Metro. But the first time, I will introduce myself to you all. My name is Dwi Nugroho. I'm a student of University of Gajah Mada, focus on the GRGS, and interested in Islamic economic. And my partner is Dharma Setiawan. He is a lecturer of IIM Metro Lampung. The use of the religion to legitimate the existence of men makes a human life polarized, or that the isolated in the public sphere. This condition is exacerbated by the use of social, historical, and cultural discourse. And to understand the gender discourse, we know that Prof. Amina Wadud revealed that it's necessary to examine it in hermeneutical tawhid, which understand the context of verse representation and the universality of dynamic and the ripple hidden message, and does not cut it in the face. And the study will focus on empowering women based on religious values built in women entrepreneurial percentile in building religious access and the socio-economic welfare. And in addition to continuing this study, it will reveal by analyzing comprehensively how non-structural civilization of women by utilizing religious beliefs. And sorry, the aim of this research to analyze the empowerment of pioneer women in building socio-economic independence, family economic prosperity, and also increasing women capabilities for empowerment pesantren. Same as Amartya Sen shows the capabilities theory as something that can be done, something that can be, and someone freedom to be something or function. The capabilities in this research are present ability to do something that is influenced by pattern of self-development. And Sen emphasized that process of the economic development can be seen as a process of expanding the capabilities of people. And the method of this study, this article is the result of field research conducted in pioneer women's community in Metro City, Lampung, and the selection of the object of this research is based on the fact of the ground with which show that there is a strong enough relationship between religion, women, and economic. And the study used the data obtained from observation, interview, and documentation studies. And basically, I'm a part of this community, so the observation I will take in my activity in this community. And the underview, I'm using the semi-structured method to religious leaders as mentors and also leaders of this empowerment of women. And also, this interview take with pioneer women's leader, empowerment leader, pioneer women, and also gender activists. And the third one is documentation studies, was taken from financial documentation and other data during the enforcement process. And then the data is structured, redacted, and also analyzed by using the context so that it will provide a comprehensive explanation. And the result of this study, we are getting the 3 points. The first one is women in sociologist construction. We know that the issue related to the gender and Islam has captured the attention from the researchers and the expert. And based on the Komnas Perempuan reported in 2020, there are 3 points from Komnas Perempuan. The first one is the position of a woman at home is very weak. And the second one, issue related to the equality are in principle simple and the flexible concept to be carried out by anyone and anywhere. But at the same time, the presence of women in public is often a position as an ambivalent activity. And the third one is patriarchal construction, like interpretation of religious texts of Quran, strengthen the social religious gap between men and women. You know that I mean, I would recommend that using the monastic hermeneutic or hermeneutic Tawhid approach to interpret the verse of Quran by looking at the context, universality of the dynamic, and also describing and implied the verse. And the second one is a women economic empowerment and local economic welfare. You know that pioneering as a community empowerment with a focus on empowerment movement of women. And Payungi, Payungi community have produced the creative space of tourism, transformative education, and also women empowerment based on the community mutual cooperation effort in developing women economic prosperity. And the second one is Payung as a creative economic and culinary market and the impact of this improvement of the Payung empowerment of women. There are 6 impact, and the first is reducing the number of poor women, developing a business, increasing community awareness, increasing the independence of women group by developing productive business, and increasing women capacity.
Pardon, sorry, Mr. Dwi, can you speed up your presentation? You only have 1 minute left. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, in this community, some as Amata Sen said, women have a different function each other in the empowerment. They are jointly giving each other a function in building women economic by working together, collaborating, and taking action. The pioneer women are able to reduce the representative set for empowered and prosperous women in economic, mind, social, and religious. And the conclusion in this study, the religious values in pesantren, which are elaborated with the spirit of empowerment, were able to improve the economic welfare and increase of women capabilities in entrepreneurship. And knowing is starting to grow, access is open, digital skills are starting to be explored, and communication and service quality are updated to make a woman able to be empowered with creativity and innovation from each woman. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dwi, for your presentation. I'm sorry, I remind you earlier because yeah, your time is over. Okay,
Okay.
We will go
Sorry.
to the third presenter. The third presenter is Mistress Erni Isnainia.
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready, Mistress Erni? The title is Transformasi Gerakan Organisasi Perempuan Islam di Indonesia. Studi terhadap PW Fatayat NU Jawa Barat, PW Nasyatul Aisyah Muhammadiyah Jawa Barat, dan PW Pemuda Persis Jawa Barat periode 2020-2025. Time is yours.
Okay. Sorry. 3 minutes. Can I share? PPT-nya kelihatan? PowerPoint-nya?
Sudah kelihatan, Ibu.
Oke.
Silakan.
Terima kasih. Thank you, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ernie Isnenia. Today I would like to present my finding. Title is The Transformation of the Islamic Women Organization, Movement in Indonesia, Study of Fatayat Nahdlatul Ulama, Nasyiatul Aisyah Muhammadiyah, and Pemudi Persatuan Islam West Java during the period 2020 until 2025. Introduction. Indonesian Islamic Women Organization throughout the nation history played an important role and at the same time carried out and experienced transformation, especially in several programs created by the organization managed. The transformation goes through a process that is not easy. Also, the can be positive and even negative. Research purposes. The purpose of this research is to reveal and the name same explain science facts, scientific finding in explanatory manner regarding the transformation of the Islamic Women's Organization movement in Indonesia, especially Fatayat Nahdlatul Ulama, Nasyiatul Aisyah Muhammadiyah, and Pemudi Persatuan Islam in West Java. In addition, this research conduct to reveal and obtain factual knowledge from of explanation about what transformation have been carried and out and same the experience by the three Indonesian Islamic Women Organization West Java as a whole, which also contribute to the birth of views related to the Indonesian Islamic Women Organization, transform the organization they manage and will, and with various aspects that can be studied. Method, the study use qualitative method and is study of Islamic women who are activity organization in Indonesia, especially in West Java. The sample was taken purpose using the approach of women sociology, sociology of organization, and sociology of social movement as analytical tools. Dan sekaligus juga diperkuat melalui implementasi perspektif perempuan, dimulai dari perhatian peneliti terhadap masalah yang dialami oleh perempuan, penggiat organisasi khususnya organisasi perempuan Islam Indonesia di Jawa Barat, dan harapan peneliti dengan melihat berbagai masalah yang dialami oleh perempuan penggiat organisasi Islam tersebut, peneliti akan memperoleh gambaran masalah dari perspektif perempuan dengan sangat jelas dan sekaligus mendapatkan hasil yang menunjukkan keselarasan antara perempuan penggiat organisasi perempuan Islam yang dikelolanya dengan masalah yang dihadapinya. The validity of the research of this study related to be experience of Islamic women as activities of Islamic organization they manage as an indication of reality. Validitas hasil penelitian ini akan dihubungkan dengan pengalaman perempuan Islam sebagai penggiat organisasi Islam yang dikelolanya sebagai indikasi realitas. Next, result and discussion. Hasil penelitian. The result of the study saw from the beginning until the period the three Islamic women organization have made many significant changes and were able to make extra contribution to the society, especially women between the age of 18 to 14 years as their guidance, and especially in certain program to include men. Kemampuan dalam membuat berbagai program seperti program garapan workshop kesehatan reproduksi bagi remaja perempuan dan laki-laki, workshop ketahanan keluarga melalui program keluarga sakinah, membuat modul dakwah dengan konsep Islam rahmatan lil alamin, workshop kemandirian ekonomi perempuan dan pelatihan protokol kesehatan pada masa pandemi, serta pelatihan digitalisasi IT dan membuka public space bagi masyarakat, khususnya masyarakat pedesaan, untuk menampung semua keluhan-keluhan masyarakat dan sekaligus menjadi rekomendasi bagi para pembuat kebijakan dari tingkat pemerintah desa sampai pemerintah pusat, serta eksistensi di luar organisasi yang sudah tidak diragukan lagi adalah potensi ketiga organisasi perempuan Islam di Indonesia dengan level kepengurusan di Jawa Barat. Berikutnya, conclusion. Pada keadaan sebenarnya, hasil dari penelitian sementara ini menunjukkan apabila diamati melalui berbagai dimensi dalam rangka sebuah organisasi perempuan Islam yang merupakan bagian tidak terpisahkan dari organisasi massa Islam besar di Indonesia yang dikelola oleh kaum laki-laki Muslim, tampaknya masih terlihat mencari bentuk, posisi, dan peran yang akan dimainkannya di masyarakat. Profil utama yang dikedepankan oleh ketiga organisasi perempuan Islam Indonesia kepengurusan di Jawa Barat, dan apabila dapat diambil sebuah kesan tersendiri bahwa ketiga organisasi Islam tersebut yang notabene adalah organisasi perempuan Islam dari organisasi massa besar, yaitu Nahdlatul Ulama, Muhammadiyah, dan Persis Persatuan Islam, kenyataannya masih ditempatkan pada posisi otonom dalam komunitas yang dipeluknya, atau bisa juga dikatakan dengan istilah organisasi perempuan otonom yang masih diawasi oleh organisasi induknya. In addition, when the expertise in the role of change and the potential in has which been proven and applied since in exception of the national stage in can be understand bagian dari kepatuhan dan penghormatan sebagai perempuan Islam penggiat organisasi otonom yang merupakan bagian tidak terpisahkan dari tradisi. Thank you for today, for your attention. Jazakumullah khair. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mistress Ernie, for your good presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will go to the next presenter. The fourth presenter is Mistress Yeni Huryani from State Islamic University Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung. Her article title is Konsepsi dan Implementasi Moderasi Beragama di Kalangan Penyuluh Agama Perempuan di Bandung Raya. Your time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Hannah. Long time not see.
Yeah, long time not see.
Let me present my presentation in Bahasa, please. Okay.
Please.
And to the committee, please share my PPT. Can you? Or I share myself? No.
Maybe you can share by yourself?
Okay. Okay. Everybody can see?
Ya.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih moderator. Saya akan presentasikan ini hasil penelitian tim saya pada tahun ini. Mengambil topik konsepsi dan implementasi moderasi beragama di kalangan penyuluh agama perempuan di Bandung Raya. Penelitian ini didasarkan pada pemikiran bahwa moderasi beragama ini sudah disadari oleh semua pihak termasuk pemerintah di dalamnya dalam mengelola iklim bermasyarakat di Indonesia yang sangat plural, mulai dari perbedaan suku, etnis, agama, budaya, dan sebagainya. Kemajemukan ini kalau tidak dikelola dengan baik akan menjadi pemicu konflik atas nama perbedaan-perbedaan tadi. Kita tahu kemudian ada pergeseran subjek kekerasan misalnya yang akhir-akhir ini muncul di permukaan, di mana munculnya perempuan sebagai subjek atau pelaku kekerasan dan bahkan berujung pada teror. Ini yang kemudian menjadi dasar pemikiran bagaimana penyuluh agama perempuan atau pokjaluh itu menjadi mempunyai peran yang sangat penting di dalam masyarakat. Mengapa? Karena pokjaluh mempunyai area kerja di tiap kecamatan, dan kita tahu bahwa majelis taklim di Indonesia itu marak sedemikian rupa dan tentu saja penghuninya adalah ibu-ibu di sana. Maka kemudian penyuluh perempuan ini menjadi sangat strategis perannya untuk memberikan pemahaman atau pengetahuan keagamaan bagi kaum perempuan sehingga mempunyai pemahaman yang lebih moderat tentang agamanya. Nah, kemudian pertanyaan penelitian ini adalah bagaimana pengalaman kerja pokjaluh perempuan itu dalam mengkonsep dan mengimplementasikan moderasi beragama, yang tentu saja seperti pada background tadi, mereka mempunyai peran yang sangat strategis tadi. Metodologinya mengambil metode kualitatif dan berdasarkan pada studi lapangan dengan teknik FGD dan brainstorming yang kita lakukan lebih banyak secara online karena memang kita masih berada pada musim pandemi ini, sehingga tatap muka secara langsung itu memang beberapa kali sulit dilakukan. Bahkan kuesioner yang dilakukan untuk deep interview juga lebih banyak diisi secara online. Hasilnya adalah bagaimana konsep moderasi beragama di kalangan penyuluh agama perempuan di Bandung Raya itu ditransmisikan melalui para pengelola majelis taklim yang diisikan melalui konten-konten yang mereka berikan pada pengajian-pengajian atau kegiatan-kegiatan di majelis taklim yang diisi oleh ibu-ibu, sehingga paham moderat tentang beragama itu menjadi inti yang disampaikan pada materi-materi majelis taklim yang mereka bina. Kemudian isu perempuan dalam konsep moderasi beragama di kalangan penyuluh agama Pokjaluh Bandung Raya ini didasarkan pada seperti yang tadi saya katakan, maraknya pemain-pemain baru dalam serangan teror terhadap perempuan, menunjukkan bahwa jihad tidak hanya diperlukan atau tidak hanya ditujukan kepada laki-laki, tetapi mereka juga merasa terpanggil untuk berjihad dalam tanda petik, sehingga peran perempuan dalam aksi terorisme menjadi muncul, tidak sekedar taat pada misalnya perintah suami atau taat pada perintah ayahnya, tetapi perempuan dalam konteks kekerasan itu sudah merasa menjadi subjek. Nah, ini yang sebenarnya menjadi keprihatinan bagi para Pokjalu atau penyuluh agama perempuan tadi. Kemudian bentuk implementasi konsepsi moderasi beragama di kalangan penyuluh agama pada majelis taklim binaan itu bagaimana majelis taklim sebagai fenomena aktivitas keagamaan yang diisi oleh lebih banyak perempuan telah menjadi medium transformasi pengetahuan kaum perempuan sebagai pengelola majelis taklim. Bagaimana majelis taklim itu mulai dari pengelolanya diberikan pemahaman atau konsep tentang moderasi beragama, dan konten moderasi beragama ini ditransformasikan kepada para anggota majelis taklim, di mana dalam konteks Indonesia moderasi beragama itu menyangkut satu komitmen nasional yang non kekerasan, kemudian kepekaan budaya, di mana toleransi merupakan indikasi kesalehan beragama. Dalam hal ini bagaimana toleransi yang tinggi harus menjadi wacana di kalangan kaum perempuan, di mana kaum perempuan pada akhirnya akan menjadi transformasi juga bagi anggota keluarganya, sehingga pemahaman tentang moderasi beragama itu lebih menyerap secara kultural, tidak secara struktural. Hasil yang diharapkan dari penelitian kemarin adalah konsep dari moderasi beragama, yaitu cara berpikir, bertindak, dan bersosial dengan cara penuh pertimbangan akan kemaslahatan umum dengan menghindarkan diri dari sikap kekerasan yang berdampak pada ketidakharmonisan di dalam interaksi sosial, bahkan juga dalam interaksi keluarga. Moderasi beragama menjadi ketahanan keluarga pada akhirnya, dan dengan demikian perempuan memberikan dampak positif bagi perempuan penyuluh, memberikan dampak positif bagi kaum perempuan secara keseluruhan yang menjadi anggota majelis taklim itu untuk menjadi muslimah yang moderat dan tidak ada lagi isu perempuan yang terpapar tindakan radikalisme atau terorisme. Itu yang diharapkan dari penelitian ini. Dan insya Allah mudah-mudahan ada umur dan ada rezeki tahun depan tim ini akan juga melakukan pendampingan kepada para penyuluh agama perempuan itu untuk lebih real mengimplementasikan konsep-konsepnya di dalam mendampingi majelis taklim, yang akhirnya konten moderasi beragama bisa lebih tersosialisasi secara masif di kalangan masyarakat dan khususnya kaum ibu-ibu. Itu mungkin yang bisa saya sampaikan pada paparan hasil penelitian kami kemarin. Terima kasih moderator, terima kasih panitia untuk kesempatan mengikuti konferensi ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Mistress Yeni Huryani, for your interesting presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will go to the next presenter. The fifth presenter is Mr. Tahan Mentia Cambah from Sekolah Tinggi Teologi Gereja Kalimantan Evangelis. The article title is Kidung Perempuan dalam Nyanyian Kristen. Okay, Mr. Tahan Mentia Cambah, your time is yours.
I share by myself.
Yeah, please.
Okay, I try. Can see now?
Yeah, we can
Thank
see
you.
your presentation.
Okay, I introduce myself first. My name is Tahan Mentia Cambah. I'm a lecturer in STTGKE or Kalimantan Evangelical Church Theological Seminary. My research title is Female Hymn in Christian Singing. Singing is a tool, a very, very important tool for Christian, and is used by Christian to worship. And the song from the attitude of its adherents or follower following the verse contained in the song. And this paper aims to analyze the Kidung Jemaat, which is used by Christian in Indonesia from 1984 until now. and used to be is only Kidung Jemaat, but nowadays it is unite or one book with the Bible. Bible and Kidung Jemaat is one section now. And I use the lens of feminist theology like Elizabeth Schuller Fiorenza, or see the context and to see what is the problem in there. And I found the dominance of the patriarchal concept. It causes an imbalance of relation in the life of society and church. The research was carried out by qualitative research, and I observing and carefully reading the poem used by church in general, but especially in Kidung Jemaat. I read the Kidung Jemaat poems, I analyze its context and interpretation. The study found that church hymns mention very little about female stories, whereas the Bible tells a lot about females' ministry in the community, which is very, very ironic. And I see it causes the dominance of patriarchal concept in the church. The peoples or the follower of the church attitudes was formed over the years, causing females to be marginalized in Christian singing. As a result, females are also marginalized in the worship in the church and community. So my idea that the church needs to encourage church musicians and theologians to create female song or female hymns, and I said in Kidung Perempuan. That is my idea. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chamba, for your presentation. In my opinion, your research theme is so unique. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will go to the next presenter. I think the last presenter will be delivered by Mistri Siska Lestari from STIS Asaadah Sukasari Sumedang. Her article title Kehidupan Agama Perempuan Terapis Paplus di Kota Bandung. Oke, Mistri Siska, time is yours.
Thanks, moderator. Sudah terdengar suara saya?
Ya, clear. Your voice clear.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Siska Lestari from STIS Asaadah Sukasari Sumedang. Izinkan saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia untuk mempresentasikan hasil dari riset saya. Riset ini mengkaji mengenai kehidupan agama terapis paplus di Kota Bandung. Ini merupakan irisan dari disertasi saya yang berjudul Jaringan Prostitusi SPA di Kota Bandung. Kajian ini melihat bahwa kehidupan prostitusi di Indonesia ini semakin meningkat. Data yang diperoleh pada Direktorat Rehabilitasi Sosial dan Kementerian Kesehatan RI tahun 2012 ini masih sangat tinggi ya, sekitar 229.956 orang. Dan kajian ini memfokuskan tempat paplus di Kota Bandung, di mana para wanita pekerja seks dipekerjakan di tempat pijat, tetapi dibungkus tetapi ada layanan seksualnya gitu. Nah, data pertemuan pekerja seks yang saya dapatkan dari salah satu organisasi di Kota Bandung, yaitu sekitar tahun 2019 ini mengalami peningkatan, yaitu hampir 2.000 orang yang bekerja sebagai terapis PAPLES di Kota Bandung. Nah, kajian ini memutuskan yaitu mengenai kehidupan agama terapis PAPLES khusus laki-laki. Nah, mengapa melihat kajian agama? Karena hampir mayoritas ya bahwa para pelacur ini dianggap mereka jauh dari kehidupan agama, kemudian mereka itu manusia yang sangat kotor, dan mereka tidak tahu agama. Nah, ini yang menjadi dasar apakah memang benar para terapis PAPLES ini memang tidak memiliki sisi kehidupan agama gitu, dan bagaimana kehidupan mereka dalam khususnya kehidupan sehari-hari, karena mereka ini ada yang memiliki anak, kemudian mereka anak dari orang tua gitu, dan bagaimana mereka dari kecil sampai besar gitu, mereka pasti tahu mengenai agama, terlepas itu agamanya dari agama Islam, Kristen, atau Hindu atau Buddha. Nah, kajian ini menggunakan perspektif dramaturgi dan pertanyaan penelitian yaitu bagaimana kehidupan agama terapis PAPLES di Kota Bandung. Tujuannya yaitu ingin menemukan bagaimana kehidupan agama terapis PAPLES di Kota Bandung. Dan konsepnya yaitu di mana setiap orang pasti memiliki pedoman kehidupan atau pedoman hidup atau tujuan hidup mereka masing-masing. Dan teori yang digunakan yaitu teori dramaturgi dari Erving Goffman, melihat bahwa manusia ini memiliki berbagai peran, berbagai sudut, dan kita harus memanusiakan manusia. Dan selanjutnya, metodologi penelitian ini yaitu menggunakan studi kasus dengan pendekatan kualitatif, pemilihan informan secara teknik bertujuan, subjek penelitiannya yaitu para terapis PAPLES sendiri, objek penelitian melihat kehidupan agama terapis, dan teknik pengumpulan data yaitu yang diambil observasi partisipan, wawancara, studi dokumentasi, dan validitas data menggunakan triangulasi. Nah, selanjutnya hasil dari riset ini bahwa setelah dilakukan wawancara, mereka mengakui adanya Tuhan gitu. Jadi mereka yakin dengan adanya Tuhan, dan mereka juga percaya bahwa di kehidupan nanti akan ada surga dan neraka gitu. Dan pada saat kami melakukan wawancara, mereka ingin sebetulnya beribadah seperti halnya yang berprofesi bekerja yang di tempat yang lain gitu, tetapi melihat dari segi waktu dan tempat ini sangat sulit untuk beribadah. Dan mereka yang berpendapat ketika pada saat saya mau melakukan misalnya yang beragama Islam, saya mau melakukan sholat berarti saya harus mandi dulu gitu. Dan berapa kali dalam sehari mereka melakukan pelayanan ya, terapis PAPLES ini memijat dan melakukan pelayanan seksual, dan berarti saat itu mereka harus mandi gitu sebelum mereka beribadah. Dan mereka sebetulnya jauh dari lubuk hati mereka itu takut akan pekerjaannya. Kenapa? Karena itu sangat dosa. Tetapi mereka mengakui ini adalah pekerjaan saya, mau tidak mau berarti ini konsekuensinya bagi mereka gitu. Dan pemaknaan ibadah mereka itu mereka memanfaatkan di sela-sela waktu libur, kemudian mereka selalu mengucapkan doa-doa dan pemenuhan agama dengan hatinya itu, yaitu berniat bekerjanya itu sebagai pemenuhan kebutuhan untuk keluarga mereka. Dan selanjutnya mereka masih tetap melakukan puasa ya, dan mereka juga ketika libur mereka melakukan sholat, kemudian mereka juga ikut pengajian, dan mereka juga melakukan sedekah, dan niat mereka bekerja dalam membantu perekonomian keluarga.
Iya,
demikian hasil presentasi saya. Ya, terima kasih atas waktunya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mistress Siska Lestari, for your presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all presenters have delivered their presentation. We will enter the question season. Those of you who have question, you can raise your hand all write in the chat room. Write in the chat room, and you can mention who is the question addresses to. Okay, according to the time, yeah, we just have 5 minutes left. This parallel session until 11:45.
Boleh
Miss? Oh, Miss Yeni Huriani.
Aku juga bertanya.
Okay, Miss Irma. Okay, please. Miss Yeni first.
Okay, thank you, moderator. My question to fourth presenters.
For presenter.
About female hymn in Christian singing.
Oh, Miss Tahan Mentria.
Yeah, okay. My question is female hymn as a song, of course, sing by male too or just by female? And please tell me what the content is of Kidung Jamaat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, next to Miss Irma, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Hannah. Okay, this is all of you are presenting very interesting topics. I would like to ask a question related to the first presenter about and relate as well to Bu Erni's presentation, because Bu Erni's presentation looking at the organizations and the result of her presentation about the dependency of that organization into the mind or male based organization. Is it the issue of dependency as the result of what Ibu Erni's presentations also happened in Pak Hazim's research about ISIA? Is it really that ISIA have that kind of dependency in its activities, or ISIA has its own unique activities that differ significantly from Muhammadiyah, the main organization that male dominated in its committees and membership, or ISIA has that independency in certain activities. And then so it is also related to Bu Erni ya, Bu Erni, untuk mengetahui apakah memang ketiga organisasi itu memang benar-benar mereka ada dependensinya terhadap organisasi induk gitu ya, ataukah mereka juga sebetulnya punya keunikan dan keperbedaan dari organisasi induknya, kalau ada di dalam aspek yang berkaitan dengan apa gitu ya. Jadi the issue of independency, it is really that dependent or has independent in their ways. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Irma and Miss Yeni Huriani for your question. And please to Mr. Tahan and Miss Erni Isnainia to answer the question. Please.
First,
ya.
Terima kasih. Ya, memang nyanyian ini dinyanyikan secara umum karena memang disusun dalam tahun liturgi, tahun ibadah, jadi dari awal tahun sampai akhir tahun begitu ya. Dan dinyanyikan oleh kaum laki-laki dan perempuan. Hanya masalahnya dari 478 lagu nyanyian, hanya ada 5 yang menyinggung teks tentang perempuan. Dan itu pun hanya muncul nama 1-2 kata, lalu kemudian hilang. Jadi saya memperhatikan ternyata jika ini terus dilanjutkan, marginalisasi terhadap perempuan itu semakin terjadi. Karena semakin sedikit disebut tentang kisah itu, maka semakin terpinggirkanlah kaum perempuan ini. Dan Makanya saya usulkan ide, karena ini sudah bertahun-tahun, saya pikir tidak lagi mungkin untuk dibiarkan. My idea is kidung perempuan itu harus dilakukan dan harus dinyanyikan baik oleh perempuan dan laki-laki. Kenapa pilihan kata juga pada perempuan bukan wanita atau perempuan dewasa? Karena anak-anak remaja dan lain sebagainya pun mereka harus ada di dalam nyanyian umat gitu. Harus dimunculkan pergumulan mereka, karena selama ini yang mendominasi adalah bagaimana kisah laki-laki, kisah para bapak, kisah-kisah yang sebenarnya oke lah, memang tradisi menjalankan itu. Tapi itu sudah bertahun-tahun. Kenapa tidak dimunculkan dan dispesialisasikan buat kaum perempuan? Itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih. Selanjutnya kepada Ibu Erni Isnainiah untuk menjawab pertanyaan dari Teh Irma tadi ya, terkait independensi dari 3 organisasi perempuan yang dijadikan subjek penelitian oleh Ibu. Iya.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Dr. Neng Hana. Oke, deg-degan juga nih ngejawabnya. Oke, penelitian ini yang sebetulnya yang pertama kali selesai di setengah perjalanan adalah penelitian terhadap Nasyiatul Aisyah Muhammadiyah. Itu sudah berulang kali saya lakukan penelitiannya ke Nasyiatul Aisyah Muhammadiyah, terutama karena berkenaan dengan pasmina yang dilakukannya. Jadi kegiatan pasmina yang dilakukannya yaitu pelayanan kesehatan reproduksi terhadap remaja laki-laki dan perempuan. Kemudian kenapa saya lebih banyak, karena terus terang aja penelitian Nasyiatul Aisyah Muhammadiyah ini saya bawa ke SKIM, ke Simposium Indonesia Malaysia, karena ini wajib, jadi saya lebih intens. Kalau untuk yang lainnya karena dilakukan masih panjang waktunya, terutama bagi Dr. Neng Hana. Ini dilakukan pertama bahwa untuk Nasyiatul Aisyah keunikannya sangat mendalam. Pertama ternyata apa yang saya sampaikan itu pertama bahwa Nasyiatul Muhammadiyah yang sekarang sedang menjadi kepengurusan, itu kepengurusannya mendapat apa ya namanya SK untuk bisa dilanjutkan 3 tahun mendatang. Jadi harusnya sudah selesai sampai tahun 2020. Terus kenapa? Karena diperpanjang karena pada masa pandemi. Dari satu sisi ini sesuatu yang pertama, kenapa merasa diawasi, kata-kata saya di akhir, karena kenapa ketika harus diperpanjang gitu, kalau memang kepengurusan itu udah selesai, kenapa harus diperpanjang? Dan SK itu keluarnya bukan dari misalnya Nasyiatul Aisyah Muhammadiyah Pusat, tapi langsung dari PP Muhammadiyah. Nah, itu yang pertama, bahwa apakah hanya karena otonom? Karena kan memang rata-rata organisasi perempuan Islam yang memiliki kekuatan massa dari desa, dari ranting sampai pusat, itu banyak sekali, merupakan sumber daya yang luar biasa, tapi kenapa untuk hanya dalam pemilihan itu harus kemudian diperpanjang mendapatkan SK yang langsung dari PP Muhammadiyah? Kenapa? Apakah mereka tidak bisa menginikan diri sendirinya dulu? Itu yang pertama untuk Nasyiatul Aisyah Muhammadiyah.
Ya. Iya.
Apakah itu menjawab pertanyaan Bu Irma mengenai independensi dan dependensi? Karena keterikatan yang luar biasa, mereka tidak bisa memisahkan diri dari tradisi yang memang mengikat mereka. Karena pertama, Fatayat Nahdlatul Ulama, ada Nahdlatul Ulamanya, kemudian Nasihatul Aisyah, bahkan ada dua, ada Aisyah dan ada Muhammadiyahnya. Kemudian Pemudi Persis, bahkan Pemudi Persis itu sudah 3 kali berubah nama, sampai kemudian akhirnya menjadi Pemudi Persis. Gitu. Ya nilai-nilai kepatuhan terhadap tradisi ini dilihat oleh peneliti dari luar, sebetulnya ini menjadi tidak ajeg, gitu. Menjadi tidak bebas menentukan apa yang diinginkannya. Seperti itu.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, all right, ladies and gentlemen, because our time is up, we will end this session soon. In this session, in this parallel session, we have listened to presentation related to women and religious authority, where it has been explained how women organization take part Aisyah, perempuan di pesantren, Fatayat Nahdlatul Ulama, Nasihatul Aisyah, and about kidung in church and prostitution exactly with comprehensive research. I hope the result of this research will not stop until our article are published in scientific journal. The result of this the result of this research can also contribute to women's empowerment. Women's organization or women who have authority can contribute to empowering women. Okay, maybe I'm sorry if when I moderate this parallel session, many mistake. I say thank you to all presenter, to all committee, and to all participants in this international seminar. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Hana, for facilitating this parallel sessions. Thank you to all the presenters, and also thank you to all participants since the morning till this afternoon for staying in these discussions. We will have a break for lunch and praying zuhur until 1 o'clock, and then please join us again at 1 p.m. for another parallel sessions related to the contestations of religious traditions. So please come back at 1 p.m. Meanwhile, from 12 o'clock until 1 o'clock, while we are having a break, we will show the presentation, the accepted paper, but couldn't present it directly in this conference through the videos that they already sent to us. Enjoy your watching, and we'll meet you again at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bu Hana.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace of God always be with you. Thank you very much for this great opportunity to present my research titled The Resistance of Liberal Catholic Church Congregation, Santo Albanus Bandung, in Preserving Existence in the Midst of Marginalization and Discrimination. My name is Aryo Tejo. I'm affiliated with Parahyangan Catholic University, Bandung, and I'm also the student of doctoral program of religious studies in Sunan Gunung Jati State Islamic University, Bandung. In 1965, Indonesian government stipulated the religions that are considered as the official religions in Indonesia. They are Islam, Christian of Protestant, Christian of Catholic, Hindu, Buddha, and Confucianism. The fundamental problems that emerge as a logical consequences of the religious policy are the discrimination of other religions and beliefs that are not included in the official religions. Furthermore, the government has never considered that in the official religions there are also many sects which are usually dominated by the majority. This kind of problem is also encountered by the Congregation of Liberal Catholic Church in Bandung. The purposes of this research are: the first, to investigate the influences of identity politics in Indonesia on the existence of Liberal Catholic Church congregation in Bandung. The second, to explore how Liberal Catholic Church congregation in Bandung strive its existence. The third, to open the critical understanding on the social-political effects of government policy on religious identity toward the minority groups. The type of this research is qualitative research that combines field research and literature research. Three approaches applied in the research are: the first, historical approach related to the history of Liberal Catholic Church. The second, theological approach related to the beliefs of Liberal Catholic Church. The third, phenomenological approach related to whatever is felt and taught by the remaining congregation of Liberal Catholic Church. The data of research is obtained by interviewing one of the members of Liberal Catholic Church named Mrs. S. It is not the real name, 36 years old. The researcher has interviewed her in depth twice, on Monday, 14 June 2021, from 5 to 7 o'clock in the evening, and on Friday, 18 June 2021, from 4 to 6 o'clock in the evening. She has been joining Liberal Catholic Church Santo Albanus Bandung since 2010. She has decided to join Liberal Catholic Church as she has found the true image of God in theosophy teachings in Liberal Catholic Church. In 2013, she married Mr. Earn, it's not the real name, 36 years old. He was born into the family of Liberal Catholic Church, as his grandfather was a priest of Liberal Catholic Church and his father was a bishop of Liberal Catholic Church. Mr. R. inherited the theosophy teachings of Liberal Catholic Church from his own family. In the early of 20th century, the movement of Liberal Catholic Church began to evolve. because of its openness to accept and integrate the teachings of other religions into the Christian teaching. Liberal Catholic Church separates itself from Catholicism. The concept of faith universality has brought liberal Catholic Church closer to other religious movements, such as Theosophy movement. The basic principle of Theosophy is there is no religion higher than truth. The movement of liberal Catholic Church came to Indonesia along with the Theosophical and Freemasonry movement. The liberal Catholic Church has already existed in several places in Java. For instance, Liberal Catholic Church of Santo Willibrordus in Depok, Liberal Catholic Church of Santo Albanus in Bandung, and Liberal Catholic Church of Santo Bonifacius in Surabaya. In Indonesia, the religion of Catholic has always been defined as the religion of Roman Catholic, although it has been many sects that consider themselves Catholic. The Directorate General of Catholic Community Guidance is only for those who affiliate into the Roman Catholic religion. All other Catholic sects considered non-Roman Catholic are placed under the auspices of the Directorate General of the Protestant Community Guidance. Hence, although the members of Santo Albanus Liberal Catholic Church congregation in Bandung recognize themselves as Catholic, they are still considered a part of Protestantism. Mainly for daily civil registration matters, they are still considered Catholic because the civil registration officer in general cannot distinguish between Roman Catholic Church and Liberal Catholic Church. Such a situation has forced the Liberal Catholic Church members to leave their beliefs and rejoin Roman Catholic Church. Otherwise, they will still be considered as one of the sects of Protestantism. Based on this point of view, researchers can actually conclude the impact of the hegemonizing and homogenizing process in the understanding religion constructed by the government. The definition of religion that is officially set by the government has intentionally or unintentionally marginalized and discriminated against many religions and beliefs in Indonesia. One of the religions that has experienced both social and mental suffering as a result of discrimination and marginalization is Liberal Catholic Church. Religious truth is closely related to the personal conviction. It has nothing to do with juridical provisions. The government in public affairs must prioritize humanity and concern for citizens and not prioritize the truth of. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace of God always be with you. May
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you very much for our God, Allah, because this time give me health reason and good reason to stand up in this moment to presentation for my article. Thank you very much to call me this conference Islamic and Socio-Cultural Studies 2021 for student faculty in Gunung Jati, Bandung. Thank you very much for calling me, invite me to presentation for my article. Salio and Salam Sadia introduced a detailed stress therapy for breast cancer pasien at RSI Sunan Kudus from the presence of local wisdom in religious.
الصدق والوفاء أما بعد رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Thank you for the time. In this time, I will to share about our research, and the title of our research is Ibn Taymiyyah and the Authority of Violence. Study the meaning of Qital or a term of Qital in Tafsir Kabir by Ibn Taymiyyah and its relevance to jihadist violence. Firstly is introduction. The rise of radical acts carried out by jihadist organizations, which are believed to have been inspired by Ibn Taymiyyah. Nasaruddin Umar explained that Ibn Taymiyyah played a significant role in influencing the ideology of radical Islam. He was an expert in law and theology as well as political figure. He is called the spiritual father of the Islamic revolutionary movement, and some have described him as a revivalist model for fundamentalist reformers and a number of other titles. His ideas have inspired many Wahhabi movements in Saudi Arabia in the 18th century. The famous Egyptian thinker Said Qutb, the well-known Mujahideen figure Muhammad al-Faraj, and even contemporary extremists of the caliber of Osama bin Laden is inspired by Ibn Taymiyyah. Secondly, one of the first used as legitimacy to commit acts of violence is Quran Surah At-Taubah ayah verse 9. Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala say, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala berfirman, فَإِذَا انْصَلَحَ أَعُوذُ بِاللَّهِ مِنَ الشَّيْطَانِ الرَّجِيمِ فَإِذَا انْصَلَحَ الْأَشْهُرُ الْحُرُمُ فَاقْتُلُوا الْمُشْرِكِينَ حَيْثُ وَجَدتُّمُوهُم وَخُذُوهُم وَاحْصُرُوهُم وَاقْعُدُوا لَهُم كُلَّ مَرْصَدٍ. This verse was used as legitimacy by Imam Samudra, ex-terrorist or narapidana teroris, in carrying out acts of violence against non-Muslim. If the verse which is contained in the sentence "Faqtulul musyrikina haitsu wajadtumuhum" understood literally with a textual approach, it will trigger anarchic and radical action of a group atau of jihadis, because it is interpreted as fight the mushrik wherever you meet them. Third, Ibn Taymiyyah has two important works. The first is Majmu' al-Fatawa, and second is Tafsir Kabir. And specialized in the field of tafsir is a Tafsir al-Kabir. Next. So in this research purpose is first analyzing Ibn Taymiyyah interpretation of the term Qital in Tafsir al-Kabir, and secondly analyzing the relevance of Ibn Taymiyyah interpretation of jihadist violence. And methodology of this research, this type of research is qualitative, based on library research studies and conducting interview. And a primary data is a Tafsir al-Kabir and the result of interview with ex-terrorists. Secondary data is Majmu' al-Fatawa and other works of Ibn Taymiyyah related to this, related to the research theme. An approach of this methodology, approach of this research is using tafsir and philosophical historical approach, and analyzed by analytical descriptive method and data collected by Maudu'i method. The last is result and analysis. The first, Ibn Taymiyyah interpretation is of textualism, not much different with another mufassirin, especially in interpreting of the Qital verse using following why. Some verse began with Asbabun Nuzul and then explain important related word and sentence, discuss munasabah bainal ayah and syarh al-mufradat, and then supported by other verse related to the study, yashrah bi ayatin ukhra, and then the word of the Prophet istamil aydan al-hadith nabawi al-sharif, as well as the interpretation of the salaf. So he manhaj manhajuhu fi tafsir ويستعمل منهج تفسير بالرواية. And secondly, in explaining the word Qital in Quran Surah Taubah, verse 5, he explained that Qital is a good deed that was ordered by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala in order to eliminate human life, but for the greater maslahah. However, Ibn Taymiyyah interpretation must be adapted to the background of his time, such as the issue of takfir and resistance to the Mongol attacks. Therefore, the reason Qital means defensive, not offensive. And last, the jihadists expand and widen Ibn Taymiyyah interpretation of the term Qital. This expansion of meaning becomes the legitimacy of the acts of violence committed by them, even though the expansion of meaning that they did was a mistake, because it was not in accordance with the interpretation made by Ibn Taymiyyah. The cause of this error is not saying the social context and the motive of Ibn Taymiyyah interpretation. This is the result and analysis from this research, and I think is enough. Thank you for the time, and the last I will say thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, to the respect audience, introduce my name is Rahman Shah from Universitas Muhammadiyah. In this occasion, I will present about the authenticity of the hadith regarding the reason for the level session of Surah Al-Kafirun and effect on religious tolerance. The topic for discussion, this research, all research objective, research method, research result, and conclusion. Research the paper and review and prove the status of the hadith is evident again that it is connected of religious tolerance. This means how does the differs in religion and culture. This is important to study on in order to contribute in resolving conflicts over religious difference, in order to create an attitude of mutual respect and mutual respect between religious of community. Research method. The research method using in solving the problem is the library research method, which is a research method that use library material such as books, journal, and others. The theoretical framework used in this research and the sociological of knowledge by Peter L. Berger and Thomas Luckman in the books The Social Contraction of Reality, a treatise of the sociology of knowledge. This theory explains that when a person performs a social action and confine it cannot be separated from the religious doctrine. That's explain it, but the Quran and the Hadith. In relation to this research, a Muslim who tolerate religion with separated from religious doctrine, namely Al-Quran and Hadith. And then research lesson. The research showed that the Hadith, but the reason for the revelation of Surah Al-Kafirun came from one the companion of the prophets, namely Ibnu Abbas, and companion of the prophets, namely Ibnu Abbas, and the information in the Hadith didn't come from the prophet, but the companion of Ibnu Abbas. Therefore, the hadith fall into the category of mawquf hadith, meaning it stopped until the companion and thus reach to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In the hadith, there is in Atba'u Tabi'in, Labat Abdullah bin Isa al-Hojas. He is considered weak and even failed by the critic of the hadith. So the hadith includes mawquf and da'iful isnad. The status of the hadith is weak. The use an argument, the strength for the surah. And then
the week. And between religious community as long as and they non-Muslim that it fight to worship the God and explain from their country. And then conclusion, the validity of hadith by reason for the slide kafirun. The weakness religious tolerance to promote of plurality and not with the limitation determined by legend that is tolerant, that is not relates to expect of fight, worship and law in Islam. Religious tolerance is not freely understood by people who have been religious, especially Islam. The teaching of Islam forbids people to choose their religion when they have decided to choose Islam, because if they leave Islam and decide they choose the another religion, it is called apostasy. So the freedom of tolerance needs to be firm and strong legends so as not to be expressed for them. Thank you for the ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity. I closing leading bihamdallah, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Fikar Islamia from Magister Hubungan Internasional Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and Octavian Rahman Koko and Professor Dr. Surwan Nuno from Magister Hubungan Internasional Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Now we will discuss about how to harmonize peace democratic theory with Islam and encouraging peace in the Islamic world. But for the first, I'm sorry, I can full screen because my laptop is error, and I hope this is not disturb our discussion. And this we have abstract. This article explains urgency to harmonize idea of peace democratic theory as part of efforts to increase peace in the public sphere. The debate around freedom and public participation as part of the message is strongly articulated in the Quran and Al-Hadith. A comparative of the analysis of Kantian reasoning, Islamic fundamentals is out in order to option a narrative slice that allows for exploration in order to increase the space for peace in the Islamic world. And this article finds that there are many common ground between the idea of peace democratic theory and the idea of Islam in building peace, so that these two ideas can be systematically harmonized for promotion in peace in the Islamic world. And we move to literature review. I have this chart, and the chart describing in Maqasid al-Sharia, the state guides the existence of hierarchy or protection of religious speech aimed at Muslim to prevent wars between countries. And in addition, civic participation, which also aims to a hierarchy, its legal objective must fulfill of three dimensions intended to see that civic participation can go hand in hand with Islamic law itself. This dimension include necessities, needs, and also luxuries. And civic participation that is coupled in democratic continues with civic participation that exists in Islamic law. The involvement of civic society in the law of politics that occurs, civil involvement upholds the freedom of church and opinion in deliberation or in other matters. Freedom is voice opinion and assemblies makes people get their rights in state life. This allows forms of participation from civil society to be shielded, and that while life without war will occur because various problems and conflict will be discussed with discussion and deliberation. We move to research methods. In the study, the methods used is a qualitative descriptive methods, and this qualitative method, the author is instrument in research and analysis carried out continuously from the beginning of the study to data analysis. We move to research. We move to result. For the first week, peace norm and peace democratic theory. In discussing methods relating to democracy, peace democratic theory is often asked how democracy is applied in the word peace. And there are three explanations there that emphasize the role of democratic in uploading peace. Is the identification that three is research that emphasize the different effect of trafficking where all the democratic and regimes and the ability of democratic regimes to limit the action of leader of party. And we move to comparing idea of peace and in Islam with democracy theory. Islam and democracy are two things that are considered contradictory. And methodologically, Islam and democracy cannot that Islam is a religion times world that priorities equality of rights and obligation. If we look at the history of Islam, there are a number of concepts and images that are very important in the formation of an Islam point and point of view of democracy, especially towards peace democratic theory. And third, we we will talk about can we meet the peace democratic theory with Islam. And today, democratic has become to talk everyone in the world, and democracy is considered as a pillar of civilization. It's a natural thing. Democracy is considered as one the rules of proper politics that then Islam is used as the arbiter related to the moral use in the application of peace democratic, and there are three main values related to the application of peace democratic theory in country in Islam. For the first, call it freedom. Freedom here is said to be individual freedom when faced to be state or state power, or what is called individual values as citizen and collective rights as part of society. Second, namely justice. Justice is the foundation of peace democracy, and namely the opening of opportunities for everyone to be able to regulate all forms of life, including economic problems and independence that will be obtained from the person concerned. And the third, there are deliberation or shura in Islam. In this case, deliberation or shura is from maintaining freedom and justice through deliberation in the sense that the individual must be respected in carrying out big rights and life. And we move to number 4, the challenge of harmonizing peace democratic theory with Islam. The result of Islamic politics has made the concept of the Islamic of sovereignty central of Islamic political theory, and is often presented a barrier to all forms of democracy. Democracy is seen by some Muslim activities as a system in which human will is the source of law, while Islamic principles are transcendental and cannot be undermined by the will of the people. But what many people fail to understand is that democracy institutions are not just about the law. And as a result, in many ways, the debate becomes circular because the consequence really more on initial definition or the analysis closely linked to the broad intellectual and social structure that developed as a historical manifesto of Muslim beliefs and traditional over a millennium and a half. And the word sovereignty in use various verses in the Al-Quran. Some of the verses is quoted below. Do you know that to Allah belongs the kingdom of the heavens and the earth, the authorities whom He wills and forgives whom He will, and Allah has power over all things. The concept of sovereignty shows that in the democracy, sovereignty is limited by the geographical boundaries is country, while sovereignty of God, or we can say Allah, and cannot be limited to any geographical area on this earth. And for the last, we have conclusion. Dichotomy and harmonization of peace democratic theory with Islam has existed since ancient times. Muslim Democrat liberal the culture to reign to the world's church religious democracy. Islam itself view peace democratic theory as one to reference material is not too bad, because the real goal and the theory is to create peace apart from the goal, and I think lies in power. And the harmonization that occurs between Islam and democracy is due to several things. First, freedom, which means that there is individual individual freedom for face with the state or the power state, and the second justice is defined as the foundation of peace, democracy, and church the general deliberation. I think enough from me and my team. Thank you so much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Halo? Here we are in the fifth parallel session. This. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Here we are in the fifth parallel session of this conference. Before we continue, I would like to thank to all participants and honorable speakers. The committee has given me 1 hour to manage this parallel session, and there are 5 speakers, namely Miss Aisyah and Mr. Julkipli Lesi from UIN Sunan Kalijaga, and the second is Mr. Asep Muhammad Iqbal and Irma Riani from UIN Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung. The third is Miss Neng Hana from UIN Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung. The fourth is Mr. Seprianus Johani and Benedictus Dinar from Sekolah Tinggi Filsafat Katolik Ledalero. And the fifth is Ade Jamaruddin, Miftah Ulia Nurliana, and Nandang Syarif Hidayat from UIN Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung, STAI Dinia Pekanbaru, and UIN Suska Riau. So because the committee has give us 1 hour to be managed, we will divide the 60 minutes to these 5 presenters. So all the presenter will get about 20 minutes, 7 minutes for presentation and maybe 7 minutes to 10 minutes for presentation, and the rest is for question and answer.
Is Mrs. Aisyah present? Mr. Zulkifli? Are you in the room? Okay. Okay.
Yes.
I see you. Thank you, Mr. Zulkifli. And Mr. Asep, my big brothers. Okay, I can see you. Okay. Ibu Neng Hana, I have met her. And Ade Jamarudin. Okay, I can see you. Okay, we will begin. By the presentation of Miss Aisyah and Mr. Zulkifli Lesi from Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga. Okay, the times is yours. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Do you need? We need to share our PowerPoints. So I will let Aisha to share our PowerPoints. Aisha, would you like to do that?
I'm
Okay.
sorry, Mr. Ken, the moderator present my...
To be caused. Okay.
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 Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Zulkifli Lesi, faculty from Sekolah Pasca Sarjana UIN Sunan Kalijaga. And I'm here with my partner, Miss Aisha, and she's a graduate student at Pasca Sarjana UIN Sunan Kalijaga. Our discussion is about looking at strategy of dakwah and role of political economy of Jamaah Tarbiyah in the urban Malang society. In 2019, PKS, which is a political party, has won a great number of voters in Malang. So we found that there were foundation behind it. Two of foundation we found, which is As-Sohwa Foundation, to support the winning of Partai Keadilan Sejahtera in Malang, and also Jamaah Tarbiyah as the foundation of PKS in Malang. And later on in our discussion here, we found that there is a role of philanthropic as the platform in distributing and to support the activities of Jamaah Tarbiyah in order to support the politics. And later on, we talk about our research methods and what is the strategies of Jamaah Tarbiyah in urban society in Malang. We will talk about role of YASA in augmenting political and economic participation, and the political economic participation in Malang society, which was conducted by donors, urban mosques, and solidarity movement. And then we will close our discussion with the conclusion. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a just short introduction, and I will let Ms. Aisha to present our primary findings of our research.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zulkifli Resi. Okay, I started from now. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. My name is Aisyah, and I'm a delegate from the State Islamic University of Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the third conference on Islamic and Socio-Cultural Studies from the Usuluddin Faculty at the State Islamic University of Sunan Gunung Jati, Bandung, with the theme contestation and religious authority in global media space. Immediately, this time I and my lecturer, Mr. Zulkifli will discuss the topic contestation of religious practice with the title Investigating Strategy Dakwah and Role of Political Economy of Jamaah Tarbiyah in Urban Malang Society. Okay. My article discussed the development of philanthropic practice shifting to political interest from its previous purpose as a social activity for humanitarian aid. This alteration was absolutely crucial to Partai Keadilan Sejahtera, or PKS, vote in Malang City in the 2019 legislative election, increasing significantly to nearly 100%, although later experiencing a downward trend. Accordingly, this research aims to explore profoundly why the PKS vote rose considerably in 2019 after PKS has lost badly in the previous election. The social change that occurred in Malang City became notable to study after we found out the electoral votes for PKS increased significantly from the 2014 to the 2019 legislative elections. PKS votes rose from about 25,000 votes in 2014 and 50,000 votes in 2019. This occurred amid claims that their voters consist of non-organizational and non-Muslim sympathizers, especially from urban communities. The statistical data of the legislative election in Malang City illustrated that in 2009, the number of votes for PKS reached a stable result at 25,646. Then between 2014 and 2019, there was a rise of 100% from the number 26,082 in 2014 and 50,037 in 2019. This finding indicates that PKS made strong efforts to rebuild people's trust after it had been losing votes for a long time previously due to internal and external factors. So the purpose of this research aims to explore profoundly why the PKS votes rose considerably in 2019 after PKS has lost badly in the previous election. Besides that, this study wants to see the philanthropic point of view that is used tool to spread Tarbiyah religious campaign. As explained earlier, our main argument is that the aspect of philanthropy become to the focus Jamaah Tarbiyah in order to reestablish people trust in order to increase votes for PKS in 2019 legislative election. We interest in gathering observational data on philanthropic organizations, and in the particular on the social charity foundation As-Sohwa. This foundation supports to the efforts of Jamaah Tarbiyah as a movement to develop the PKS and campaign for its doctrines. Therefore, I found a political economy within the PKS as political party which is supported by philanthropy. Then the research method here uses phenomenological research with ethnographic approach with primary data source, direct interviews with tarbiyah cadres and elite cadres who directly or indirectly, especially before and after the PKS electoral promotion in Malang. Next, go straight to the research result. Here I found 3 results. First, there is a dakwah strategy of Jamaah Tarbiyah in urban society. In this point, I found that Ustadz Abu Haidar, as part of the Yasa Dakwah program, created his own religious authority by holding the Salat training 1, 2, 3 event every year in Malang City. Abu Haidar, as a Tarbiyah Kadri, can attract up to 3,000 worshippers by emphasizing the principle that prayers is the key of the success of an urban Muslim community. In the field dakwah, activities held by also Malang Duha in congregation were led by a member of Jamaah Tarbiyah. Ustadz Abu Haidar, who has success in drawing the attention of thousands of followers to the participate in the ritual ceremonies such as Salat training 1, 2, 3 to discuss a strategy to establish an egalitarian economy. It is certainly related to the winning agenda, which has been explained before, the rise of votes for PKS in Malang City. Second, about the role of Yasa in augmenting political economy participant in urban society. At this point, I found that Andi Tricahyono, as the director of Yasa, as well as a Tarbiyah sympathizer, gave a dakwah stigma that zakat is an urban lifestyle. This is a trigger for the urban community to participate in channeling their funds into philanthropy under the auspice of Yasa. Then there is mass elite relationship. Yasa acts as an intermediary between party cadres and the people in need. For example, when there is a community in need, Tarbiyah cadres know and then recommend assistance to Yasa. In return, the Tarbiyah cadres get support from the people in need. And the last is political economic participation of urban society. At this point, I made the direct observation in urban mosque in Malang City. The model used by several philanthropists, including Yasa. There are conduct religious studies brought by well-known lecturers and then interspersed with offerings and even coercion of donation in the form of assets or objects. I interviewed a Tarbiyah sympathizer who is also a Yasa donors that she want to contribute to philanthropic activities through religious studies in mosque for reason of piety and devotion to God. So here the reason for humanity becomes the shield behind the reason for the solidarity motive. Finally, there is a political economy that has implication for trust. The conclusion of this study is strategy role participant of Yasa had components that support the connection of Ustadz Abu Haidar, party cadres, to urban communities, and there are sources of support and campaign funds, transformation of orientation to political tendency. Also, political economy, Jamaah Tarbiyah, contribute greatly to the phenomenon of PKS electoral increase. The essence of my discovery is that there is a direction of philanthropy from the beginning to dakwah, now for political purpose. Maybe just that I can say. Thank you for the kesempatannya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Aiza and Mr. Zulkifli Lesi, interesting thing.
Thank you.
Rasulullah SAW said, tahadu tahabu. Yeah. So philanthropists will make everybody happy, yeah, and love the one who help them. That is the theory given by Rasulullah SAW. Okay, the second presenter is Mr. Asep Muhammad Iqbal, my big brothers, and Mrs. Irmariani from UIN Sunan Gunung Jati, Bandung. They will talk about loudspeaker rejection. That is interesting topic too. In Bekasi, if I am not wrong, the case. Okay, let's hear the presentation. The times is your, Mr. Asep.
Thank you, moderator.
Ya, Kang.
Okay. And also my great thanks to organizer of this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun.
Salam.
So I'm going to talk about the relationship between technology and society, particularly about how society adopt technology. When we talk about technology, particularly we talk about technology adoption or technology acceptance, as shown by the existing literature on technology and society. But we rarely talk about how technology is rejected by certain people or communities. This is what something is missing from the existing literature on the technology and society. So this is what I'm going to talk to you about this within I think 5 or 7 minutes. Okay, I would like to present. I would like to share a screen with you. Okay. So my presentation is entitled User-Related Determinants of Technology Rejection among Religious Communities in Indonesia, focusing on the case of loudspeaker rejection by Islamic aspect communities in West Java, Indonesia. Okay. Okay. When we see the existing literature on the technology and society, we found that most studies on technology and society have so far focused on the analysis on how technology is adopted or accepted, particularly the technology of information and communications. It seems that this literature has ignored important questions about how certain technology is rejected or non-used, not used by certain people or communities. So this is what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to fill this gap within the literature on the technology and society. So, however, it is clear that some studies have already addressed this issue. I mean, the issue of how technology is rejected by certain communities or people, but they miss how to study technology relation by group or communities. And in addition, theoretically, this existing literature, most of them stress on technology-related determinants in finding out why individual users reject technology while ignoring user-related factors. I mean that theoretically, the existing literature on technology and society focus on how technology itself influence or impact and uses, while ignore how the users impact or influence their use on certain technology. Okay. So in this presentation, I'm going to present our preliminary research or our study on how technology is rejected by communities, religious communities in Indonesia. This is aimed at filling this gap in the literature on technology and society by studying technology at communal level. This is something what it is missing within the related existing literature on technology society. So this paper, I think our research examines the rejection of information and communication technology as conducted by religious communities. So this is the kind of what we are going to talk. What we are doing, what we are researching on how religious communities reject certain communication and information technology. So to do this, we are doing a case of study within a religious community in Indonesia, particularly in West Java, which they do not use or reject technology. Particularly, this community reject loudspeaker or speaker. Well, these communities are known as anti-speaker communities. In bahasa Sunda, orang aspek, anti-speaker aspek. It is an acronym of anti-speaker, and people call them aspek, komunitas aspek communities. And these communities are located particularly in West Java. They are located in three regencies in West Java, particularly in Cianjur, Sukabumi, and Bogor. And so far, we haven't found any these communities in another regencies in Indonesia. These communities are relatively small compared to the majority of Muslim in Indonesia, and there are no official data on the number of them. I met an official in the kantor Kemenag di Sukabumi. They didn't have the official data how much and how many are there. So this is quite interesting and also a pity. They do not have a certain data or official data of these communities. So in this study, we use a multi-level model of resistance to information technology implementation as our theoretical framework. In this study, we pose questions. In what way do Islamic aspect communities reject media technologies, particularly loudspeaker? And the second question is, what kind of religious determinants influence aspect Islamic communities to do such rejection? And the third one, and to what extent does this rejection of media technologies, particularly loudspeaker, impact on aspect Islamic communities and the surrounding communities? Okay. To answer this question, we are doing a data collection method, and particularly we are doing field work to gather and to collect required data. Okay, employing multiple methods that involve first unstructured interview with the leaders and the members of aspect Islamic communities, and observation. We did interview so far with aspect Islamic communities in Bogor, in Sukabumi, and in Cianjur. And also we did interview with lay members of aspect communities, and also in Bogor, Sukabumi, and Cianjur. In addition, we also had interview with non-aspect Muslim communities who live surrounding this aspect Islamic communities. I mean, this is we talk to them. I mean, they are non-aspect communities to understand how they had interaction and social relationship with aspect Islamic communities. Yeah. We did also some little observation of these communities to understand how they practice their rejection of loudspeaker technology. So, what are our findings? This is a kind of preliminary findings. We are not. This is not conclusive one. So, but I would like to share with you about this preliminary findings. The first one, that our findings show that we are in terms of how they practice the rejection of loudspeaker. The Islamic aspect communities practice that did not use loudspeaker in social activities. The first one, the form of their rejection or non-use of a loudspeaker is shown by their non-use or rejection of loudspeaker in their social activities. Let's say, particularly in wedding ceremony. We saw that they had a wedding ceremony, but it's so quiet, no loudspeaker. People came to the wedding ceremony, but no music, no speaker, no talking, just very quiet. Okay, this is quite interesting. The second one, the form of their non-use of loudspeaker is practiced in their religious activities. They did not use loudspeaker in Islamic ritual such as azan. They did not use azan to announce azan, to call Muslim for prayers. They did not use loudspeaker to say iqamah. Even an ustaz did not use a loudspeaker in their pengajian or ceramah. Okay, this is interesting. There is no such thing, that not use of loudspeaker in their religious and their social activities. It's just so quiet. Okay, but what is interesting is they did not only did not use a loudspeaker, but also they did not use a TV or other media technologies such as TV or radio. Okay. But interestingly, it's okay for them to use mobile phones. Okay, this is interesting. I mean, ask them why you don't use loudspeaker, you don't have TV or radios, but you use you have a mobile phone. Their answer is quite interesting and quite simple. Okay, we need mobile phone for communication. Let's say for sending SMS or for making a phone call. So the second question, then the second finding that we found regarding why they are practicing this this rejection or non-use of a loudspeaker, we found that some factors that contribute to the rejection or non-use of loudspeaker. Interestingly, that factors related to the technology such as loudspeaker do not influence significantly to their rejection of media technologies such as TV, radio, or loudspeaker. Instead, factors related to their own belief, factors related to their own understanding of religions influence significantly to their rejection of these media technologies. Let's say they didn't use loudspeaker because they said there is no dalil from Quran or Hadith or Kitab Ulama that prohibit or allows the use of the loudspeaker. So we can say anything. So we don't have any hukum for this use. So it's better for us to ignore the use of the loudspeaker. So the non-use or rejection of the loudspeaker is the safest way to prohibit or to ignore or to hinder from something they believe is could not they're doing something not prohibit or forbidden or ordered by religions. So I'm talking about that the findings show that user related determinant or factors related to the users to something to their belief or to the understanding of Islamic belief understanding contribute significantly to the aspect Islamic communities non-use or rejection of media technologies, particularly loudspeaker.
Okay, Mr. Azeb, the time is very short. Can you conclude?
So this is my main argument. As seen, this is also a conclusion. As seen in the case of aspect communities non-use of loudspeaker or other media technologies, instead of technology-related factors, user-related determinants, including religious understanding and belief, contribute more significantly to the technology rejection by religious communities. And this is not conclusive. More data analysis are needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Asep. Interesting findings. Okay, let's continue to the next presenter, Mrs. Neng Hana from UIN Sunan Gunung Jati, Bandung. The times is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dadang.
5 minutes.
Okay, I will share my slide presentation. Okay. Can you see my slide?
Okay, I can see it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to introduce myself. My name Neng Hana. I'm a lecturer from UIN Sunan Gunung Jati, Bandung. And my title in my presentation is Share Values of the Organization as a Spirit of Preventing Violence-Based Radicalism in West Java. Background. IPAC report, Institute for Policy Analysis of Conflict, the title Mothers to Bombers, the Evolution of Indonesian Women Extremists, show that increasing number of women engaging in violent extremism. We can see in internet, social media, and technology show this fact. And LSI, Indonesian Survey Institute, and Wahid Institute in 2007, women have the potential as agents of peace compared to men. The conclusion of this study, compared to men and women who support the right of freedom to practice religious teaching, women who are willing to not be radical are more and have fewer dislike groups and less intolerant ones. And if we read the study about women and terrorism, will show that the approach to handling victims of terrorism is still general. And there is women organization, Fatayat NU Jawa Barat, have Daiyah Anti Radikalisme dan Terorisme, cooperation with BNPT RI. We launched Daiyah Anti Radikalisme in 2007. Various studies focusing on women as a subject as well as object in radicalism and act of terrorism, along with their motivation and backgrounds. And this research related to how to handle and assist women exposed to violent radicalism has not been done much. I'm sorry. Methodology. I use qualitative approach with case study method, and the research subject regional leader or PW Fatayat NU West Java and multi-stakeholder forum handling violent radicalism in West Java. Timeline July until November 2021, and data analysis I use Verstehen or understanding method is used to analyze the primary data obtained, namely by expressing the meaning of the data both textually and contextually. theory use. I use gender theory, especially gender analysis pathway that make access, participation, benefit, control as the main indicators, and using 7S Kinsley 7S Kinsley theory, which consists of 7 indicators. There are structure, system, style, strategy, skill, staff, and 6 aspects can build shared value. Oh, I'm sorry. The slide research purpose I put in here. I'm sorry. My research purpose first, how regional leader or PW Fatayat NU carries out the counter-narrative program against violent radicalism. Second question, how is the synergy between the government and community organization in dealing with violent radicalism in West Java? The third, what share values in regional leader or PW Fatayat NU in preventing violent radicalism? Finding, first, answer for the first question. There is PW Fatayat NU West Java signed a cooperation agreement with the Director of Prevention of BNPT at 20 December 2020, and there are 16 Madrasah Kader Mahmudah Fatayat in West Java, with the first program having Nyantri Keren, have 3 major themes presented were nationality, gender analysis, and Ahlus Sunnah An-Nahdiyah. Second finding, there is a synergy between local government and community organization in dealing with violent radicalism. In multi-party dialogue, there are government, regional government, especially like Kesbangpol Jawa Barat, Dinas Sosial, Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan, Kementerian KUKM, Densus 88, Polda PPA. I'm sorry, I use bahasa. Ada 46 pihak yang ada di dalam forum multi stakeholder, di mana di situ terdapat perwakilan dari mulai pemerintah ya yang memang menangani radikalisme dan radikalisme berbasis kekerasan yang mengarah pada tindak terorisme di Jawa Barat. Ya.
Buneng.
Oke.
Your time almost over.
Okay. Okay. The second finding, the last finding, using 7S Kinsley found 5 organization share value that become the spirit of preventing violent radicalism in Fatayat NU, namely tawasud, tawazun, iktidal, tasamuh, dan amar ma'ruf nahi mungkar. Okay, thank you. That is my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bu Neng is keren ya. I can see in the banner behind you.
Kebalik.
The next presenter is Mr. Septrianus Johani and Benedictus Denar FX from Sekolah Tinggi Filsafat Katolik Ledalero. The times is yours, Mr. Sepri.
Okay. Thanks for moderator. I would like to share my share screen.
Okay, I can see it.
Oh yeah, okay. Would like to thanks for the invitation from the committee for us to attend this conference. I introduce three contributors of this paper. My name is Efrianus Johani from Sekolah Tinggi Filsafat Katolik Ledala Roma Umere, East Nusa Tenggara. The second, Benedictus Denar from Sekolah Tinggi Pastoral Santo Paulus Ruten, East Nusa Tenggara. And Prof. Armadarianto from Sekolah Tinggi Filsafat Teologi Widya Sasana Malang. The title of our article is The title of our article is Theological Dimension, the Ritual of Lea Sose on the Manggarai Community is Nusa Tenggara. This study is based on reluctance to carry out inculturation, thus giving rise to the practice of syncretism in the Catholic Manggarai community. Even if there is inculturation, it is only limited outward things, doesn't touch aspects of values and teachings. This affects the Manggarai Church in its attitudes toward the ecological crisis. Same understanding as a result of the inculturation process is very helpful in the movement to overcome the environmental crisis. We argue that there are many theological dimensions that exist in the rituals of the Manggarai culture, which can be used as material for inculturation. On that basis, we conduct research on ritual of Lea Sose. So, the article aims to find theological dimension, the ritual of Lea Sose in the Manggarai community. Research methodology, we use the qualitative approach with ethnographic method. And for analysis and collecting data, we use Creswell theory. The result, ritual of Lea Sose is a traditional ceremony carried out in the farming tradition, especially during the opening and cleaning of new garden, before the farmers plant anything in it. The goal is to ask permission from God, guardian spirit of the land, and the ancestors. It is important so that the supernatural forces are not surprised and angry with the people who cut the wood and clean the grass in the area. The research finally found theological dimension, the ritual of Lea Sose. There are two theological concepts that have been found. First, existence of God. God is a combination of two things. It is seen as a combination of husband and wife, heaven and earth, sunrise and sunset, upstream and downstream. So God is understood as balance. Question is, does this mean that God is dual? According to several testimony, the belief of Manggarai people, God is alone, single, and only one. He was alone. Duality that appears in the name of God emphasizes the limitation of human language to explain God. Here, God is beyond human language. God is also believed to be the one who never stands still. He is always inspecting the world. God inspects the world through spirits. Therefore, there are many types of spirits in Manggarai culture. Another dimension that have been found in the ritual of Lea Sose is the concept of ecotheology. The ritual of Lea Sose speaks of the interdependence relationship between God, man, and non-human creation. Also, everything is a sacrament, a sign of the Creator's presence, and also about ecological conversion. Conclusion, the ritual of Lea Sose have two theological teachings, namely the concept of God and the concept of ecotheology. These concepts have many similarities with the doctrine of God and ecotheology in the Catholic Church. It's the same acknowledgement of the existence, involvement, and providence of God. In addition, there are also things that are different, and those that are not found in the ritual context of Manggarai community. In connection with different matters, it is necessary for both the church and Manggarai community to be open to respect each other, then open themselves to be enriched by these new things. Humility and openness are two virtues that are recognized in religion and in culture. Syncretism will slowly disappear, the religious practice of the Manggarai community, if the things above can be implemented. The same understanding also as a result of the enculturation process is also very helpful in the movement to overcome environmental crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am sorry for missing one writers from the I not mentioned him.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
And you should know that in Islam there is many similarity too with the concept of what is called Lea Sose. The God is the seen and the unseen and etc. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sapianus Johani, Mr. Benedictus Denar, and FX Armada Rianto. I'm sorry very much for Mr. Rianto. And then the last presenter is my colleague, Mr. Ade Jamarudin from UIN Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung, and Mifta Aulian Nurliana from STI Dinia Pekanbaru, and Nandang Syarif Hidayat from UIN Suskaryau. The time is yours, but it's just 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I will take your time. Okay, okay, Mr. Ade, 5 minutes left. After 5 minutes, I will take it back.
Okay. Thanks. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
My name is Ade Jamarudin. My affiliation is from UIN Bandung. Goodwill. I will present the theme in this conference about reconsideration of press law in Riau Malay culture based on the Quran. I accidentally translate tepung tawar, press law. This culture in Riau is still being cultivated until now, a most very moment of welcoming guys within with of a child and official event. In this article, I will read it to the view of the Quran from culture point of view and reconsideration of plan floor itself. Red floor, tepung tawar is no strength to the Riau Malay community from its cultural wealth. This ceremony is often carried out in many social and religious events. Author offers reconsideration of culture that seems contrary to the prohibition of the Quran, through modification of the profession of tepung tawar. Malay Islam, Malay is synonym with is. That is the motto that has been popular among the Riau Malay community. However, there is still a contradiction in what is phrased in the slogan. The author found that the profession of tepung tawar in the Riau Malay culture seem to contradict the prohibition in the Quran contained in Surah Al-Isra, namely the provision of tabdir. Wa'ati dal qurba haqqahu wal miskin wa ibn sabil wala tubaddir tabdira. This research use a qualitative approach, while the method of interpretation in research as the tafsir maudu'i method manhaj. The stage in this research go through 3 stages, namely reading and treating the literature, primary and secondary, primer, sekunder, which then analysis the data with descriptive analytical frame of mind, which in the end conclusion modification efforts. The author offer a reconsideration of culture that seem contrary to the prohibition and modification of the profession of tepung tawar. Next, the modification effort refers to in research is by changing the material and types of objects used in the event of plant floor with other objects that are not cans. Conclusion, in the author opinion, it is relatively considerate effort to save the custom and tradition or culture to continue to be held without ignoring the prohibition of tabdir element in the Quran. Okay, thanks. Thank lot of attention. Syukron wa dumtum bil khairi wal barakah wa najah.
We have published a paper on this theme, but there is no basis Quran. Okay, tepung tawar has been published in religious, but there is no relations between Quran in the previous article. Okay, let's go to next program, namely question and answer. And there is Cyril Putuhana has raised his hand. I will give the time to Mr. Cyril. Hello, Mr. Cyril.
Check. Could you hear my voice? Okay, first of all, thank to us.
Okay.
But now, but now,
Kurang jelas, Pak.
So my question is referring to Mr. E.M. Iqbal. The question is how they dealing or engaging with the update news nationally or internationally if they reject technology. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Iqbal, what is your answer? Oh, they updating their news if they're not using any mobile, any technology.
Okay, thanks for the question. This is also my question why I had to interview with them. Okay, this is one of our question. So when I asked them, how did you get information? How did you know what are happening in the world? So they answered quite simple. So it seems that we don't need it. We don't need the information. So we don't need to know what's happening in the world. So just in case we need to know something, what's happening in Indonesia, they simply ask certain people that they believe to give a good answer to them. So that seems they don't care what is happening in the world. So this is a typical to society which is closed society. They live in enclave.
In your presentation that they use mobile phone. Maybe
yes, they use mobile phone not for share or finding information, but simply for making a phone call or sending messages.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Iqbal. Another question, Mr. Haikal. I see Mr. Haikal has raised his hand. Okay, what is your question, Mr. Haikal?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My question for Mr. Setianus are this ritual have special engagement with the church in its implementation? Okay, just that. Thank you.
So I don't hear.
Can you repeat once again?
Can you repeat?
Okay, are these ritual have special engagement with the church in its implementation? Okay, thank you.
Are these ritual has special engagement with the church? Church. Okay.
Okay. Yes, find there are many things inside the rituals that can use as a material enculturation and to help the church to implement the doctrine. And because the theology is abstract language, you need something that contextual, explain the abstract thing, and we find that in this ritual there are many language and terminology we use to explain the abstract doctrine in theology, in Catholic theology.
Maybe I will add the question: is the church the church? Okay, church,
church, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry for my bad English. Is this ritual as heretical or not?
there is something that we can use to be material in enculturation, but the other, like the concept dual or Dwi Tunggal in Indonesia, it is quite like a scandal for the church, because church we have is but in Catholic there is like a Trinity in God, but Trinity in one God, one God, but in a different role of this personality that we use, and it is one thing that something that difficult to make enculturation with the church, the dual in Manggarai culture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Sepri and to all of the presenters. I believe there is many questions from the participant to each of the presenter, to Mr. Ade, to Ms. Nenghana, and to second, to each of the presenter, but the times is over. The committee, the chair of this committee has give a sign to end this parallel session. So thank you very much for your attention and your presentation. I hope we can meet again in the fourth. Oh, sorry. And on the fourth years in the next years. See you and thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, let's the next moderator, my teachers, Mr. teachers. my college, Mr. Abdul Syukur, to sit in my chairs. Okay. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min syururi anfusina wa min sayyiati amalina may yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudlilhu fala hadiyalah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Thank you, the committee, to give me time to lead this session in the third conference on Islamic and Socio-Cultural Studies. In this session, thank you for the speakers who have already in the room, and thank you for all the participants to attend the session. In this session, we have 6 speakers to present their article. The first one is Abdullah Fadi from UIN Mataram. His article is titled "The Robustness of Balinese Hindu Sacred Art in the Face of Hegel's Theory, the Death of art. The second one is article by Reza Dandirwalu from Fakultas Teologi Universitas Kristen Indonesia in Maluku. Her paper is tradisi pemanggilan totem upu sebelum ritual adat di Baileu di masyarakat di negeri Hutumuri kajian antropologi fungsionalisme dan teologi kontekstual. The third one is article by Suparman Jayadi from Universitas Islam Negeri Mataram. His article is Local Wisdom as the Integrity of Kebinekaan for Religious People in Indonesia. The fourth one from Puji Sulani, Priyanto Wibowo, and Tuti Nurmutia from Tuti Mutia and Muas from Universitas Indonesia. Their paper is Kebertahanan Identitas Kultural eks Penghayat Kaula Warga Naluri di Kabupaten Banjarnegara tahun 1966 sampai tahun 1971. The fifth one, paper by Mila Indah Rahmawati, Wakid Abdullah Rais, dan Prastio Adi Wisnu Wibowo from Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta. Their paper is historisitas dakwah Raden Panji Natarata dalam serat Bayanullah. And the last one, a paper from Edwardus Krishna Pamungkas and R.F. Banu Victor Hardi from Universitas Katolik Parahyangan Bandung. Their article is Perkawinan Beda Agama menurut Kitab Suci, Ajaran, dan Hukum Gereja. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start listening the presentation from the speakers, I would like to remind you, especially to the speaker, that we have very limited time, so each speaker will have time to present each paper only 7 minutes. And if the time will end, I will give you a warning by showing this number. Okay. We begin from the first article, The Robustness of Balinese Hindu Sacred Art in the Face of Hegel's Theory. The Death of Art will be presented by Abdullah Fuadi. To Abdullah Fuadi, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear my voice?
Yep.
Okay.
Very clear.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Abdullah Fuadi from UIN Mataram. Thank you very much for having me in this conference to present my research or my paper about Balinese Hindu sacred art in the face of Hegel theory, the death of art. Okay. The first point I want to share with you is that for Balinese Hindu uses art as an integral part of worship. So for them, art is not the ornament. It is not decoration of worship. It is a fundamental part of worship itself. On the other hand, we have a philosopher such as George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, that he placed art dialectically with religion and philosophy. So it refers to triad arrangement. The triad arrangement is art and then religion and then philosophy. And this triad arrangement has impact to the rise of the term, the famous term referred to Hegel as the death of art, or in contemporary era, we know it as the end of art. So my paper is actually discusses Hegel theory of the death of art as confronted with the sacred Balinese Hindu art. So I place them side by side between Hegel theory, the death of art, and the Balinese Hindu art. So my research is actually library research. And I argue in this paper that the unique concept of Balinese Hindu, which may represent the wealth of indigenous religions in Indonesia concerning sacred art, is able to maintain its own uniqueness in the global discourse arena and able to respond creatively to contemporary challenges. And now we talk about the Hegel dialectic of art. In short, we may say that the absolute spirit is increasingly able to understand himself through three phases: art as thesis, and then religion is antithesis, and philosophy as synthesis. So the main point here is that when Hegel talk about art, it always talk about absolute spirit. Absolute spirit, maybe we are as religious people, we refer it as God. And actually there is a process of the materialization of in art. The process of the materialization give rise to Hegel very famous term. It is the death of art, or the end of art. The materialization in art, it means that there is changing of form, because the first form is it is materialized, but after that it is disappeared and it turned to abstract form of art. So it is the most basic reason for the death of art is that since romantic, because art has lost its subject matter. Because art has lost its subject matter, so it's taken by religion to express the absolute spirit. And then now with the Balinese Hinduism as invented religion, we have to know that the deep structure of Balinese religion is worship to ancestral spirit, as well as a part of natural forces such as earth, sky, air, water, or fire. And we have to realize that it is different from Hinduism. So the Balinese, the modern Balinese, they want Hinduization of Balinese religion. So it is reconciled between Balinese religion and Hinduism as we know right now in Bali. So on September 5th, 1958, there was a decree from the Ministry of Religion of Republic Indonesia was issued acknowledging the existence of Balinese Hinduism. And we have to also realize that the deep structure of Balinese religion does not change. Worship to ancestor and natural force is still there, but the changes occur in external structure, such as symbol, prophet, holy books, and the implementation of Balinese Hinduism. These elements are taken from Hinduism. So we may say that Balinese Hinduism right now in Bali is invented religion. The meaning of invented religion is religion that invented, it is created, it is built, and it is officially realized by the state or by the government. And now we turn to the philosophy of Balinese Hindu art. That the issue of cosmology is closely related to Hindu aesthetic. Cosmology is interpreted as order and harmony, manifested in both macrocosm and microcosm. And in this kind of cosmology, the universe is regarded as not only physical, where they have the term sekala, and also spiritual, and they have term niskala. It's all about the laws, order, and about the balancing. So in daily life, Balinese people always oriented to this balance. So it is preserved by performing ritual ceremonies and ethic in social relation, harmonious relationship with Sang Yang Widi, the natural environment, and fellow human. And now I turn to analyze Hegel, the death of art theory question. The first point that I want to share with you here that for Balinese Hindu community, art is not human, but God creation. Art is presented to God. So we have to know that the most important function of art is disclosive function. So it reveals various layers. The layers of human experience that is unique, that is strange. So it is the function of the art. So actually art is not only about beauty, but it is also talk about truth. Okay, thank you. So it is not only about beauty, but about the truth. So at the deepest level, art is valuable. Art is also spiritual, it is religious, or even mystical. So the Balinese people want to classify the art into the sacred art and the profane art. So artists and culturalists in Bali classify art into three groups. It is wali art, sacred art that can only be performed during religious ceremonies, and then Bali art, it is semi-sacred art, and then Bali-Balihan art or entertainment art. So this classification, in my view, is an effort to put art in its proper place. So until now, if we go to Bali, we can see the sacred art still exists, and it is only performed at the sacred place and sacred time. As conclusion, I may say here that the classification of art made by Balinese Hindu, it is classified as Wali and then Bebali and then Bali-Balihan, is a force to reject Hegel's theory of the death of art. Because Hegel says that art has lost its subject matter and is taken by religion. But in my view, Hegel's assumption is not happen in Bali. Balinese Hindu sacred art have not lost subject matter in expressing the uniqueness and the complexity of absolute spirit. The art of Wali and Bebali in Bali is concrete example. So this sacred art remains integral part of Balinese Hindu worship ritual until now. So in a short sentence, I may say here that in Balinese Hindu, art and religion are one and inseparable. So that is why I argue in my paper that the transformation of art does not occur in Balinese Hindu art, as assumed by several others. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Abdullah Fuadi. It's interesting article how Balinese Hindu sacred challenge the theory of Hegel, the death of art. Okay, we go on to the next article by Reza Dandirwalu from Fakultas Teologi Universitas Kristen Indonesia in Maluku. Miss Reza, the time is yours. Miss.
Mister.
Oh, Mister. Sorry.
Ya tidak apa-apa. Nama seperti cewek jadi. Iya. Ya baik, terima kasih Pak Moderator. Apakah dari panitia yang memunculkan screenshot? Ataukah dari saya saja?
Dari Mr. Reza aja.
Oh ya, terima kasih. Iya, makasih Pak Moderator dan Bapak Ibu. Saya dengan bahasa Indonesia supaya lebih lancar karena materinya juga dengan bahasa Indonesia karena tidak perhatikan kemarin. Buru-buru soalnya, ya jadi mohon dimaafkan. Ya, saya langsung saja karena waktu yang terbatas. Selamat sore Bapak Ibu. Artikel saya atau tulisan saya ini berjudul Tradisi Pemanggilan Totem atau Upu sebelum Ritual Adat di Baleu dari Masyarakat di Negeri Hutumuri dengan menggunakan kajian antropologi fungsionalisme dan teologi kontekstual. Nama saya Reza, saya dari Ambon, dari Universitas Kristen Indonesia Maluku, dosen khusus di Fakultas Teologi UKIM. Ya, artikel saya ini bertolak dari realitas bahwa sebelum kegiatan acara adat di Baileu, seperti pelantikan raja atau pembongkaran dan pembangunan Baileu, itu selalu diawali dengan tradisi adat pemanggilan totem. Nah, persoalan yang muncul adalah masyarakat di Hutumuri, mereka ini adalah masyarakat yang telah menganut agama Kristen Protestan dan adanya dinamika masyarakat yang terus berlangsung sejalan dengan perkembangan globalisasi. Nah, itu dua hal yang membuat sehingga pertanyaan yang dimunculkan adalah kira-kira fungsi tradisi adat pemanggilan totem sebagaimana dijalankan di Hutumuri dan bagaimana respons Kristen terhadap fungsi tersebut. Nah, sehingga saya memakai dua pendekatan yaitu antropologi fungsional dan teologi kontekstual. Nah, kalau pendekatan antropologi fungsional itu saya memakai pikirannya Branislaw Malinowski dengan asumsinya bahwa terkait dengan biopsikologis, yakni pada satu sisi manusia sebagai makhluk biologis sehingga membutuhkan kebutuhan dasar biologis yang harus dipenuhi. Maka kebudayaanlah yang berfungsi untuk memenuhi kebutuhan dasar tersebut. Dan di lain sisi manusia memiliki tanggapan terhadap kebudayaan tersebut untuk memenuhi kebutuhan dasarnya. Nah, sedangkan pendekatan teologi kontekstual yaitu pendekatan yang memahami iman Kristen dari sudut konteks tertentu. Jadi bukan hanya melihat konteks di mana Alkitab ditulis, tetapi juga melihat iman yang bertumbuh pada konteks masa kini. Nah, fungsi yang pertama yang saya lihat dari tradisi itu adalah terkait dengan identitas soa. Nah, mengapa? Karena di Hutumuri terdapat 5 soa yang berkembang sampai sekarang, yaitu soa Pati Hutung dengan totem mereka adalah merpati putih, soa Moki Hutung dengan totem mereka burung manggole, soa Tutu Pasar dengan totemnya buaya atau soa-soa, soa Puasel itu totemnya kodok besar, dan soa Lapaut itu totem ular piton. Nah, kelima soa yang besar ini di dalamnya terdapat marga yang beraneka ragam. Ya, saya kasih contoh saja salah satu, misalnya soa Pati Hutung itu terdiri dari beberapa marga, yaitu marga Pais, Uas, Lewakabesi, dan Katekena, Likumahu, kemudian Mantu Anak Kota, dan Pesi. Kemudian ada soa-soa yang lain juga dengan marga mereka. Nah, realitas ini menunjukkan bahwa masyarakat Hutumuri sejak awal telah menghidupkan modal sosial yang mengedepankan model kolektif. Sehingga model inilah yang menjadi identitas masyarakat Hutumuri. Selanjutnya, dalam kaitan dengan kolektivitas tersebut, maka aktivitas yang selalu dilakukan selalu melibatkan kolektivitas. Misalnya ketika ada acara yang berduka, ada acara duka, atau ada yang meninggal dunia dari salah satu marga atau di totem tertentu, maka semua marga dalam satu soa itu selalu terlibat di dalamnya, dalam bentuk natura, uang, dan seterusnya. Nah, begitu juga dalam penentuan siapa yang akan menjadi raja, itu selalu juga melibatkan soa yang terlibat untuk raja itu. Nah, sehingga keputusan individu tidak menjadi penting di situ. Yang penting adalah keputusan soa. Nah, hal tersebut serama dengan konsep yang disampaikan oleh Malinowski, yaitu salah satu faktor yang menjadi esensi dari keberhasilan atau pemenuhan kebutuhan itu yang adalah kerjasama di antara anggota komunitas. Nah, selain itu, ya, selain soa yang berbeda itu, selain soa yang di dalamnya marga-marga yang berbeda itu, ada juga keyakinan yang kuat tentang totem yang menjadi simbol atau lambang dari setiap soa. Nah, karena bagi Emil Durkheim, totem bukan hanya soal nama yang melekat pada klan atau marga, melainkan lebih dari itu adalah totem dijadikan sebagai sebuah lambang sakral dari suatu kelompok marga. Selanjutnya, terkait dengan konsep kekerabatan, nah, Malinowski melihat bahwa bicara tentang hubungan kekerabatan tidak hanya sebatas pada biologis dan fisiologis saja, melainkan lebih dari itu, yaitu pada hubungan-hubungan tertentu, seperti totem. Ya, sebagaimana yang tadi telah dijelaskan di atas, bahwa marga-marga bisa berbeda, tapi mereka bisa menyatu di dalam satu totem tertentu. Nah, kekerabatan yang tercipta di Hutumuri juga berdasar pada totem yang mereka percayai sebagai orang tua atau leluhur, yang dalam bahasa lokal disebut upu. Karena itu pada masyarakat Hutumuri, meskipun terdapat beberapa marga yang berbeda dalam satu soa, dianggap sebagai kerabat karena adanya totem yang satu. Selain itu, pada saat mengucapkan doa pada saat ritus pemanggilan totem, selalu menyebutkan nama dari orang tua atau leluhur mereka. Nah, selanjutnya terkait dengan nilai yang berikut adalah moralitas. Nah, ada satu tradisi yang tidak tertulis, yaitu bahwa terkait dengan larangan mengkonsumsikan hewan totem. Yaitu misalnya, soa Pati Hutung tidak diperbolehkan mengkonsumsikan hewan burung merpati, karena akan mendapatkan hukuman dari totem atau upu tersebut. Nah, bagaimana dengan kekristenan? Respons kekristenan terhadap hal demikian, maka saya melihat dari identitas Shoa menjadi simbol kerajaan Allah. Nah, sebagaimana dikatakan bahwa makna identitas Shoa adalah keyakinan yang kuat tentang keserakalan dari kekuatan yang terdapat di balik totem, yaitu orang tua atau leluhur. Nah, saya melihatnya dari sisi kerajaan Allah. Nah, karena bicara soal kerajaan Allah berarti bicara soal relasi atau simbol relasional, yaitu hubungan antara Allah dengan manusia. Karena itu kerajaan Allah di satu pihak adalah anugerah Allah, sehingga manusia tidak dapat menjamin kerajaan Allah itu selain hanya oleh Allah. Dan di pihak lain adalah penerimaan manusia terhadap Allah yang menentukan dan mengatur hidup baik secara pribadi maupun sosial. Nah, kerajaan Allah sebagai anugerah Allah tersebut memperlihatkan bahwa kehadiran Allah dengan cinta yang tak terbatas dan jauhan manusia yang wajar dari manusia adalah cinta pula. Maka dengan kebebasan dan kekuasaan Allah mendekati manusia, tetapi bukan dengan kesewenangan, melainkan dengan penuh belas kasihan. Nah, hal ini untuk menjawab terkait dengan identitas Shoa yang tadi, yang lebih ke kolektif sehingga menganulir terkait dengan individu, sehingga kerajaan Allah dia hadir, mau melihat soal kebersamaan itu, dan juga kekuatan di balik identitas Shoa adalah leluhur, itu direspon oleh kekristenan bahwa yang semua itu adalah terkait dengan Allah, bukan soal leluhur. Sedangkan terkait dengan larangan tidak tertulis dalam hal hewan yang menjadi totem, ya keyakinan mereka adalah memakan hewan totem berarti tidak menghormati orang tua atau leluhur, sehingga mendatangkan malapetaka dan tidak terjalinnya keseimbangan antara manusia dengan Allah, khususnya hewan. Nah, secara teologi, respons
time is over.
Ya.
Conclude. The time is over. Please keep conclusion.
Oke, sip. Ya, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reza dan Dirwalu. It's a very interesting article. How Christianity tradition. Next. The integrity of kebinekaan for people in Indonesia, which will be presented by Suparman Jayadi. That's yours. Hello, Mr. Suparman Jayadi, are you with us? Hello, Mr. Suparman Jayadi from Universitas Islam Negeri Mataram, are you with us? No? Okay. We go to the next paper by Puji Sulani, Priyanto Wibowo, and Tuti Nurmutia Enoh Muas. The paper is Kebertahanan Identitas Kultural Eks Penghajat Kabula Warga Naluri di Kabupaten Banjarnegara tahun 1966 sampai 1971. To the representative of the team, please, time is yours. Halo, Mbak Puji. Okay.
Thank you for the moderator. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr. Abdul Syukur?
Yes, please. Go on.
Thank you for the moderator, Mr. Abdul Syukur. Nice to meet you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the conference organizer for inviting us to this conference and for giving us the opportunity to present our paper. I am Puji Sulani, a doctoral student, and my supervisor are Mr. Priyanto Wibowo and Mrs. Ertuti Nur Mutia Enok Muas. We are from the History Studies Program, Department of History, Faculty of Humanities, University of Indonesia. Let me to present our paper. I'm sorry. The title is The Survival of Cultural Identity of the Former Kawula Warga Naluri Believer in Banjarnegara Regency in 1966 to 1971, or Kepertahanan Identitas Kultural ex penghayat kepercayaan Kawula Warga Naluri di Kabupaten Banjarnegara tahun 1966 sampai 1971. Our study started from previous studies, such as those conducted by Ruswanda, Neil, Ramstead, Hefner, Richard, and others related to the dynamic of local belief or religion since the early 20th century until the issue of Constitutional Court decision number 97 PUU 14/2016. The study of local beliefs or religion dynamic is often associated with discriminatory treatment and the efforts of adherents of religion belief to maintain their identity. Based on previous studies, our research focuses on the dynamic of the flow of belief after the September 30th movement in 1965. And the research question is about the interaction between the structure and the agency for the former Kawula Warga Naluri believer in their struggle after being stereotyped as non-religious and disbanded and producing and reproducing their social structure after being affiliated with Buddha Dharma or Buddhism. The research approach is used in social history conducted through stakes following the rules of historical methods is heuristic, criticism, interpretation, and historiography to ensure our research purpose is described the interaction between the structure and agency of former follower of Kawula Warga Naluri believer in Banjarnegara Regency to maintain the survival of cultural identity and their struggle against non-religious stereotypes after the event of the September 30th movement in 1965. Our limit place and time of research is in Banjarnegara Regency, Central Java, and in 1966 to 1971, and to analyze and interpret, we adopted the theory of structure from Gideon, especially the relation of structure and agency, or what Gideon called dialectic control. The results of our study are: the first is the introduction of the kelompok in Banjarnegara people with Kawula Warga Naluri in 1933 became a religious system because of social interaction and the relationship between agency and structure. Second, the former Kawula Warga Naluri follower of Banjarnegara Regency in choosing Buddha Dharma to reject the non-religious stereotype, adherence to religious rules, and a form of defensive attitude towards their cultural identity. And the third, the adaptation process with Buddha Dharma was accompanied by a suspicious attitude from the local government and was handled accommodation by the former Kawula Warga Naluri follower. The conclusion of our study is that at the macro level demonstrate the interaction occurred moderately and interplayed between the structure with the disbandment on the religious obligation to the former Kawula Warga Naluri believer. The structure allowed the former Kawula Warga Naluri believer to decide their religion, but was confined. And at micro level, interaction happened between the structure of the former Kawula Warga Naluri believer to preserve their cultural identity and the adaptation to Buddha Dharma. And our argument, this study stress the importance to moderate action and dialectic or interaction between the agency and structure to address the cultural problem and micro level of society. And I end this presentation, and I hope the participant can provide input, or if any question, please use Bahasa. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Puji Sulani, for the presentation. It's interesting paper. For the next paper is Historisitas Dakwah Raden Panji Natarata dalam Serat Bayanulo, which will be presented by Mila Indah Rahmawati or its representative. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to the moderator, to the all committee and all of participants of this agenda. Introducing myself is Mila Indah Rahmawati from 11 Maret University Surakarta. Okay, before I am presenting my result of research, I want to ask permission in this my PowerPoint in English, but I want to present with Bahasa.
Okay.
Okay. My research penelitian saya berjudul Historisitas Dakwah Raden Panjinotoroto dalam Serat Bayanullah. Nah, sebagai pengenalan, Serat Bayanullah itu adalah sebuah karya sastra Jawa yang berisi tentang cerita seorang Panotogomo atau ahli agama dari Keraton Yogyakarta yang bernama Raden Panjinotoroto. Nah, dalam serat ini diceritakan bahwa Raden Panjinotoroto itu melakukan perjalanan spiritual untuk mengetahui hakikat dari kehidupan dan kematian. Seperti itu. Dan ini dikemas dalam tembang-tembang Jawa. Nah, di dalam Serat Bayanullah ini masing-masing tembang Jawa memiliki karakteristik sendiri-sendiri, sehingga Raden Panjinotoroto menceritakannya atau menyampaikan pesan-pesan tersebut sesuai dengan karakteristik dari tembang Jawa. Penelitian ini menggunakan metode penelitian kualitatif deskriptif, lalu sumber datanya berupa Serat Bayanullah dengan nomor katalog A393 dari koleksi Perpustakaan Rekso Pustoko Puro Mangkunegaran Surakarta, dan datanya berupa bait-bait tembang Macapat. Lalu analisis data yang saya lakukan yaitu konten analisis atau analisis isi dan interpretasi dengan teori hermeneutik. Seperti ini hasil penelitian yang saya temukan, yaitu Serat Bayanullah yang pertama ada tembang gambuh, itu sebagai tembang pembuka. Jadi tembang gambuh ini secara leksikal itu bermakna jumbuh atau cocok, seperti itu. Jadi hemat peneliti Raden Panjinotoroto sebagai pengarang itu cukup cermat dan tepat menggunakan tembang gambuh sebagai tembang pembuka atau tembang permulaan dalam Serat Bayanullah, dan karakteristik tembang gambuh ini secara bahasa Jawa yang digunakan adalah bahasa yang ragam kromo tapi lugu, jadi kromo yang paling rendah gitu. Jadi masih bisa dicerna oleh para pembaca yang tidak atau kurang mengetahui bahasa-bahasa dalam karya sastra tingkat tinggi atau tingkat agung. Lalu yang kedua ada tembang Dandang Gulo. Tembang Dandang Gulo di sini menceritakan tentang konsepsi manusia yang utama. Jadi bagaimana seorang itu disebut sebagai manusia yang utama. Nah, di sini kata gulo itu berarti gula atau yang cenderung manis ya. Jadi dalam konteks ini harapan dari si pengarang itu tembang Dandang Gulo dapat dimaknai sebagai suatu harapan terhadap sesuatu yang indah atau manis. Dalam hal ini adalah dakwah, seperti itu. Lanjut yang ketiga itu ada tembang Kinanti. Nah, ini isinya menceritakan tentang kisah para guru yang ditemui oleh Raden Panjinotoroto dalam memberikan ajaran. Tapi sayangnya ajaran yang diberikan itu secara asal-asalan. Jadi, Kinanti itu ketika kita pahami secara leksikal itu berasal dari kata dasar kanti yang artinya tuntunan. Nah, lazimnya tembang Kinanti ini menuturkan kisah perjalanan seseorang yang perlu tuntunan atau bimbingan menuju arah yang benar. Jadi hemat peneliti, para guru yang memberikan ajaran kepada Raden Panjinotoroto ini sebenarnya memiliki tujuan untuk membimbing, tetapi sayangnya ajaran yang diajarkan itu kurang tepat atau menyesatkan. Seperti itu. Yang keempat ada tembang Asmorondono. Asmorondono ini mengisahkan tentang kisah guru yang sukanya itu tipu-tipu. Jadi ketika memberi ajaran itu sama seperti guru-guru yang lain, jadi cenderung menyesatkan. Nah, melalui pupuh Asmorondono ini, Raden Panjinotoroto menyarankan agar para pembaca itu sebaiknya mencari guru yang mumpuni dan paham lahir batin terhadap suatu ilmu. Jadi apa yang disampaikan itu yang sudah yang pasti, seperti itu. Yang kelima ada namanya tembang sinom. Tembang sinom di sini disesuaikan dengan nasihat pengarang agar para pembaca itu tidak tertipu dengan ucapan guru-guru yang mempergunakan ilmu yang hanya untuk mengakali orang lain. Jadi kalau secara bahasa sinom itu bisa dimaknai sebagai anak muda gitu dan cocok digunakan untuk menyampaikan nasihat. Nah, di dalam hal ini Raden Panji Notoroto itu mengibaratkan sikap guru yang mengajarkan ajaran yang tipu-tipu tadi itu bagaikan sikap para muda yang hanya ingin disanjung seperti itu. Jadi selain apa ya namanya, tembang sinom itu identik dengan pemaknaan asosiatif anak muda. Biasanya anak muda itu maunya adalah disanjung atau dipuji seperti itu. Jadi tembang ini juga menceritakan kisah guru-guru yang beliau-beliau itu mengajarkan ilmu tetapi sebenarnya ingin ujian saja seperti itu. Yang keenam ada tembang megatro. Megatro itu ketika dipisahkan itu dari kata megat dan ruh. Megat itu artinya memisahkan, ruh itu ruh atau roh kita. Jadi secara kontekstual biasanya tembang megatro ini digunakan oleh para pengarang untuk menceritakan hal-hal yang berhubungan dengan kematian seperti itu. Nah, dalam hal ini tembang megatro itu isinya adalah menceritakan tentang ajaran-ajaran kematian yang menyesatkan. Nah, itu menurut Raden Panji Notoroto hal itu tidak tepat gitu. Karena sebenarnya kematian itu hanya bisa dipahami oleh orang mati itu sendiri. Jadi orang yang belum mati itu tidak akan mungkin bisa menjelaskan bagaimana kematian yang sebenarnya karena karena dia belum mengalami kematian tersebut. Yang ketujuh ada tembang Asmorodono. Nah, berdasarkan wataknya, tembang Asmorodono ini digunakan untuk menggambarkan segala hal yang berkaitan dengan perihal percintaan. Nah, dalam konteks tembang ini, Raden Panji Notoroto itu memberikan bukti kecintaannya kepada para muridnya agar dalam mencari proses ilmu itu juga perlu memilih dan mempertimbangkan guru secara cermat. Lanjut yang ke-8 ada tembang mijil. Mijil itu berarti keluar atau lahir. Nah, biasanya sesuatu yang baru lahir itu perlu penyesuaian diri dengan lingkungan sekitarnya. Dalam proses adaptasi dengan lingkungan sekitarnya itu perlu adanya bimbingan dari orang yang lebih dulu berpengalaman gitu. Nah, dalam konteks tembang ini Raden Panji Notoroto itu mendapatkan ajaran tentang kehidupan, tetapi sama seperti yang awal-awal, beliau itu mendapatkan penjelasan tentang kehidupan yang menyimpang dari Al-Quran dan Al-Hadis, karena beliau seorang panatagomo, jadi beliau berdasarkan atau berasaskan pada Quran dan Hadis, sedangkan guru yang mengajarinya tidak berdasarkan pada Quran dan Hadis tersebut. Jadi beliau menentang dalam tembang mijil ini.
Sorry Mila.
Ya.
You go to conclusion.
Oke, Pak. Terima kasih. Langsung saja di bagian conclusion ya. Nah, di bagian conclusion, jadi dalam serat Bayanullah ini, mohon maaf. Jadi di dalam serat Bayanullah ini, peneliti menemukan bahwa tembang-tembang yang digunakan oleh Raden Panji Notoroto di dalam serat Bayanullah ini ada 10 tembang, padahal dalam tembang Macopat itu ada 11, dan ada satu tembang yang tidak digunakan, yaitu tembang Durmo. Kenapa Raden Panji Notoroto tidak menggunakan tembang Durmo? Karena secara karakteristik, tembang Durmo itu adalah tembang yang berwatak keras, sehingga tidak sesuai atau kurang relevan ketika digunakan untuk berdakwah. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya, mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you Mila for your presentation. Okay, next the last paper from Edwardus Krishna Pamungkas and Banu Victoria Hardi from Universitas Katolik Parahyangan. Their paper is Perkawinan Beda Agama menurut Kitab Suci, Ajaran dan Hukum Gereja. To Edwardus Krishna Pamungkas, please, the type is yours.
Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, clear.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, good afternoon for all. Best wishes to all of us. Today I will present my scientific journal with the topic Interfaith Marriage According to the Scriptures, Church Teachings and the Code of Canon Law. Before I explain this research journal, I will introduce myself first. My name is Edwardus Krishna Pamungkas, and I'm student of the Master of Theological Sciences study program at Parahyangan Catholic University. In the writing of this research journal, I'm affiliated with RF Banu Victora Hadi, Philosophy Studies Program Parahyangan Catholic University Bandung. Now, I will start my presentation with research objectives. There are two research objectives in this research journal. There is first, understanding the meaning of marriage and interfaith marriage from the point of view of the Catholic Church in terms of the biblical basis, the Holy Scriptures, church teachings from doctrine, and church law. Second, understand the impact and risks that must be accepted or experienced by those who carry out interfaith marriages. Those who want to do interfaith marriages must understand the impact and risks of the marriage to be carried out. And then the research method used in this scientific journal is a qualitative research method with a literature study approach. The author looks for data and analyzes the data by reviewing books and literature related to the problem of interfaith marriage. In particular, books and literature related to the commentary and interpretation of scripture, the teachings conveyed by the Pope in church documents, and from commentaries on the Code of Canon Law. After analyzing and digging from the books and literature used in the study, I will describe the results of the study. First, in their nature, humans have the urge to live with others. This impulse directs a man and woman to live in a bond called marriage. Marriage is the only institution that justifies the fellowship of man and woman, sexual relations, and procreation. Marriage is not just a human bond, but marriage is sacred because it is based on the one Godhead. And then we go to the meaning of marriage in the Catholic Church. Marriage within the Catholic Church, we can find it from the canon of law, canon 10 and 55. In that canon written, a marriage agreement, in Bahasa Latin foedus, by which a man and a woman form between them a partnership, in Bahasa Latin consortium, of the whole of life, which according to the specific nature of its nature is directed at the good of husband and wife, in Bahasa Latin bonum conjugum, and the birth and education of children between persons, those who are baptized are raised by Christ the Lord to the dignity of the sacrament. Through this canon, it can be understood that marriage in the Catholic Church is a marriage performed by a fellow Baptist Catholic, so that marriage is sacramental. This marriage is an agreement between a man and woman to live together for life. Marriage is also directed at the birth of children and the education of children. And then second, marriage within the Catholic Church has two essential characteristics, namely unity et unitas et indissolubilitas. These two essential features are described in the Code of Canon Law, Canon 1056. The first essential feature is unity. Unity means that marriage is a union between a man and a woman into one flesh and is monogamous. The second essential feature is indissolubility. Indissolubility means that the marriage that has been carried out by a man and woman is indissoluble and cannot be decided by any power except by death. Thus, in marriage, fidelity and commitment are required to live together for life. And then, related to interfaith marriage can be seen from several perspectives. First, from biblical point of view, interfaith marriage in the context of Old Testament, interfaith marriages in the context of the Old Testament scriptures are related to marriages carried out by the Israelites with other nations. The Israelites lived among other nations who did not know Yahweh or God. Therefore, marriage with other nations could not be avoided by the Israelites. However, God did not like the act of the Israelites marrying people from other nations because it was an act that violated their covenant with God and discredited the Israelites as God's chosen nation. Other than that, God or Yahweh did not want marriage with other nations because it would endanger the faith of the Israelites in Yahweh and brings God's wrath and the extermination of the Israelites. Second, the New Testament perspective. In the context of the New Testament, there is a different view. This is shown in the writing of the Apostle Paul in looking at the phenomenon of interfaith marriages. Text shows that marriage made by a follower of Christ with those who do not believe in Christ still live together. There is a hope that those who do not believe in Christ will be sanctified by their spouse who have faith in Christ. The Apostle Paul believed that there was an opportunity to transmit sacrificing grace to non-Christians and to inspire them to follow Christ. And then interfaith marriage in church teaching, given the many difficulties in interfaith marriage, this marriage must be avoided. The church teachings conveyed by the Pope through his encyclic and apostolic letters illustrate how there is a risk to the faith of the Catholic side in the marriage. And then interfaith marriage in canon law, we can find that there are several conditions for obtaining dispensation. First, willing to abstain from the dangers of the living faith and promise that all children are baptized and educated in a Catholic way. Second, the other party is informed of the promises that the Catholic side has to carry out. Third, both parties should be taught about the purposes and essential characteristics of marriage, which should not be excluded. And then the last, conclusion and closing. Interfaith marriages have become a reality that cannot be avoided, including by the Catholic Church. The wider the encounter and the more diverse the relationship, the greater the potential for the marriage. Through the scriptures, church teachings, and church law, various inspirations can be found in overcoming this marital problem. Through the light of the scriptures, church doctrine, and church law, the church still has to consider pastorally, even though this marriage is legally an obstacle to marriage. That's all. Thank you for your attention and sorry for my bad English. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Edwardus Krishna Pamungkas. Okay, that's all the paper can be presented this session. Now we come to the part of asking question. To the all participation, if you have any question to the presenters in the session, please raise your hand. Okay, the first one is from Irma Riani. Okay, go on. The question, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Abdul Syukur. All of the presenter has presenting such an interesting presentations and topics. I would like to ask questions specifically to Ibu Puji related to the community of Kaula Warga Naluri. You mentioned in your result there are like 3 forms of that accommodates by the Kaula Warga Naluri in making them their agency in countering the community in general. I'm just wondering how does these 3 forms accommodate by Kaula Warga Naluri effective in countering the mainstream community against the Kaula Warga Naluri belief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Irma. Another question? Well, in that case, I would like to ask to Abdullah Fuadi. To Abdullah Fuadi, we have already known that there are kind of arts. So the question is, what kind of Balinese sacred arts that reject reject Hegel's theory, the death of art. Does every kind of Balinese sacred art challenge the theory? And the second question direct to Reza dan Dirwalu. Does how the church respond to the traditional rites in the local community is kind of pribumisasi in Christianity. That's all the question.
Itu ada pertanyaan dari Pak Dadang, tapi tidak bisa raise hand. Di chat.
Oh. Okay, this question asked to the all presenter. The first one, the time is for Nani, please.
Maaf agak putus saya ya Pak ya.
Gimana Bu?
Tadi agak putus saya Pak menjawab ya.
Ya.
Ya, terima kasih. Terima kasih Bu Irma. Tadi agak kelewat mengcounter apa ya Bu ya dalam mengcounter?
Mungkin bukan dalam mengcounter. Jadi yang 3 aspek yang tadi Ibu sebutkan di hasil itu bagaimana komunitas efektivitas dari yang 3 aspek tadi dalam mengkanter komunitas umum ya yang mayoritas itu terhadap para penganut Kaula Warga Naluri ini. Apakah efektif atau tidak? Ada yang 3 mereka mempunyai agensi itu, ataukah itu hanya agensi yang mereka miliki, tetapi ini perspektifnya dari luar mungkin ya. Perspektif dari orang luarnya terhadap mereka tuh efektif nggak dengan tadi 3 aspek yang sudah dilakukan oleh keluarga komunitas Kaula Warga Naluri itu?
Ya baik Bu, terima kasih. Dari hasil, maaf saya menjawab dalam bahasa Indonesia. Hasil yang kami peroleh sangat efektif ya Bu ya. Komunitas ini sekarang sudah bertransformasi menjadi kepercayaan lain, salah satunya adalah ajar. Jadi riset saya batasi sampai dengan 71 karena setelah tahun 70-an itu ada yang sudah bertransformasi ke kepercayaan lain. Nah, di awal-awal mereka melakukan mencari pelindung dari dalam kelompok itu sendiri, kemudian Banjarnegara khususnya ada 3 kecamatan, kemudian secara besarnya penghayat ini berasal dari Gombong Kebumen, jadi ada unsur apa ya secara mikro layer terdepan begitu. Ada layer depan, ada layer dalam di dalam Kaula kok saya jadi lupa namanya. KWN atau KWN namanya ini, kemudian juga dari dalam sendiri di lingkup Banjarnegara. Jadi sangat efektif ketika mereka intinya itu ada dialog secara internal juga secara eksternal. Yang eksternalnya di sini adalah dari Gombong tadi, pemimpin kelompok ini melakukan negosiasi dengan pemerintah, juga negosiasi yang dilakukan oleh pemimpin kelompok di Banjarnegara dengan pemerintah setempat, tetapi ke pemerintah bukan ke masyarakat. Jadi apa namanya ya, hubungan kurang baiknya adalah justru dengan pemerintah bukan dengan masyarakat lokal. Oleh karena itu di argumen kami bahwa cara dialektik antara agensi dari dalam maupun kelompok kecil ataupun kelompok besar ini sangat efektif ketika kita menjalin komunikasi dengan orang yang mungkin memandang berbeda terhadap kelompok-kelompok yang anggaplah belum dipahami latar belakangnya, gitu Bu.
Oke, Bu. Okay, the next Abdullah Fuadi, please give answer to the question.
Yeah, I can mute. Okay, thank you, Abdul Syukur, for your question. It is interesting that you asked about which is the art in Balinese Hindu that reject the Hegel theory death of art. As I mentioned before, that Balinese Hindu classify art into two big groups: sacred art and profane art, and that it's classified to three groups. It is Wali art, and then Bebalih art, and Balih-Balihan art. As I mentioned before, that Wali art is the sacred art. So it is the main point that the Balinese Hindu theory about death of art, because in Bali, it's still fundamental part of worship itself. It is not the decoration, it is not the ornament. So when they perform art, it is the profane of God. It is the seyaknya. So it is they present this art to God, and it is part of worship. So it is from this three classification: Wali art, Bebalih art, and Bali-Baliin art. Wali art is the main point that it rejects the Hegel theory, the death of art. So this my answer, Pak Syukur.
Thank you, Abdul. The next is Reza Dandirwalu. Question from me. Is the response of the church to the local tradition is a kind of prebumisasi in Christianity, and there is another question here in the chat. Bagaimana tradisi pemanggilan totem ini masih berlaku dan bagaimana respon dari penganut agama, apakah masuk ke heresi atau tidak? Oke, please Reza. Halo Reza.
Ya.
Halo
Baik.
Reza.
Iya Pak, baik. Makasih Pak. Ya. Saya boleh konfirmasi sebentar ya. Yang pertanyaan masuk heresi ini maksudnya apa ya?
Heresi itu menyimpang, dianggap menyimpang, menyeleweng dari doktrin.
Oke. Ya, makasih supaya saya jangan salah ya. Ya, baik. Yang pertama terkait dengan proses penginjilan awal kekristenan masuk di Hutumuri, itu segala tradisi budaya, tradisi atau adat itu ya dalam kaitan juga dengan ritual pemanggilan totem ini dianggap sebagai sesuatu yang bertentangan dengan iman Kristen atau ajaran Kristen. Dan teologi-teologi dari barat itu juga mendukung ya, sehingga banyak sekali artefak-artefak yang terkait dengan budaya itu dimusnahkan ya. Nah, kemudian dalam perkembangan berteologi, maka muncul yang disebut sebagai teologi kontekstual. Nah, bahkan ada juga istilah yang dipakai adalah inkulturasi. Ya, inkulturasi yang dipakai. Nah, ini untuk melihat bahwa ternyata Allah bekerja itu melampaui sejarah, ya, sehingga dulu, kini, dan akan datang selalu Allah hadir, ya. Nah, itulah yang membuat sehingga tatanan adat yang dibuat oleh leluhur sebelumnya itu dianggap bagian dari adanya hikmah atau roh Allah yang bekerja dulu sebelum mereka masuk Kristen, ya. Nah, karena itu teologi hadir dan melihat nilai-nilai adat yang ada, tetapi tidak menerima serta-merta seperti itu. Ya, teologi Kristen hadir melakukan yang namanya afirmasi, kemudian konfrontasi, dan transformasi. Afirmasi itu bagaimana teologi hadir dan melihat ternyata ada nilai-nilai positif dari budaya itu, dari tradisi itu, ya. Nah, kemudian konfrontasi adalah bagaimana nilai budaya yang ada itu dia bertentangan secara teologi Kristen, bertentangan dengan Alkitab, bertentangan dengan tradisi gereja, dogmatika, dan seterusnya. Nah, dari situ kemudian menghasilkan apa yang disebut dengan transformasi. Nah, saya kasih contoh, misalnya dalam kaitan dengan larangan untuk memakan hewan totem. Ya, larangan itu sebenarnya kalau dari sisi tradisi adat itu dalam hubungannya dengan memakan totem. Ya, jadi kalau memakan hewan totem berarti memakan leluhur mereka, begitu. Sehingga kalau mereka melanggar itu, mereka akan dihukum. Dan itu benar-benar mereka alami itu. Nah, ketika bagaimana teologi Kristen melihat ini, meresponi ini, maka di situ terlihat bahwa ternyata ada nilai moralitas yang baik, yaitu terkait dengan bukan dalam hubungan dengan leluhur, tapi dalam hubungan dengan keberlanjutan alam ciptaan Tuhan, ya, keberlanjutan space yang ada, ya, hewan, tumbuh-tumbuhan, dan seterusnya. Bahkan dalam kaitan dengan alam sebagai citra Allah atau imago Dei itu, ya, sehingga yang tadi saya bilang yang tradisi diterima tapi kemudian juga dikritisi dan ditransformasi, ya, sehingga betul ada yang bertentangan dengan dogma tetapi kemudian dikritisi, ya, lalu ada nilai transformasi. Nah, sehingga gereja dan adat bisa saling berdialog di situ, ya. Nah, dan di Alkitabiah, ya, secara Kristen di Alkitab juga Yesus tidak serta-merta menghilangkan tradisi Yahudi, tapi justru Yesus hadir dan melihat ada nilai-nilai yang penting di situ, tapi juga Yesus mengkritisi itu, ya. Nah, saya kira kira-kira begitu. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Reza. Oke, the session is over, and I would like to thank to all presenters in this session and to all the participants. We hope we'll meet again in the next conference in the next year. Thank you to all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Socio-Cultural.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's pray for our parallel session, the third conference on Islamic and Socio-Cultural Studies. And for this time, there is a six presenter for our parallel session discussion. First, Yana Sutisna, Apip Muhammad, Dadang Ahmad, and Muhtar Solihin, and represent his paper, studi fenomenologi terhadap pemahaman tasawuf masyarakat Muslim Sunda, and second, Medina Hodijah from Islamic State University, Win Sunan Gunung Jati, and we represent his paper, pengaruh keagamaan dan keterikatan kepada Tuhan terhadap makna hidup umat Islam. And third presenter, Ede Kusnadi Kadir Sabur, Anju Elvia Zahra, Ahmad Mustaniruddin, and Francisco Chaniago from Islamic State University Sultan Taha Saifuddin Jambi, and will represent their paper, Metamorfosis Integrasi Teologi Islam dengan Spirit Wirausaha. And fourth, Ahmad Tohari, Habibuddin, Abdul Rosad, and Zulkarnain from Universitas Hamdan Wadi, Lombok Timur. There will represent their paper, the central role of Tuan Guru in the 19th century Sasak community social revolution movement in Lombok. And fifth, Kerwanto from PTI Jakarta will represent his paper, epistemologi ilmu, perspektif, mulasadra, dan relevansinya terhadap pengalaman intuitif. And last presenter is Mr. Mulyadi from Islamic State University, Win Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung, and will represent his paper, tangga-tangga rohani dalam tata bahasa Arab, analisis filsafat sofistik terhadap huruf jar. I think we can start our discussion moment, and for first presentation, Yana Sutiana, Apip Muhammad, Dadang Ahmad, and Muhtar Solihin from Islamic State Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung will represent their paper, study fenomenologi terhadap pemahaman tasawuf masyarakat Muslim Sunda. Let's we can join in our discussion for this time. Please, for first representator, Yana Sutisna. There is Yana Sutisna. Okay, so Medina Hodijah from Islamic State University Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung, and she will represent her paper, pengaruh komitmen keagamaan dan keterikatan kepada Tuhan terhadap makna hidup umat Islam. Medina Khadijah for 5
Okay.
until 7 minutes representation, please.
Okay. Thank you for the time and opportunity. Okay. Slide presentasinya disampaikan dari
Langsung saja Bu.
Bisa langsung oleh Ibu Medin. Sudah jadi.
Oke. Saya share sendiri begitu?
Iya.
Oke. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Medina Khadijah. I am a psychology lecturer at UIN Sunan Gunung Jati, Bandung. My paper title is The Impact of Religious Commitment and Attachment to God Towards the Meaning of Muslim Life. This theme is came from my analysis about many journal was conclude that religious affect psychological well-being. But in this paper, I just focus on religious commitment and attachment to God, and meaning of life is part of psychological well-being. Religious commitment is defined as a condition in which a person adheres to his religious value and uses them in everyday life. And attachment to God is a biological-based behavioral system designed to facilitate their search for figure, in this case is God, who can provide security in the event of a threat. There is two dimensions from attachment to God, that is avoidance of intimacy and anxiety about abandonment. And the third variable, that is the meaning of life. There is two aspects. First is presence of meaning, and the second is search for meaning. This is a quantitative approach. The number of sample is 312. The sample age is very broad, from 18 until 62. I use 3 instruments. The first is religious commitment inventory. Second is the attachment to God inventory. And the third is the meaning in life questionnaire. The data analysis use descriptive statistic and inferential statistical tests. The result, first is a religious commitment. In this questionnaire, I also asked about the activity in religious organization as an administrator or as a member. Many of them active as administrator, almost 60%. Yeah. In the member, in member as a religious organization, almost 62.5, and as administrator is 40. I'm sorry. Yeah, in the religious commitment, the data shows that 56% show a high level in a religious commitment, 43% shows the medium level, and only 1% show in a low religious commitment. This is the interesting one. The variable attachment to God is has a very broad result in one dimension. The first dimension, avoidance to intimacy, 54% show a high level and 46% show a low level. There is no significant differences between low and high presentation. But in dimension anxiety about abandonment, 87% show low level, but 13% show high level. So it can I can have a significant result from this variable. And in the meaning of life, I'm sorry, the meaning of life shows 54% in a high level, 44% medium level, and only 2% show low level. The correlation test result show that is a significant relationship between religious commitment and attachment to God to the meaning of life. But the effective contribution from that two variable is only 26%. Religious commitment contribute 24.3% to the meaning of Muslim life, and only 1.7% attachment to God contribute to the meaning of life. So the rest presentation 74%, the meaning of life influenced by other things that not examined in this study. The research, this research has a limitation.
Time is over.
Okay, this is the last one. This research has a limitation that the instrument of attachment of God that I use in this research is a general instrument that applies to all religious. So it contains two dimensions that express negative emotional. But after I analyze that attachment to God in Islamic religion has a positive emotion. So the respondent who feel this instrument maybe have difficult to find the right expression. So I recommend for further research to use and developing instrument of attachment of God that especially specific refers to Islamic characteristic. Thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Oh, thank you so much for Mrs. Medina Hodija for her presentation. And next presentation from Edi Kusnadi Kadir Sobur and Anzu Zahra, Ahmad Mustaniruddin, and Francisco Chaniago from Islamic State University Sultan Taha Saifuddin Jambi with their paper Metamorphosis Integrasi Teologi Islam dengan Spirit Wirausaha. Please start your presentation. Edi Kusnadi. Okay, and next presentation from Ahmad Tohri, Habibuddin, Abdul Roshad, and Julkarnain from Hamzan Wadi University, East Lombok, with their paper, The Central Role of Tuan Guru in the 19th Century Sasak Community Social Revolution Movement in Lombok. Please start your presentation. Ahmad Dohri, 5 until 7 minutes from your presentation.
Halo.
Ya, halo.
Oke. Iya Pak. Iya saya Ahmad Tohri yang dari Lombok Timur, Hamzan Wadi. Halo.
Yes.
Halo Pak.
Ya, halo. Silahkan dimulai presentasinya.
Halo. Ya, izin saya. Oh iya siap. Oke. Udah. Share screen.
Kita langsung Pak, oleh Bapak sendiri sudah jadi co-host.
Iya sedang.
Kita sudah bisa share screen sendiri Pak, sudah jadi co-host.
Iya bisa. Udah kelihatan Bapak Ibu? PowerPoint saya. Bapak Ibu ya.
Sudah Pak.
Kan? Sudah Bapak Ibu nggih?
Sudah Pak.
Terima kasih, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nggih. Terima kasih. Pertama-tama, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your time and opportunity for my presentation on our paper. Introduction myself. I'm a lecturer at Hamzan Wadi University, Lombok, West Nusa Tenggara Barat. I'm a lecturer in a Department of Educational Sociology. Title of my paper, our people is the central role of Tuan Guru in the 19th century Sasak community social revolution movement in Lombok. Next, research purposes. This research discusses the central role of Tuan Guru in the social revolution movement of Sasak communities against colonialism and Lombok Island in the 19th century. Next, research methods. This research was combined research or blended research in a qualitative research. This was done to study the historical events and the central role of Tuan Guru in the social revolution movement in Lombok, so that it can be identified the central role and function of historical events and relationship contained in therein, such as the background of the social revolution movement against colonialism, leadership, capacity, and networking. The analysis used a variety of unlimited resources in accordance with the needs of the research because it involved the use and collection of various empirical material such as case studies, personal experiences, life history, interviews, observation, interactional historical texts, and visual that describe individual and collective life, or historical method. Result of research. A social movement of Sasak communities in the form of resistance to colonialism, imperialism in the 19th century of Lombok Island is inseparable from the central role of Tuan Guru, motivated by the same sense of unity on the basis of unity of identity as a nation with all the gifts of nature, belief, culture, tradition, dignity, and dignity that is Sasak communities as the native inhabitants of Bumi Lombok. Background of the similarity of faith suffered in a prolonged period due to the annexation of local and global colonialism, imperialism, gained a solid foothold in the belief of Islamic spirituality, whose seeds were planted in the area of early Sasak in Tuan Guru and its development and care for one after another. The central role of Tuan Guru in social revolution movement of Sasak communities in the 19th century began with the step of unification or social integration of all social layers of Sasak communities that sociologically created a distance between stratification with other stratification, with the further impact of inequality between groups of Sasak communities themselves at that time. The community's understanding of social stratification, which has been quite strong in tradition, is slowly being changed by Tuan Guru through the approach of spiritual wisdom, cultural language, and local knowledge of Sasak communities who are in line with universal Islamic values in all place and all age. The last conclusion, the central role of Tuan Guru in the social revolution movement of Sasak communities in the 19th century was born by a specific kinship that functioned as social capital and catalyzed for change. The fraternal brotherhood or Sufi brotherhood, resulting from the development of the semantic meaning of the term tariqah or tarekat. The religious community in social facts is transformed into tarekat communities as they are more and more congregation in various schools. Tarekat communities spread throughout the Islamic world, including in Lombok, is what reconstruct itself into a religio-political system in order to respond to the spirit of the times and challenges of life through the social revolution movement against Mataram Karangasem colonialism and Dutch imperialism, which gave birth to disobedience, oppression, and ugliness, other vices that are contrary to the teaching of Islam in general and the practices of Tarekat in particular. Terima kasih. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your attention and excuse me and conversation of English maybe not good.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ahmad Tohri from Hanjawandi University, East Lombok. The chief, the central role of Tuan Guru
Hamzanwadi University.
Hamzanwadi University. Okay, thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, and next, Mr. Kerwanto from PT IKI Jakarta with his people. Psikologi ilmu perspektif from PT IKI Jakarta with his people. Ada pengalaman sedikit. Okay, Mr. Kerwanto, please for your presentation with Islamic philosophy and theosophy approach. Mr. Kerwanto.
Yeah. I will try to share my PPT, PowerPoint. Sebentar.
Mr. Kirwanto, please start your presentation. Okay, next presentator is Mr. Mulyadi from Islamic State University Sunan Gunung Jati, Bandung, with his paper, Tangga-tangga rohani dalam tata bahasa Arab, analisis filsafat sofistik terhadap huruf zar. Very interesting paper. Please, Mr. Mulyadi, for 5 until 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dodo, the Honorable Chairman. Shukran kasiran. Allow me to present my paper with Indonesian language because my paper still in Indonesian language. Okay, I will talk by Indonesian language, and this is my slide. Okay, the title is Tangga-tangga rohani atau ruhani dalam tata bahasa Arab. Okay, model penelitian ini adalah kualitatif, kemudian jenis penelitian adalah library research atau kepustakaan. Tujuan penelitian adalah untuk menganalisis makna-makna yang dikandung oleh huruf jar. Metode yang digunakan adalah analisis linguistik dan filsafat sofistik. Oke. Slide-nya kelihatan ya, Pak Dodo? Pak Dodo. Kelihatan?
Okay, okay. We can see your PPT.
Oke, thank you. Model penelitian kualitatif, jenis penelitian library research, kepustakaan. Tujuan penelitian adalah untuk menganalisis makna-makna yang dikandung oleh huruf jar. Metode yang digunakan adalah analisis linguistik dan filsafat sofistik. Oke, 7 unsur kebudayaan menurut Malinowski. Yang pertama itu adalah bahasa ya, bahasa. Begitu juga oleh Ibnu Khaldun, sebenarnya juga Karl Popper dan lain sebagainya. Kemudian Amin Ahluli mengatakan bahwa budaya yang paling tua itu adalah bahasa. Karena tanpa bahasa manusia tidak bisa menciptakan budayanya gitu. Oke. Oke, ilmu linguistik dalam hal ini itu adalah seperti ilmu bahasa. Fonologi itu ilmu tentang suara, morfologi itu ilmu tentang susunan huruf dalam kata atau kita sebut dengan ilmu sorof. Kemudian sintaksis itu masuk dalam ilmu nahu ya. Leksikologi, semantik. Kenapa saya garis ini kasih font tebal, karena ini adalah sebagai dasar dari teori ini gitu. Kemudian fungsi bahasa ditentukan oleh paradigma. Bagaimana kita melihat ilmu linguistik itu? Dalam hal ini adalah seperti fonologi, morfologi, sintaksis, leksikologi, ilmu tentang kosakata atau mufradat, semantik tentang makna, dan pragmatik itu tentang penggunaannya dengan objek. Kemudian karena adanya ilmu linguistik, maka otomatis ada ilmu yang di luar linguistik itu sendiri yang oleh Verhaer disebut sebagai makna kiasan. Di antaranya misalkan ada sosiolinguistik, psikolinguistik, antropolinguistik, begitu juga supilinguistik. Oke, kemudian fungsi bahasa sebagai alat komunikasi, tapi yang paling penting dari fungsi bahasa itu adalah kognitif dan penalaran ya. Jadi bahasa itu dalam konteks ini bagaimana kita menerangkan huruf jar itu bermakna kognitif atau memberikan kita pencerahan sesuai dengan nalar kita masing-masing gitu. Atau sesuai dengan paradigma seperti yang telah disebutkan tadi. Oke, linguistik kalau dalam konteks ini adalah huruf jar. Oke, morfologi itu ilmu sorof, sintaksis ilmu nahwi, dan semantik ilmu balaghah, ilmu ma'ani, dan juga ilmu badi. Nah, dalam konteks yang lainnya itu, selain dia sebagai ilmu bahasa atau linguistik, itu yang makna keduanya itu, yang makna kiasannya itulah di sini bagaimana kita menerapkan makna yang kedua dari huruf jar itu, atau kita naikkan dari makna yang umum ke tangga makna berikutnya. Dalam hal ini seperti antropolinguistik, psikolinguistik, filolinguistik, tasawuf atau sufi linguistik terkait huruf jar. Oke, huruf jar kalau kita lihat dari sisi ontologis, maka dia termasuk term ontologi teologis. Misalnya kata min. Kata min kalau kita tarik dalam konteks ontologi, misalkan yang berkaitan dengan manusia, maka tidak hanya kita mengatakan misalkan min aina anta, tapi dia naik misalkan dalam konteks ini mimma khuliqal insan. Nah, dalam konteks ini, dalam konteks ontologi teologis, maka konsep penciptaan manusia itu telah disebutkan di dalam Al-Qur'an itu misalkan dari segumpal darah, air, tanah, jiwa atau satu jiwa, debu, air mani, tanah liat. Kalau diperas lagi menjadi dari air, tanah, roh, dan jiwa. 4 unsur itu kemudian disingkat lagi menjadi 2 kategori, yaitu fisik dan spiritual atau zahir dan batin, karena dari jiwa dan yang lainnya unsur-unsur yang bersifat material gitu. Zahir dan batin. Jadi manusia itu terdiri dari zahir dan batin. Oke, kemudian kata ila. Kata ila kalau dikaitkan dengan aksiologi, teologi sufistis, misalkan ila ainal insan, maka jawabannya otomatis dalam kaitan dengan sufistis itu adalah ilallah. Maka ending eksistensi manusia itu banyak kita temukan dalam ayat Al-Qur'an, misalkan innalillahi wa inna ilaihi rajiun, atau kemudian wa annahum ilaihi rajiun, kemudian ilaina atau di situ pokoknya kepada Tuhan lah semuanya akan kembali gitu. Wa ila rabbihim rajiun. Itu contoh-contoh dari kata ilah itu kalau dikaitkan dengan teologi sufistis. Kemudian nah, ini sekaligus sebagai hasil dari penelitian ini. Huruf jar itu ada 20 ya, 20. Sebenarnya makna huruf jar dengan satu yang lainnya itu maknanya itu tergantung pada konteksnya gitu. Konteks kata itu sendiri. Kadang-kadang min itu bisa maknanya an, atau juga bisa maknanya ala dan lain sebagainya gitu. Itu dalam arti linguistiknya, tetapi kalau dalam arti yang deontologi sufistik, misalkan itu akan mengkaitkan kita dengan tangga-tangga ruhani. Misalkan kata minallah, ilallah, anillah itu sesungguhnya menunjukkan kepada intensionalitas kita kepada Allah. Karena dalam analisis fenomenologi misalkan kata what you think about itu dalam Al-Quran itu kata about-nya itu atau kata an-nya itu dikaitkan langsung dengan Allah itu, yaitu zikrullah gitu. Kemudian Allah itu jelas dalam ayat-ayat Al-Quran itu banyak kita temukan Allahi misalkan falyatawakkalul mutawakkilun gitu. Jadi Allah itu menunjukkan bahwa seorang muslim itu harus bertawakal kepada Allah. Fillah, lillah, billah itu makna ikhlas. Kemudian kaf, khasya ada itu makna tauhid karena Allah itu laisa bitakif. Ta dan seterusnya itu maknanya lillah. Kemudian la, ala atau kai itu menunjuk la'alla gitu. La'alla atau kai dalam ayat Al-Qur'an itu menunjukkan kefakiran seorang muslim yang mengharuskan dia harus selalu berdoa, tawadu atau ar-raja.
Okay, Mr. Mulyadi, time is over.
Oke, kemudian yang terakhir itu kesimpulannya bahwa huruf jar itu melingkupi makna-makna iman, Islam, dan ihsan. Seperti itu kira-kira. Oke, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Mulyadi from Islamic State University Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung. And big to Mr. Khairwanto from PT IKI Jakarta with his paper epistemologi ilmu perspektif mulasada dan relevansinya terhadap pengalaman intuitif. Please, Mr. Khairwanto.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for my opportunity to present my article. I will try to share my PowerPoint PPT.
You are a co-host now, Pak Khairwanto.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Sudah kelihatan ya? Sudah kelihatan? Sudah kelihatan ya? Oke.
Okay.
Thank you. Here I will present my article. The title of my article is the epistemology of mullasadra perspective and its relevant to intuitive experience. In bahasa Indonesia, epistemologi ilmu perspektif mullasadra dan relevansinya terhadap pengalaman intuitif. I will introduce myself. My complete name is Khairwanto. I'm from Pasca Sarjana PT IKI Jakarta. Pasca Sarjana Institut PT IKI Jakarta. My article, from the abstract, dari abstrak ini bisa terlihat tergambarkan ya mungkin ya. I will mix my presentation in bahasa and in English begini. My abstrak dari abstrak ini bisa tergambarkan. Sebenarnya artikel saya ini mengeksplorasi, menggambarkan tentang dasar-dasar epistemologi filsafat. Salah seorang tokoh filsuf Muslim yang bernama Mullasadra. Saya rasa pandangan-pandangan epistemologi mullasadra itu sangat penting untuk diperkenalkan karena sangat berguna untuk sebagai media kritik mungkin ya terhadap epistemologi barat, epistemologi modern yang dalam banyak hal itu mengesampingkan pendekatan-pendekatan epistemologi yang menekankan pada metafisika. Itu tentu dalam banyak hal akan bertentangan dengan epistemologi Islam. Epistemologi Islam itu sangat menekankan dua hal antara nilai-nilai material dan nilai-nilai imaterial, nilai-nilai metafisik dan nilai-nilai profan. Through this article, the author want to show the unique characteristic of mullasadra epistemology structure, which make ontology the basic epistemology. Jadi epistemologi mullasadra itu tentu tidak bisa dilepaskan ya nanti dari basis ontologinya. Dalam hal ini nanti mullasadra dalam artikel saya itu saya gambarkan mullasadra itu menjadikan the knowledge of reason atau ilmu huduri sebagai basis atau pendasaran validitas kebenaran pengalaman intuitif. Jadi kalau kita menggunakan epistemologi mullasadra ini nanti itu maka sebenarnya tidak ada masalah pengalaman-pengalaman intuitif atau pengalaman intuitif yang sering dialami atau dinarasikan oleh sufi. Jadi artikel saya ini secara langsung maupun tidak langsung itu merespon dua hal, yaitu persoalan filsafat dan satu sisi, dan sisi lainnya merespon persoalan pengalaman spiritual yang dekat dengan sufi. Ya, those intuitive experiences are rejected, some can be justified. Jadi kalau kita tadi menggunakan ini, maka pengalaman intuitif yang tadi itu bisa dijustifikasi. Tentu nanti kita bicara tentang pemikiran mullasadra tidak bisa dipisahkan ya dari beragam struktur dari bangunan filsafat mullasadra, filsafat hikmah muta'aliyah, seperti apa itu definisi pengetahuan atau relasi antara subjek dan objek pengetahuan, terus hubungan antara gerak substansi, gitu. Gerak substansi ini mungkin tema-tema dalam filsafat. Mungkin saya langsung artikel saya ini bisa dibilang tadi sudah saya gambarkan, bisa dibilang sebagai respon ya, respon terhadap persoalan epistemologi Barat. Terus juga karena sebagian filsuf Barat itu menolak pengalaman, menolak metafisika, terutama ini kalau kita berpijak pada struktur filsafat Immanuel Kantian, itu kan dia membagi pengetahuan menjadi fenomena dan nomena ya. Yang fenomena itu, yang manusia itu hanya bisa mendapatkan pengetahuan yang fenomena. Kita bisa jelaskan yang fenomena, yang nomena itu tidak mungkin bisa didiskusikan, tidak bisa dideskripsikan, tidak bisa dijelaskan, maka itu bukan wilayah ilmu, bilang gitu. Dan yang nomena itu sebenarnya dia nerima nemona, tapi itu bukan wilayah ilmu. Tentu itu kalau itu pembagian itu yang nomena dan fenomena, karena dia nerima yang fenomena dan menolak yang nomena, tentu hal sini punya implikasi ya. Implikasi seakan-akan wilayah pengetahuan atau epistemologi ilmu itu hanya wilayah kognitif, akal aja, dan menolak yang intuitif, dimensi-dimensi intuitif. Ini penelitian saya ini memiliki beberapa tujuan. Tujuannya adalah mengenalkan filsafat Islam. Ya, epistemologi ilmu dalam filsafat Islam itu sangat berkaitan dengan tidak hanya berkaitan dengan wilayah rasio, dimensi rasio kognitif, tetapi sangat berkaitan dengan dimensi intuitif. Jadi kalau kita secara langsung maupun tidak langsung, penelitian saya ini merupakan upaya mencari basis untuk membuktikan validitas pengalaman-pengalaman intuitif. Metode saya yang gunakan kualitatif research, bisa dikatakan sebagai penelitian pemikiran seorang tokoh. Penelitian seorang tokoh itu bisa saya sederhanakan menjadi 5 tahapan. Determine the figure, the second determine the formal object of the study, the three collect the research data both primary and secondary, the four identification of important element related to theory, the fifth analysis theories and thoughts, and the last the draw conclusion. Jadi kalau hasil riset penelitian saya, pasti kita bicara tentang ontologi ya. Kalau kita bicara tentang epistemologi ilmu mullasadra, maka tidak bisa dilepaskan dari basis ontologinya. Jadi epistemologi, kalau kita bicara epistemologi, maka dalam filsafat maka tidak bisa dilepaskan dari ontologi. Apapun jenis filsafat itu. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang epistemologi ilmu pandangan mullasadra, maka tidak bisa dilepaskan dari prinsip-prinsip ontologinya. Minimal sini saya sebutkan, saya ringkas sebenarnya. Sebenarnya di artikel banyak, saya ringkas di sini ada 2 prinsip, atas as-sholatul wujud dan tasqiqul wujud. Apa yang dimaksud as-sholatul wujud? Yaitu kemendasaran wujud. Kemendasaran, biasanya dalam filsafat Islam itu ada pembicaraan, ada wacana antara mana sih yang lebih prinsip itu. Itu adalah wujud, eksistensi, atau kuiditas atau mahiyah dalam bahasa Arabnya. Itu mullasadra di sini dia menjadikan wujud atau eksisten itu sebagai lebih asil, lebih mendasar dibandingkan kuiditas. Nanti itu teori ini, as-sholatul wujud ini sangat berpengaruh terhadap prinsip turunan-turunan filsafat mullasadra. Demikian juga Mula Sadra mengenalkan tasdikul wujud ya, gradation of wujud. Jadi kalau semuanya wujud itu wujud itu ada berapa? Mula Sadra nyebutin wujud itu adalah konsep yang univokal ya. Bisa diterapkan apapun. Jadi wujud ya, Tuhan itu wujud, meja itu wujud. Jadi seluruh makhluk itu wujud itu bisa diterapkan pada sesuatu yang transenden Tuhan, tapi juga bisa dilekatkan pada sesuatu yang yang material pada Tuhan dan pada makhluk gitu. Apa bedanya? Itu tingkatan. Itu makanya Mula Sadra nyebutin gradation wujud. Gradation atau tasdikul wujud. Jadi ada tingkatan wujud. Tentu nanti wujud Tuhan adalah wujud yang supreme, wujud yang paling the top of existence. Jadi sebab itu sebagai lebih baik. Nanti teorinya juga gitu. Antara lohok wadu'an mana lebih dulu antara ini dengan teori gradasi wujud ini bisa dijelaskan. Jadi nanti implikasi teorinya banyak ini. Tasdikul wujud, gradasi wujud. Seperti bagaimana wujud antara seorang nabi dengan seorang manusia biasa. Itu tentu yang membedakan kualitas seorang nabi dan seorang manusia biasa itu wujudnya, kualitas gradasi wujudnya. Demikian juga yang membedakan kualitas wujud Tuhan dengan makhluk yaitu gradasi itu wujud. Karena wujud itu ada konsep univokal yang tapi bisa diterapkan pada banyak hal. Maka di sini Mula Sadra menggagas konsep tasdikul wujud atau gradasi wujud. Jadi seperti kayak bicara manusia, antara seorang murid dengan mursyid. Yaitu kalau kita lihat secara dohirnya, secara luarannya mungkin nggak ada bedanya, sama-sama manusia. Tetapi secara secara soulnya, jiwanya, rohnya ya beda. Karena kualitas gradasi wujudnya berbeda antara seorang mursyid dengan murid atau antara wali dengan manusia biasa, antara nabi dengan manusia biasa. Jadi itu semuanya bisa dijelaskan dengan konsep gradation wujud.
1 minute more.
Oh, okay. Ya. Bicara Mula Sadra nanti juga klasifikasi ilmu, ada ilmu huduri dan ilmu husuli. Ini nanti dalam banyak hal untuk sebagai bukti membuktikan pengetahuan pengalaman intuitif kita bisa menjelaskan dengan teori Mula Sadra ilmu huduri. Ilmu huduri itu adalah pengalaman yang langsung ya. Jadi antara objek dan subjek itu tidak bisa dipisahkan. Seperti kita pengalaman ilmu huduri contoh sederhananya ya, tidak jauh-jauh seperti kita merasakan sakit. Ya, merasa sakit itu tidak bisa dideskripsikan. Yang bisa merasakan adalah the soul, the jiwa itu sendiri, ilmu huduri. Juga demikian pengalaman spiritual itu juga seperti itu. Demikian juga ini sebenarnya ilmu huduri itu bagi nanti dalam filsafatul sadra itu bahkan adalah persoalan swabukti yang tidak bisa yang tidak perlu penjelasan sebenarnya karena saking swabuktinya, saking swabuktinya dan saking jelasnya. Berbeda dengan pengetahuan husuli, ilmu husuli. Ilmu husuli itu antara subjek dan objek itu terpisah. Seperti kita mengetahui gelas yang saya pegang, ini kan antara gelas dengan jiwa saya itu berbeda. Yang saya cerap ini gelas, ada kegelasan atau kuiditas gelas, itu adalah sesuatu itu adalah antara gelas dengan benak saya itu kan terpisah, beda dengan ilmu huduri tadi, pengalaman langsung. Ini dengan ilmu huduri dan ilmu husuli yang dibagi menjadi dua ini bisa dijelaskan bisa dijustifikasi pengalaman intuitif. Karena waktu terbatas, mungkin saya tidak bisa menjelaskan semua bagian. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Kewanto from PTIG Jakarta, with the presentation about Mula Sadra Epistemologi. Very interesting for us. Okay, next agenda is discussion. I will give one challenge for all participants. Those who want to ask, please raise your hand and give a question. Okay, Madam Irmaryani, Dr. Irmaryani.
Ya, terima kasih. Saya sebenarnya hanya ada pertanyaan sedikit ke Pak Mulyadi ya terkait dengan tadi menarik tentang huruf jar yang dilihat kemudian dari tangga-tangga rohani itu. Hanya saja saya ingin yang saya tanyakan Apakah kemudian pengelaborasian mengkorelasikan huruf jar dengan tadi tangga-tangga rohani itu hanya subjektivitas dalam kajian sofistik saja, atau dia sudah menjadi kebenaran umum atau standar umum untuk semua huruf jar di dalam struktur tata bahasa Arab, atau seperti apa? Mungkin bisa dijelaskan, Pak Mulyadi.
Okay, Mr. Mulyadi, please give your answer.
Thank you, Ibu Riani, terima kasih. Secara umum mungkin orang melihatnya seperti itu ya, tetapi kalau saya melihatnya, kenapa saya sebut dia sebagai tangga-tangga rohani, karena tadi saya melihat fungsi bahasa itu kan sebagai ada penalaran dan kognisi itu. Jadi tidak hanya dia ilmu bahasa, tidak hanya ilmu bahasa murni, tidak hanya linguistik murni gitu, tetapi dia karena ada sesuatu relasi antara linguistik dengan di luarnya itu, maka dia harus dikaitkan dengan ilmu yang lain, termasuk yang tadi itu filolinguistik atau supilinguistik itu. Dan kalau saya melihatnya dari analisis, misalkan dalam ayat-ayat Al-Quran itu hampir semuanya mengarah kepada mana-mana sufistik. Gitu. Hampir semuanya mengarah ke mana-mana sufistik. Nah, dalam kajian aksiologi juga itu kita melihat bahwa terutama terkait dengan aksiologi yang berkaitan dengan teleologi dan deontologi itu. Nah, mestinya tasawuf itu diarahkan pada deontologinya, bukan teleologinya gitu. Karena teologinya itu hanya mengarahkan kepada asal muasal manusia, sementara deontologi dari tasawuf itu lebih banyak mengarah kepada pure deontologi gitu. Bagaimana manusia harus warok, bukan tujuannya untuk misalkan manusia itu mengerjakan sesuatu, bukan tujuannya yang utama, tetapi bagaimana manusia itu melaksanakan pure itu karena sebagai tugasnya, manusia karena tugasnya aja gitu. Jadi saya melihatnya itu, jadi bukan subjektivitas menurut saya, tetapi ada landasan teoritisnya gitu. Begitu.
Okay, Mr. Mulyadi, thank you so much. And we have limited time. I would thank you so much for all participants in parallel discussion. And we hope we can meet again for next year. Okay, and I close our session with our salam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Jason. J. J. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me, Sylviana Putri, to be master of ceremony of this closing ceremony of this conference, the third conference on Islamic on Socio-Cultural Studies, Contestation and Religious Authority in Global Media Space, organized by the Faculty of Usuluddin, Sunan Gunung Jati State Islamic University, Bandung, West Java, Indonesia, in collaboration with journals at Usuluddin Faculty and HTS Theological Studies Journal Scopus Indexing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen the report and review program by the chair of the third Conference on Islamic and Socio-Cultural Studies, Contestation and Religious Authority in Global Media Space, Ms. Irmariani, PhD. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, it is a great pleasure for me organizing this year conference, the third conference on Islamic and Socio-Cultural Studies, with the theme Contestation and Religious Authority in Global Media Space. Actually, overall, we have 185 articles submitted to the conference, but unfortunately, only about 50 articles were accepted. Actually, together with this conference, we are also organizing student conference from all over Indonesia in collaboration with the Dean Forum of Usuluddin in Islamic Higher Education. And in this occasion, also, I would like to express my gratitude to the keynote speakers of this conference. We have Professor Amina Wadud, PhD from USA, Professor Nadir Sahosen from Australia, Professor Badruzzaman M. Yunus from UIN Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung, Professor Rahmah Ida, PhD from Airlangga University, and also Pak Taufikur Rahman, PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, who contribute significantly to the discussions on the topic of the conference, all of which give such an interesting and an inspiring presentations. I found also all of the presenters in the parallel sessions are very interesting research topics, and also we have like 11 in the parallel sessions, but they are sending through the videos that we already show it during the at 12 till 1 o'clock. So I would like to say that we have a very rich knowledge and very engaging discussion from the participants. And I also would like to thank the moderator of the conference who has do such a wonderful job. And then special thanks to all the committee members. Personally, I would like to thank Pak Ab from PT IPD, Pak Abduh, Pak Imran, Bu Ai, Pak Busro, Pak Arif, and also students who helped, Cyril, Haikal. Thank you all for your efforts for making this conference possible. A special thanks to the Dean, the Vice Deans, and all the faculty members that support this conference as well. We have actually in this occasion also would like to choose the dedicated participants of the conference. We have like best young presenters, and then also the best moderator, and also the best active participants. I would like to announce that our best young presenters for this conference, we choose Mr. Naufal Waliuddin, as he is very active and when giving the presentation, and he is still in a young age. Actually, this conference encourage young researchers to disseminate their research findings in the conference so that they could collaborate and spread their networking. Congratulations to Pak Naufal Waliuddin. And then for the best moderator, I would like to give to Ibu Neng Hannah for his wonderful job in engaging with the presenter, so she can keep the time very well. And then I would like to give as well the best active participants to Pak Dodi Extruna, who usually give and write the question in each of the discussions in parallel as well as in the keynote presentations. I hope these awards also encourage other participants and presenters to be more more active in the next events. Several of good articles that already presented in this conference, we will be recommend to be submitted to our journals in journals of Usuluddin faculties. We have 8 journals related to certain topics, so that the articles that we already accepted that has been presented in this conference, we will choose based on the topics. However, the review process still we still will conduct the review process as recommended in each journals. We also would like to give 5 best articles to be recommended to be submitted to HTS Theological Studies Journal in Scopus Indexed Q1. We will choose based on the after they revise the papers and then resubmitted the papers please submit the papers by 27th of December. The link of to submit this paper will be sent through the email address. Okay, but still the review process, we still will give the review process in each of the paper. Okay, I know that in organizing this conference, there are still many limitations and also many mistakes that happening during the conference. So I would like to apologize for the mistake and all the inconvenience that experienced by the participants and also the presenters. I hope to see you again at the 4th conference on Islamic and Socio-Cultural Studies next year. Best wishes to all of us. May God bless our activities. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next program to listen to the welcome speech closing program by the Dean Faculty of Sociology, Dr. Wahyudin Dharmalaksana MAG. This time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain, amma ba'du. The first, I would thanks to Professor Dr. Mahmud MSI as the Rector UIN Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung, and to Professor Dr. Rosihan Anwar MAG as the Vice of Rector UIN Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung. And then all keynote speech in this conference and all moderator, all speaker, and a student delegation from Islamic Higher Education in Indonesia. You are very excellent, great, and congratulations. And all participants, you all was give the contribution significant in this conference. And let's fill the media space with a moderate religious attitude and order the realization of digital information agenda. And 3, order to realization of a cyber university is our responsibility. And especially, I would like thank to all committee in this conference, Dr. Irma Riani, PhD. Let's we give applause for the committee, Dr. Irma Riani, PhD, and friends, and to operator and the host from this conference. Alhamdulillah, the event of GISS 2021 was going a success. As the Dean of Faculty of Usuluddin, we apologize that there are trouble, mistake, and error, and another. And finally, we close this ceremony. We close this conference with reading by Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all participants to joining program, the third conference on Islamic and Socio-Cultural Studies, Contestation and Religious Authority in Global Media Space. I'm Silviana Putri, see you and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.